All right, ready?
Yes.
All right, let's get back on track here. Thank you all for your patience. All right, we'll pick right back up with
more members.
Senator, as soon as the members come back and we have quorum, we'll get started. In other news, the Vice Chair of Budget and Tax just informed me that they've wrapped up for the day, so good for them. I did ask. I'm not complaining, I'm just noting it. Yeah. Yeah. Senator Hedelman escaped to B&T. And now she's still stuck here with us, so. All right, I think we need 1, 2. One more senator, then we're ready to go.
Do I count as 2, sir?
No.
You said it, not me, all right?
Get 2 votes.
Gotta work harder on these elections. I don't know. I see Bill. I'm not gonna start telling dad jokes. Although I've got a couple saved up for later tonight. I thought I saw Senator Holden right there. Walking in the back. Is Senator Hedelman, do you want to just go ahead and take your panel up? All right, go ahead, Senator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Shelley Hedelman. I'm a senator from Baltimore County, District 11, and I am happy to be here before you today to present Senate Bill 159. Senate Bill 159 is a pretty straightforward, simple concept. It is a suicide prevention effort. It is entirely voluntary. It is currently being done in the state of Virginia, in the state of Utah, and in the state of Washington. And there is a bipartisan bill pending before Congress to make this a national effort. What it would do would create a list where someone could voluntarily put themselves on a do not sell firearm list. And this, we know that there are people who have mental illnesses who, during times when they are feeling down, want to inflict self-harm. And any time that we can create some space between that period of time and access to a firearm is a good thing. Some of my panelists will discuss what some of the data show about suicide and firearms, and particularly here in Maryland. And we know, unfortunately, that the numbers are going back up. They were going down and they are returning to go back up. And the largest community that is showing a jump is among Black men. So what this bill would do is we allow right now in casinos. We allow people to put themselves on a do not gamble list. And in fact, over 1,000 people have put themselves on a lifetime ban in the state of Maryland, and over 1,600 people have put themselves on a 2-year deny entry list. We also have a red flag law in this state where we allow other people to put someone that they are concerned about on to remove their firearms. And so why wouldn't we want to do the same thing? If we allow other people to do it, why wouldn't we allow someone to do so voluntarily? We have had good conversations with the state police. We've had excellent conversations with the Department of Health. I think that there are already some avenues that are in place to do this within the bureaucracy. I think that we can work out how to make this accessible, how to get, it's a one-pager, have the information from Virginia and Washington State. It is basic information that we will make accessible, and then get the information to where it needs to go so that firearms dealers know that if I want to go in, and if I'm on a list and I want to go in, that you should not sell me a firearm. So I'm going to let the folks who have some personal experience go into more detail, but I think this is a safety and suicide prevention effort, and it makes an enormous amount of sense. It is entirely voluntary. It is in other places, it has been bipartisan, and I urge your support for this bill. Thank you. Actually, do you want to do questions now or after? Great.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Barks, and I am a writer based in Baltimore. I would like to thank the committee for considering this testimony in support of SB 159. I live with bipolar disorder. I was diagnosed when I was 19 years old. During depressive and mixed episodes, I often experience suicidality. When I am well, which is most of the time, I desperately want to protect my life. A few years ago, during a mood episode with mixed features, I researched where to buy a gun. When I was well, I advocated for policies that could prevent firearm suicide. But when I was ill, suicidal, sleep deprived, and agitated, that part of myself disappeared. My unwell self was so loud. Luckily, there was a help-seeking part of me that was louder. I consulted with my psychiatrist and voluntarily admitted myself to the hospital. I survived my crisis. Too many others do not. People who recognize that they are prone to suicidality, do not already own guns, and want to give themselves and want to be able to obtain guns and want to not be able to obtain guns in a suicidal crisis need this bill. This bill would give people prone to suicidality the agency to make decisions about their own access to guns when they are not actively suicidal. Though the Do Not Sell Firearm Registry would be a new tool in Maryland, self-regulation is not a novel concept. As the senator mentioned, Maryland allows those who struggle with problem gambling to voluntarily ban themselves from casinos. Similarly, a Do Not Sell Firearm Registry would allow individuals with insight into their risk for suicide to preempt self-destructive urges. Like those who may oppose this bill, I value the ability to defend myself. For me, self-defense means defending myself from my illness. It means not owning a gun. It means knowing I can preemptively put a barrier between myself and the most lethal method of suicide. Please give Marylanders like me the tool to defend ourselves from firearm suicide. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Smith, Vice Chair Waldstreicher, and other distinguished members of the Judicial Proceedings Committee. My name is Morgan Mills, and I'm here on behalf of NAMI Maryland. NAMI Maryland is a nonprofit that is dedicated to providing education, support, and advocacy for persons with mental illness, their families, and the wider community. A voluntary Do Not Sell Firearms Registry is a completely voluntary process in which an individual may request to be placed on a Do Not Sell Firearm Registry that prohibits them from obtaining firearms. They may request at any time to be removed from this registry. NAMI Maryland supports laws and policies that prevent unwanted use of firearms and self-harm. According to Pew Research Center, suicide accounted for over half of the gun-related deaths in the United States in 2020. Firearms are particularly lethal, with about 90% of gun suicides resulting in death. Limiting access to a means of suicide plays a significant role in prevention. When someone is experiencing a mental health crisis, their judgment is clouded. This legislation will allow someone, while in a stable state of mind, to acknowledge that they may experience a future mental health emergency. A Do Not Sell registry allows individuals to prepare for this potential crisis before it occurs. Placing themselves on this registry ensures they will not impulsively buy a firearm that will cause themselves, their families, and communities harm. 70% of people who made the decision to commit suicide took less than 1 hour between the decision and the actual suicide attempt. Most of these crises are brief, so delaying a firearms purchase will allow them to reconsider this at a later time. When guns are less available, fewer people will die from gun-related suicides. There will be a greater number of people with the ability to reconsider their decisions. And a study published by Cambridge University Press shows that 90% of people who attempt suicide and survive never go on to die by suicide. This registry is a voluntary way to prevent nonsensical gun deaths in the state by allowing people to be proactive about their life and personal safety. For those reasons, we urge a favorable report.
Good afternoon, Chairman Smith, Vice Chair Waldstreicher, and members of the committee. My name is Charlotte Churchill, and I live in Columbia, Maryland, in District 12. I'm a volunteer with the Howard County local group of the Maryland chapter of Moms Demand Action, and I am here in support of SB 159, and I ask for a favorable report. Interviews of those who have attempted to take their own lives indicate that 70% deliberated for less than 1 hour, some as short as 5 minutes, before they acted on their suicidal thoughts. Researchers have not established a causal link there, but there's solid public health data to show that purchasing a gun and bringing it into your home, especially for first-time gun buyers, increase the risk of suicide approximately threefold. SB 159 is one tool we can use to lower firearm-related suicide deaths in our state, and it allows people the chance to make this decision to protect themselves. Suicide is often attempted very impulsively, and so the ease at which people can purchase firearms is a major cause for concern. SB 159 is aimed at permitting those who do not already own a firearm from purchasing one during a time of crisis. The ability to self-sign up with no questions asked also allows people to protect themselves from potential suicide crisis without fear of stigma. There is also a provision to remove oneself from the list after a waiting period. I can speak to all of this firsthand. It's something that I haven't told many people, and don't speak of very often. But when I was in my early 20s, I was in a very dark place and very depressed for a long time. But the moment I decided to put the pills in my mouth to attempt suicide was a spur of the moment decision. I am so incredibly grateful that I did not have access to a firearm at that time, as I am fearful I would not be here today. Suicide by firearm is almost always deadly. 9 out of 10 firearm suicide attempts result in death. I was incredibly fortunate to get help and survive, and now I have a wonderful life. I am living proof that if we give people the tools like therapy and medication, they can get through their despair and not just survive, but thrive. But we need to give people a way to get through their despair without deadly firearms at their fingertips. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon again. For the record, I'm Karen Herron, Executive Director of Marylanders to Prevent Gun Violence. I'm speaking now in support of SB 159 to establish a voluntary do not sell firearm registry. Every year, around 23,891 people die by gun suicide. About 59% of gun deaths in the United States are by firearm suicide. In Maryland, our homicides outweigh our suicides, and the rate is 36%, but that's still around 265 deaths a year. That is a gun suicide death every 33 hours. Suicides and suicide attempts cost Maryland $3.8 billion every year, or about $625 a resident. Every study that has examined the issue of firearm access as a risk factor for suicide has found that within the U.S., access to firearms is associated with an increased suicide risk. Guns are simply more lethal than other suicide means. They're quick and they're irreversible. About 85% of attempts with a firearm are fatal, and that's a much higher fatality rate than for nearly every other method. Many of the most widely used suicide attempt methods have case fatality rates below 5%. And as others have stated, 9 out of 10 people who attempt suicide and survive will not go on to die by suicide at a later date. So reducing access to lethal means matters. This bill is about reducing access to those who choose to do so. MPTV urges a favorable report on SB 159.
So thank you all very much. We have a question from Senator Folden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Hedelman. So thank you for bringing this bill forward. And I know that there was some statements being made, but I don't see it anywhere in the bill about you can voluntarily be added to this list and you can also be removed from this list. But I don't see anything about the process. If there's a wait time, if there's
21-day waiting period.
It is a 21-day.
Right. And actually there's some discussion about that, and in your testimony, a psychiatrist from Johns Hopkins University actually suggests a longer waiting period, but it is in the bill.
Okay. Thank you, Senator.
And I anticipate that process is something that we would have to work out. We could put in the bill that the agency is responsible for administering this could carry out regulations for figuring
And
out.
I guess the last question I have was, it's about $1 million to start this up.
Well,
And then the annual, it says it's an annual recurring associated costs with it are nearly $750,000. I'm just curious, like, it looks like they're paying one person, but there's another $655,000 I'm seeing annually for ongoing contractual services.
so thank you very much for that question. I actually think that the fiscal note focused on creating a database. I don't think there is any reason why we need to create a whole database. There's already a structure within the Department of Health and an individual there who, for example, on a daily basis gets information from our mental health institutions around the state for people who have been in a mental health institution for 30+ days
Yeah,
and
that's what I
are
was kinda going
prohibited.
with it.
We already have that structure in place. So I anticipate this just feeding into that already existing structure.
Well, that.
And
I
we've
would
had
like
that
to see,
discussion.
because that's like almost $1 million that can be
It-
wiped out.
I think it would be wiped out, really.
Okay. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to look at, this is page 6, section 5905. This is the section which creates, listen to a misdemeanor, subject to what, 1 year and or $1,000 or both. I think I understand A1, where it says you don't want anybody to essentially put somebody into the system. I get that. It's the number 2 that I'm trying to understand. And I mean, I think in reading it, my take on it is we're attempting to make certain that people who may have accessed this system aren't being discriminated against because of, I guess, whatever mental health challenges they're facing. However, the part that says contracting, all right, so it says discriminate against any person with respect to healthcare services, employment, education, housing, insurance, governmental benefits, or contracting because that person is enrolled on the registry, is not enrolled on the registry, or has previously been enrolled on the registry. And so that's pretty much the whole gamut. But the contracting pieces, as I'm reading it, I'm trying to understand how does that work? I mean, a person, let's say me as an individual, but no, actually I can't even say that because this registry it's not public, right?
Correct. Right. I mean, the point, and perhaps it could be more artfully done. The point is that whether you're on the registry or have ever been on it, that information, A, is confidential, and B, should not be used in any way to discriminate. So there are confidentiality protections that we want to make sure are applied here.
So who, So who has access to the information in the database?
Well, so we have to figure that out. In my estimation, it should be the Department of Health and the state police.
All right, so then these penalties would be for more like for health and police.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, some further questions from the committee. Senator Hillman, thank you very much for bringing the bill. There's definitely
you.
some work to be done here, but the idea is a very good one, so we'll
I
work
look
on
forward
it.
to working with you.
Yeah, we'll work on it.
Thank you.
And Ms. Churchill, thank you in particular for sharing your experience. Thanks. Thank you. All right, is Michael Brady still here? Mr. Brady, Lieutenant Brady. All right, he was signed up in favor of the bill. So we'll now switch to the opposition panel. Ms. Novotny, Delegate Ray. So we have Mr. Novotny as well. John Jocelyn. Give folks a moment to come up or come down from the auxiliary room. Mr. Jocelyn, why don't you get us started?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman John Jocelyn, speaking on behalf of 2A Maryland. We are in opposition to Senate Bill 159. This bill has many shortcomings that I don't think people have really accepted as existing. It assumes the person does not already possess a firearm. It assumes the person would only commit suicide with a regulated firearm. They could still purchase a non-regulated firearm. The dealer does not have access to the Maryland State Police database and could never determine they were on that list. The bill provides a 5-day period to be placed on the list. You've just heard testimony that a person commits suicide within 1 hour of thinking about it. There's a big difference between 1 hour and 5 days. It provides that you can be removed from the list, but no sooner than 21 days. There is no language in the bill that puts a cap on how long the Maryland State Police or whatever agency is holding this data has to expunge your data. It's interesting that there are provisions that you can't be discriminated against. We've already heard the issue. How would they know? But the language of the bill says that they can't reveal if you were not enrolled or were previously enrolled. So what that says is very clearly is if they could determine that you were previously enrolled, you're never off that list. Your name will always be there and you don't have recourse. It's well-intentioned. I do understand it. However, the logistics of this make it ineffective. Yes, 41% of suicides do involve a firearm, followed by suffocation. It is a problem, but this is a solution that will not address the problem because it's an immediate problem. This is a long-term thing. The access wouldn't happen. They still have access to a firearm. Well-meaning, I understand it, but it won't be effective. You should understand that going forward. Thank you.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair and Senators and Senator Hedelman. Thank you for bringing this bill. Although I am urging an unfavorable at this point. So if you look in section 5902, it says a person may voluntarily enroll for the purpose of being prohibited from obtaining a firearm. A person, not people, not another person to enroll someone else, but a person, meaning I can enroll myself, you cannot enroll me. But then you look at section 905, 5 TAC 905. It says a person may not knowingly give false information with the intent of enrolling or removing another person from the registry. So the question is, what is it? It is, if this is a voluntary registry where only I can put myself on it, then we really don't need the language in 5 TAC 905 because nobody else can put me on the list. And if somebody else can put me on the list, if that's the intent, under what circumstances? And really under none, because you cannot take away my rights without due process. I want to also take a look at the 5 versus 21 day stipulations. So it takes state police 5 days to put me on this list, or say if it's the health department instead, right? They could do it like that, right? Why can't I get off the list like that? I should be able to. It may not be a mental health state that I put myself on the list. Maybe my identity was stolen and somebody's going out and buying firearms in my name and all that. Well, maybe I say, hey, put me on the list. Don't let anybody buy a firearm under my name. I should be able to get off that list as fast as I got on it. The expected cost of this is $1 million. How about not spending the money and giving it back to us, or finding another way to work with suicide prevention? I believe this bill is unnecessary, and at least in the form it is, and I urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
So thanks. So I see the Novotny's, Katie and Art, would you like to come on up? See you right there.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Katie Novotny. I am a resident of District 35A, and I oppose this bill. I understand why this bill was brought. And, you know, I can understand that, you know, there are some people that may wish to make themselves unable to purchase a firearm for whatever reason. But I think this bill allows a lot of issues. Bureaucracy moves slow. We all know that. I think it would be incredibly easy for someone to voluntarily put themselves on this bill or on this list and be unable to remove themselves in any kind of timely manner. And they're going to be denied their rights for an indefinite period of time because of issues with bureaucracy. So because of that, I request an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Art Novotny. I'm from Aberdeen, Maryland. First, I want to apologize. You may have called us already. It's hard to figure out what's going on out there. Originally, when I saw this bill, honestly, I thought it was some kind of feel-good virtue signaling. Oh, you know, I don't like guns. I'm going to prove it to everybody. I did get to see a little bit of the testimony in the beginning to get a feel that it's more about suicide, which I did not realize. I do still oppose this bill for a couple of reasons. One, it's as my wife pointed out, it's more government. I really think there are better ways to be using our government resources. And the feasibility of this seems complicated. Also, I'll be honest, I mean, I don't want my name to inadvertently end up on that list. And my father's name is almost just like mine. I don't think he would ever sign up, but if he did and I got confused. Anyway, those are some of my concerns about it. But seeing that it is important to some people, and yes, suicide is terrible. We should do whatever we can to prevent it. I can think of two solutions to get the same effect, essentially. As was brought up, we have red flag laws. Could not somebody just red flag themselves? And in addition to just denying themselves the right to buy firearms, maybe also that would help get them the help they need. I mean, we don't want somebody to just be languishing out there and, okay, well, can't buy a gun now and think that their problems end. I mean, there should be more to it. The other solution I thought of, I mean, organizations like the Moms Demand Action, well, here's an opportunity for them to take action. Surely they could come up with some kind of voluntary app or something you put on your phone. You walk into a gun store, it knows where you are, it triggers it, it says, hey, you know, you're not supposed to be here, alerts some kind of crisis center. There's other ways to work around this. I think the private sector can do it. I don't think the government should be tied up with this. Thank you.
Excellent. All right. Thank you all very much. Thank you. And I know it's chaos out there, so we're working with everyone. So I appreciate your patience. Seeing no question from the committee, we'll now move on to the next panel. I see Mr. Pennick. Is Brooke Larimore still here? Chris Peabody? And how about Andre Cooper? All right, Mr. Pennick, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's nice to be here. So I've submitted written testimony on this, and the problem I wish to bring to the committee's attention is the NICS system. Right now, this bill as written amends 5-134 and 5-207 to impose restrictions on dealers' sales. And the penalty for a violation of selling a firearm to some person on this list is 5 years in prison. That's under 5-144 and 5-207D. So the common denominator of 5-134 and 207 is that all the prohibitors on those lists of prohibited persons to whom a dealer may sell may be identified through the NICS background check, which is by federal law and by state law must be conducted on sales of long guns and regulated firearms. So the state police do not conduct a NICS check on a long gun sale. State police are not involved in a long gun sale. So this system that has been created under this bill is not reportable to NICS. It's not a prohibitor for purposes of disclosing it and adding it to the NICS database. That means that a dealer under 5-207 who sells a firearm to someone on this list has no way of knowing if that person is on the list or not. It is also an additional, you can create an additional database under state law, and you can have the state police check that, but the state police, again, do not check for long gun sales, and they can check for regulated firearms, and maybe they could for regulated firearms in 5-134, but you have to make sure that they do that, but that won't save the dealer from being prosecuted under 5-207 for long gun sales. And the penalty is severe. It's 5 years, that's a lifetime disqualifier, and they lose their dealership under federal and state law. And this body has no power to add to the NICS database. That's a federal function, it's a federal database. So you can't require the state agency to report it to NICS because this FBI will reject it. It's not on the federal list of prohibitors. That's a fatal flaw.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Panic. I may have one question for you afterwards, but let's finish the panel first. And
Sure.
Mr. Peabody, you're up.
Tough following him. So suicide prevention bill. There's probably nobody in this room who hasn't had somebody they know commit suicide, one means or another. So it's a tough one, right? It's growing in this country. We can't get our hands around it. We're trying to, and I think the folks who propose this are trying to get their hands around it. The folks in my circle who've committed suicide, there've been a few with firearms. There've been some with drugs. There's been some with knives. There's been some with ropes. There's been some with bridges. I live in St. Mary's County. We kind of have an epidemic going on down there with our bridge. So while I think this bill is well-intentioned, the first step in the bill is that person says, hey, I think I'm suicidal. Put me on this list. The state needs to be spending money on our mental health system. If any of you have ever tried to get a friend, a family member, someone you care about, or yourself into the mental health system in Maryland in a quick order, say for an acute mental illness, you know, the desire to commit suicide, short-term ideation, it's almost impossible. Let's spend that $1 million creating more mental health counselors, creating a faster mental health system to take care of this problem. Let's not waste it on this, trying to take care of this little tiny piece over here. Let's address mental health on the front end, spend the dollars there. We don't have enough therapists. We don't have enough counselors. We have a system that's overwhelmed. It's not working. We're going to spend $1 million. Let's put it there. Let's get more people out there as certified therapists. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Brooke Larimore. I'm from Talbot County. I would like an unfavorable report. My standing is there are many ways to spend funding to help suicidal patients. Right now, we have a pandemic of overdoses with fentanyl. In my county, in my town alone, in one day, we had 7 overdoses that the police department and the EMTs had to handle. I feel like there's way more availability for funding to go to overdosing and more mental health facilities to help people get the care they need, either by self-admitting or having therapists admit them. Right now, emergency petitions are also very overwhelmed and unhelped. We could use we could use the funding to help those scenarios more so than taking away someone's rights to purchase a gun at a moment's notice when obviously there's flaws in the system in taking away those rights. Thank you.
So well, Mr. Penick, we'll follow up offline with the, I was gonna ask you how Virginia and some of the other states have managed to do this, but I think I've got part of the answer. Because Virginia, California, and so are responsible for their own
I can
regime of
answer it
back.
now, if
Sure,
you
yeah.
So Virginia and California are full contact states for the NICS system, which means everything is funneled through a state agency. State agencies are free to consult their own databases, just as Maryland is with respect to regulated firearms. They don't have to consult the NICS system at all. Maryland's a partial contact state and it does have only regulated firearms. So that means that you're going to have to make this work. You're going to have to move Maryland into a full contact state, and the associated costs with that are rather substantial.
Yeah, I'm only laughing because it's freakishly good answer because we're looking at the NICS participation map and you're absolutely right. So, all right. Well, thank you very much.
It happens
All
once
right.
in a while.
Thanks. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. All right. With that, we'll conclude with that panel. We'll now hear from, did we hear from Mr. Cooper? Randall Morris, Mr. Morris, and Nicholas Ditello. Thomas Kasuba. And Michael Burke. And then we'll switch to the virtual participants.
My name is Randall Morris, and I'm not in favor of this bill because of the what is somebody with my name, which there are several people in Maryland with my name, puts herself on that list. And that's a big concern for me, is that, you know, and you know, the cost measure, that could be a problem. But that is my main concern is I don't want to go fill out for a firearm, which I'm allowed to have, and then be told I'm denied because somebody else with my name filled it out. That's it. Thank you.
First of all, I just want to thank you all for your time. This bill, the reason that I'm in opposition of it isn't because of the intention, and I applaud you all for having good intention with this bill. The part where that good intention might fall apart, though, is the logistics of it. As Mark Penick said earlier, the follow through of how this bill would actually work is questionable. To summarize again what he was saying, it seems like it's incompatible with Maryland and federal law in that the NICS database is handled by the FBI, and this would be forbidden behavior for a gun shop, I believe, to access the NICS system because do not sell is not a prohibitor. This would compel gun dealers to illegally access NICS, I believe, or it would just leave gun dealers risking themselves breaking this law because they wouldn't know what to do. In regards to long guns specifically. So I think a lot of the concerns that we're having here where something is just physically an impossibility with the existing law and framework that we have, it should strongly be considered before this bill is passed in any shape or form. Thank you for your time.
And sir, what was your name for the record? Sorry, I just want to make sure I get you in.
Nick Ditello.
Excellent. Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Thomas Kashuba, registered Democrat, Ellicott City, Maryland. How many abused spouses do you think are going to force their spouse onto this list? Yeah, voluntary. You know, tyrants don't like to have their victims fight back. Well, some people said that they don't believe this to be a virtue signaling exercise. I still do believe that it is. Given the pressure that people have with peer groups and social media, people are going to view this as a social thing and virtue signal using it. Remember when people are posting pictures of their vaccination cards to prove their team membership? That's going to happen here too. This is highly private data, but yet it has to be open so that people don't fall into the trap of penalties. I believe that this bill could also be used to set people up to fall into that trap of penalties. It has to be locked down, but yet open. We don't have such bills for sleeping pills, alcohol, opioids. Why do we have it for firearms? This is such private data. The only way to keep it safe is for it not to exist at all. I wish an unfavorable on this bill. Thank you.
Michael Burke out of Baltimore with a request that you oppose this bill. I've been in law enforcement for over 20 years. I've been a military veteran for 21 years. I've been a practicing EMT for over 30 years. I've been at more suicide events and suicide attempts than I could begin to count. And I deeply oppose the problem. I deeply am concerned about the victims and the potential victims. This is not a solution. We already have a functioning system. We have one of the best systems in Maryland. It's called 911. If you have suicidal ideation, call 911. We will send police. We will send a fire department. In all 24 jurisdictions, we will send an EMT. We will package you up. We will deliver that patient to Shepherd Pratt, to the University of Maryland, to the Eastern Shore, to one of the hospitals across the state, and you will get psychiatric services within an hour. We don't need a list. We need to activate 911 when they have a patient who is suicidal. That solves the problem. I guarantee if you're a patient, Shepherd Pratt, or in Frederick, or one of the hospitals on the Eastern Shore, you don't have access to an FFL. You're busy being treated for your problem. If you're committed for more than 30 days, guess what happens? You're reported by the Maryland Department of Health to NICS, and you become a prohibited person for life because you've self-committed, or you've been committed by the state as a suicidal risk. Problem is already solved. We just need to put more money, if we wish to, into the 911 EMS system and into our communications and fund our hospitals. Reopen Shepherd Pratt, reopen Spring Grove, reopen Springfield, make more psychiatric beds available. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for your presentation. Senator Washington, did you have a question? All right. Excellent. Seeing no further questions. Thank you all very much. All right. I'm sorry. Do we get Andre Cooper? It's the last time I'm going to call that. All right. Now we're going to switch to our virtual participants, and we're switched to the proponents of the bill. So we're going to have Karina Nathan. Okay. What about Frederick Vars? All right. Let's hear from Frederick Vars.
Hi, my name is Fred Vars. Good afternoon. I'm a law professor at the University of Alabama. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to the committee in favor of Senate Bill 159. I think this number was suggested earlier. Gun suicide in Maryland claimed 268 lives in 2019. Senate Bill 159 would allow people who fear suicide to put distance between themselves and firearms. It's entirely voluntary. It doesn't affect gun owners in any way. This is for people who've decided in advance they don't want to be able to access guns in a crisis. So it's certainly not a constitutional issue, not a Second Amendment issue. The Second Amendment's a right to bear arms, certainly not a duty. We're all free to choose not to. It's a voluntary program, which is great for constitutionality and for affecting people's gun rights, because it doesn't. But it's only good if people sign up. And I know many people would. I, like a couple of the in-person speakers, have bipolar disorder. I've been suicidal. I want to sign up. 15% of people with bipolar disorder, like me, die by suicide. And I don't think people who can really understand what severe depression is like unless you've been there. You lose joy, you lose hope, and you lose the ability to make a rational decision, certainly about something as essential as whether or not to own a gun. Most of the time, I'm fine. And during those times, I want to take a step to protect myself against a bad decision. I've done research on this issue, and I'm not alone. You've got a couple of people testifying. I actually did a survey of 200 psychiatric patients, inpatients, outpatients receiving treatment here in Alabama at University of Alabama at Birmingham. 46%, when presented with the option, said they would sign up for a program like this to suspend their ability to buy a gun quickly during a crisis. You don't have to get a sign-up rate of 46% to save a lot of lives with this. And so for that reason, I urge you to report favorably Senate Bill 159. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Professor Vars, all the way from Alabama. Thank you. All right, Mr. Nesbitt, you're up.
Hi, thank you. My name is Paul Nestad. I'm a psychiatrist and a suicide researcher at Johns Hopkins. I serve on the Baltimore City Council President's Suicide Legislative Committee. I consult for the Governor's Commission on Suicide Prevention. I'm a member of the Legislative Committee of the Maryland Psychiatric Society, who I'm here to represent today. I do want to say that my views are my own and not that of Johns Hopkins, who I work for. But I'm speaking here in support of SB 159 for the creation of a voluntary do not sell firearms registry. You've heard suicide is one of the leading causes of death in this country. The rates have been rising. This most recent year is actually the highest suicide rate in this country that we've ever seen, since we've been keeping track since World War II. And Maryland also has had this past data year the highest rate of firearm suicide that we've ever had. This goes right along with the fact that there's been increased access to firearms as people have bought more during the pandemic. Specifically, actually, there's been the largest growth in firearm ownership in communities of color, who have also had the largest increase in suicide rates, firearm suicide rates specifically, in Maryland and the country at large, among all other groups. When someone is diagnosed with bipolar disorder or dementia or recurrent depression, even when they're doing well, they know that there might be a time when they may become more vulnerable to suicidal thoughts, as you've heard from some of the other speakers today. If at that time they can gain access to a gun, they might never make it back to wellness. However, if given the opportunity to put safeguards in place for themselves, I believe that many of these Marylanders, including my own patients, will do so, and in the process may very well be saving their own lives. Now, you've heard from a lot of the other speakers that we should be putting more money into just treating mental illness, and I agree, we should be funding that. In fact, if you were to put more money into treating mental illness, I'd be the one you'd be paying, in the group that I represent here, Maryland Psychiatric Society. And I can tell you that although we do always want more funding, we want to treat these issues, we also know that just like any other medical illness, psychiatric illnesses are not 100% treatable with funds alone. We know that when symptoms and episodes break through, we need a safety net, because these stakes are life or death. When suicidality intensifies, if an attempt is made, access to a firearm is the difference between a completed suicide, a fatal suicide, 90% fatality in firearm suicides, and a survived attempt. Only 2% of overdose deaths, for instance, overdose suicide attempts result in death. Those who survive rarely go on to die at a later subsequent attempt. Instead, they get help, they do well, and as long as they make it to that crisis moment, I know I'm running out of time, as long as they make it to that crisis moment, which is really a matter of getting access to a gun or not, I'll deal.
Excellent. No, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And thank you for your testimony. Questions from the committee for our virtual participants? Seeing none, thank you very much. All right, now we'll switch to the last virtual participant who is in opposition. Is Ms. Harris here?
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome. Go ahead.
Thank you for having me. I am asking for an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 159 for many of the reasons that were earlier stated. My primary concern is that this would create an extra jurisdictional bureaucratic abyss, and there would be much confusion for no one. You may volunteer to get on, but there would be hurdles to get off, number one. Number two, I think a gentleman stated it earlier. I'm going to repeat it for effect. Suicide can happen within 1 hour. It takes 5 or more days to get on this list. It will prevent virtually nothing. Suicide patients in their acute crises moments need immediate attention and care. 911 is the best service for that, as well as the loved ones around them. I ask for an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 0159. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Ms. Harris. We'll now hear from our last virtual participant who is in opposition, Ms. Hannon.
Yes, I'm trying to come on camera here, sorry.
No worries.
Okay.
Excellent.
All right. Bear with me here, sorry about that. Hi, I'm Dr. Wendy Hannon. I am a firearms instructor and a retired paramedic and in a program for a postdoctorate degree as a psych mental health nurse practitioner. I am opposed to this bill because for several reasons. I understand the spirit of it is to try and prevent people who are at risk from getting their hands on a firearm. But I agree this is more of a duplication of a service because people who apply to purchase a firearm have to have a background check. They have to fill out information about mental health and substance use, things like that. And it's always very dangerous to have a list like this because I think there's more chance of somebody maliciously putting somebody on the list. And I think it's a little more challenging to get off of a list if you never should have been on it. And there's a lot of federal laws that prohibit these type of registries. So I'm definitely not in favor of this as written. Thank you for hearing my testimony.
All right, excellent. Thank you very much. Seeing no questions from the committee, thank you very much. You're winning the room raider competition so far, so we'll see. We've got a long way to go, but all right. With that, that'll end the hearing and the testimony for Senate Bill 159. We'll now move on to Vice Chair Wallstreicher with Senate Bill 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. If I could have my first panel join me up here this afternoon. Sure,
Sure.
if you have it in front of you.
Okay, excellent. So I see we have Mr. Levy, who is going to testify virtually. Ms. Herron could come up, and Mr. Pusino. Is David Pusino in? Okay, and then we have another panel. Do you want, so we'll do Jan McNamara.
Mr. Chairman, why don't we wait till this panel completes, if that's okay with you?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes,
And if Mr. Fucino arrives, he can join us.
I think there he is. Okay, excellent. No
Thank
worries.
you.
And got it. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. It's been quite some years since we had a hearing as consequential or as well attended as this one. And so I want to start with some important thank yous. Thank you to our diligent and professional committee manager. She's the heart and soul of this committee. I hope she's listening at home. Today's logistics would be impossible without her. And I hope she knows how appreciative I am and we are of her hard work. And thank you to our committee staff who is filling in today, filling new roles under challenging and high pressure circumstances. The complex choreography of participatory democracy is not easy, but you're handling it with grace and sensitivity. So thank you for your hard work today. And thank you to my committee mates. Thank you for your patience. I know you've received a lot of communication about this legislation, and I know you're settling in for a long evening. I want to say how grateful I am to each and every one of you for your care and your endurance. Let's get to Senate Bill 1. Of course, this designation of the bill as Senate Bill 1 is an important statement. But for me personally, as a lawmaker and as a father, it's less of a statement and more of a question. What kind of world do we want to live in? What kind of state do I want to raise my 3 children in? A state awash in guns, armed to the teeth, and drowning in concealed carry permits? A state where every small dispute risks escalating into gun violence? A state where I don't know whether the man sitting next to my family in a theater or a stadium or a neighborhood playground is carrying a semi-automatic weapon? That's not a world I want to live in. That's not a state I want to raise my children in. And I won't. And I won't. That's why I introduced Senate Bill 1. Today, we're going to be working off the draft reprint of the bill. I provided each of you with a hard copy of the draft reprint. If you prefer to view it electronically, it is on your floor system. It is submitted under my name as testimony, so you should see it there. As reprinted, Senate Bill 1 does 3 primary things. First, it provides the right of private property owners to allow or disallow firearms on their private property. Private property owners can provide permission on a guest-by-guest basis or provide broad permission to the public generally. Second, it disallows firearms in highly sensitive places that are widely accepted under constitutional precedent and historical norms. This includes preschools, courthouses, sports stadiums, hospitals, and libraries. Third, it provides increased specificity for already existing licensing requirements to ensure that applicants who have a propensity for violence, are a danger to themselves or others, are addicted to drugs or alcohol, or who are mentally ill cannot receive a license. That's what the bill does. Here's what the bill does not do. It does not affect our police officers, sheriffs, or military service members. Their carve-out was accidentally left out in the original draft due to a technical error. The carve-out is returned in the draft reprint that is in front of you. It does not disallow guns at places of public accommodation, as you saw in the original draft. We've worked closely with noted historians and constitutional scholars to craft a more concise, narrowly tailored bill. The draft reprint jettisons the phrase place of public accommodation and instead clearly enumerates the historically sensitive places where guns have traditionally been disallowed. Senators, the consequence of inaction is dangerous. As we heard during our committee briefing on the Bruin case, and thank you to the chair for holding that, our state police traditionally license about 13,000 folks per year. Since Bruin, there have been more than 80,000 applications. That's astounding. And as we learn from the nonpartisan folks at Johns Hopkins, research clearly shows that dramatically more guns in the stream of commerce means more stolen guns, more lost guns, more guns used for suicides in our community, and more guns finding their way to criminals on our streets. Bruin does not require inaction. In fact, Bruin explicitly allows it. In 2008, the Supreme Court issued a now famous case called Heller. Second Amendment absolutists praised the ruling, saying it allowed guns everywhere. In 15 years of litigation since, however, Heller has proved to be a critical tool in the fight to crack down on gun violence, allowing states like ours to eliminate bump stocks, high-capacity magazines, and weapons of war. Like Heller, Bruin is also an opportunity to increase public safety. It allows private property owners to control their private property. It allows governments to protect historically sensitive places. And it allows the police to deny licenses to dangerous people who should never have access to guns. We have a choice. If you believe that anyone should have any gun, anywhere, at any time, then I imagine you'll be voting no on this bill. But if you're like me and have kids, if you're like me and want them to live safely, if you're like me and believe you have the right to determine who brings guns into your house or your place of business, if you're like me and want to go to a concert or a Ravens game or a children's playground and know that the guy sitting next to you is not carrying an automatic weapon. If you're like me and believe that every amendment must be tempered by historical norms and basic common sense, I hope you'll join me in voting for the Gun Safety Act of 2023. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, colleagues.
So thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And then just a reminder, we'll take questions at the end of this panel, but a reminder for the members of the audience just to remain a certain level of decorum here, or else we'll have you ask you that you leave the committee room. All right. Senator Fulton, we'll get to your question as soon as the rest of the panel's done. All right, next.
I believe that's me, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, yes, we can. Go ahead, Mr. Levy.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman. It's an honor to be here with you. My name is Samuel Levy. I'm the Regional Legal Director at Everytown for Gun Safety. And I'm very proud today to stand here and urge a favorable report on SB1 as amended. As the Vice Chairman stated, this bill is a comprehensive and life-saving response to the Supreme Court's dangerous decision in Bruin, which, as we discussed in the work in the committee briefing here a few weeks ago, dangerously lowered the bar for who can carry hidden loaded handguns in public in Maryland. Prior to that case, applicants for a wear and carry permit had to demonstrate to Maryland State Police that they had a good and substantial reason to carry that gun in public, given the attendant dangers with that come with that. That requirement is no longer allowed per the Bruin decision. And so this law brings the Maryland law into alignment with the Bruin holding, but it does far more than that, right? It steps up to the challenge of how to address the dangers that are going to come from having more guns in more public places now that you have, a 6 or 7-fold increase just in the months since the decision of people applying for and obtaining wear and carry permits to carry hidden loaded guns across the state. And it does it in 2 essential ways. One is addressing the process itself, right? The who can carry a handgun in public and who can obtain a permit, to ensure, as the Vice Chair said, that we're not giving guns to people who pose a danger to themselves or others, that the process is clear and transparent, that those people are well trained, not just in how to operate a firearm, but in firearm law and de-escalation, to ensure that those fights don't escalate into gun violence, as was said. And second, the sensitive places restriction, to be clear that there are places in Maryland where guns simply are not welcome, that there are places that they do not belong. And that list now, as the Vice Chair noted, really reflects the compromise and the care that went into assessing that list to make sure that it has strong historical antecedents, that it addresses the places where the risk is most acute, places where children gather, places where you exercise your fundamental rights, like voting places. And again, this bill is a fulsome response. It's a robust response, and I'm very proud to stand here and urge a favorable report.
So thank you very much, Mr. Levy.
My name is David Pacino. I'm the Deputy Chief Counsel of Giffords Law Center to Prevent Gun Violence, which is the gun violence prevention organization founded by former Congresswoman and gun violence survivor Gabby Giffords. I want to highlight with my time the ways in which SB1 complies with and fulfills the guidance and instructions that the Supreme Court gave us in the Bruin decision. The Bruin decision, as Mr. Levy said, did strike down portions of Maryland law, but gave a clear roadmap for how gun laws can be strengthened within the space left behind by that decision. And that's doing things that look to the potential dangerousness of an applicant who wants to carry a gun. It is outlining specific places where those guns cannot be carried. Both of those are items that the Supreme Court specifically said are permissible within the Second Amendment and within the structure. You have in text, you can find the first footnote of the opinion. It goes through a specific list of state by state analysis and blesses the kind of analysis that would be put forth under SB1. Additionally, the majority opinion and the concurrence by Justice Kavanaugh, which was joined by the Chief Justice, highlights that sensitive places laws have a strong historical precedent and are completely compliant with the Second Amendment. And as the Vice Chair said, these kinds of restrictions are not contrary to Bruin. They in fact are fulfilling it. So for those reasons, I'm very grateful to be here to be able to be supporting of this bill and to urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Karen Herron, Executive Director of Maryland to Prevent Gun Violence, here in support of Senate Bill 1, addressing the wearing and carrying of firearms in public spaces. As has been highlighted, the purpose of this legislation is to clarify and strengthen the tools that Maryland State Police have at their disposal as they vet applicants for a permit allowing them to carry firearms into public spaces, and to enumerate those spaces that are deemed too sensitive for public carrying. With regard to the permitting piece, we acknowledge that the Supreme Court's position that the ability to carry firearms outside the home is entwined with their view of the Second Amendment. But it cannot be doubted that it is an incredible responsibility. We can provide MSP with a process for evaluating candidates to help ensure that each and every person is thoroughly vetted for whether or not they have a propensity for violence, and that they are adequately trained for the special circumstance of carrying a firearm into a public space. On Valentine's Day of last year, a couple in Texas were at a drive-through ATM when they were accosted by an armed robber demanding their valuables. The couple complied. The robber ran away. The husband then exited his vehicle with his firearm, shooting at the assailant. What he hit instead was a vehicle traveling past with a 9-year-old girl in the back seat, who was shot and killed. The responsibility of what it means to carry a firearm into public space is not one to be taken lightly and without adequate training. That is what SB1 attempts to create. And as for sensitive places, the Bruin Court acknowledged that there are spaces for which public carry of firearms is simply inappropriate. This legislation seeks to lay out with as much specificity as possible those locations that are inappropriate for carrying. MPGV urges a favorable report on SB1. Thank you.
So, all right, so that's it for the first sponsor panel, but we're going to take questions from the committee. We have one from Senator Folden and then Senator Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Waldstreicher. Thank you for bringing the bill forward. I know this is a very sensitive issue for a lot of people, regardless of which side of the issue you stand. While I believe your intentions are, noble in their intent, but you made the comment about that we're drowning in concealed carry permits. And is that because, in your opinion, is that because Bruin passed and we had been a state, one of the states with the most restrictive gun laws in the country? And now the good and substantial reasoning measure was removed because it is not a measurable standard?
I think that's accurate, yes.
And you're okay with with removing people's rights off of something that is based on a non-measurable standard of good and substantial as it was set before?
I'm not sure I understand the question, but good and substantial is not constitutional as decided in Bruin.
Correct. But before you were okay with that standard because it's not my point being, it's not a measurable standard. So it's left up to a very, very broad interpretation.
So just as Heller in striking down DC's gun law provided a roadmap for what reasonable and common sense regulations would be allowed in a post-Heller environment, so too, as you heard this afternoon, does Bruin strike down our law, but simultaneously provide a roadmap for what laws and regulations are allowed, including stricter licensing requirements and disallowing firearms in sensitive places.
Okay. I know that we discussed this and we had a really good, just lively discussion that was brought forward by the chairman, kind of on the Bruin briefing. So I guess my question is, you talked about like the 80,000 people that went and exercised their right to keep and bear arms. And that was kind of shocking to you. And I'm sure it was shocking to a lot of people that it was that many. But how many people, I guess what I want to know is, how many deaths are we talking about that have been created or are happening at the hands of legal gun owners versus the deaths that are happening by those that are illegal gun owners? And I'm only going to ask you on the ones that we know get arrested, because there's a lot of the ones in possession of illegal guns that commit homicides that are never caught. So I'm asking about the numbers of those two.
So the testimony during the Bruin briefing that we held was that the increase in licensing creates a stream of commerce that makes its way into the illegal market. That more guns being licensed means more guns being lost, more guns being used for suicide, as we've discussed today, more guns being stolen, and more guns ending up in the hands of the criminals to which you refer.
That's not what I asked though, Senator. What I asked was how many of the homicides that we have annually, is there not, there's a report that we get, how many homicides annually are committed by those that are legal gun owners versus those that are illegal gun owners? Because there's a real root issue here is my point. The root issue isn't those that are legal gun owners that are responsible, that have their concealed carry, that go through the training, that do all these things that you're speaking of. You're talking about, we're talking about the illegal gun owners who are out there committing these crimes, allowing these communities to live in fear and not allowed to protect themselves.
I don't believe we can only choose one of those two options. So as many of you know, when I was here during the last term, I supported the former governor's crime package to crack down on those with repeat gun violence offenses. I continue to support that package and would vote for that bill today, even though that governor views the world very differently and is from a different party than I am. I continue to support that legislation. And just as we crack down on illegal gun violence, so too can we react to the Bruin decision to ensure that our communities remain safe in a post-Bruin world. And what that means to me, as a lawmaker, as a dad, is making sure our licensing requirements are clear.
Okay.
And specified, and making sure our sensitive places are protected.
So are you okay with, like, I know you made the comment, you gave the analogy or the scenario of being in a movie theater with your children and not wanting certain things to happen. You know, we have, you know, I'm not even going to go down that rabbit hole about vehicles because we have a lot more people killed in vehicles than we do with any gun related violence. But when we go and we are talking about the movie theater, and you brought that up specifically, and that person that you were saying that was going to be, you were in fear that someone would be sitting next to you with a semi-automatic weapon, is what you said, right? You do realize that that scenario is a trigger point. No, I probably shouldn't have said that, but sorry. You do realize that scenario does create a certain reaction from people in that they've happened and they get made national news when these occurrences happen in these movie theater shootings. In the simplest way I can think to ask this is by this bill's intent and design, it would make it more restrictive where people can carry to protect themselves and their families. If you choose not to carry to protect your family, that is your absolute right. But if I choose to carry and protect my family, and now I'm a law enforcement officer, so a little different, I'm still carrying anywhere. But if we have, if that person next to you is carrying that semi-automatic weapon that you're discussing, first of all, it's going to be kind of large in the theater. But you're telling me that if that person is carrying an illegal automatic, this bill will stop that person from carrying an illegal automatic weapon in that theater? And does this bill stop that?
So this bill very clearly and within historical precedent delineates the sensitive places where firearms would be disallowed and has historically done so. That includes places where people gather, especially places where children gather. It includes schools, it includes playgrounds, it includes preschools. It includes sensitive places like where people register to vote, where people go to vote, hospitals, libraries.
Those are, okay. I would really appreciate it if you could answer the question though, because does it stop the person possessing the illegal gun in the same scenario you gave of sitting in the movie theater with your children?
It disallows firearms in the sensitive places delineated in the bill.
So
theaters are delineated in the bill.
So we're not going to get to that answer. But let's say in your scenario, there was a person sitting next to you with an illegal firearm. And then there's a person sitting to the right of your family with a legal firearm. They've been trained. They have a concealed carry. They have the right to carry. And by the way, historical content and analog does not provide for places like movie theaters and those places. It allows and provides for the places you spoke about, which are polling, schools, and those places, not gathering points of like movie theaters, restaurants. You've broadened this list. You've taken it, you've scripted this quite wide with your paintbrush. So in that scenario that you gave, if the illegal gun owner stands up, which has happened, and starts to engage a or they think is a non-armed citizenry, how many victims do we have potentially?
I'm sorry,
have as
I'm
many
not
as-
following your hypo here.
Okay, my hypothetical is we have as many victims as that person can carry bullets in that gun at that time. If there's one person that's legal and trained, because the police can't possibly be everywhere at any given time, and that person to the right of your family stands up and neutralizes this threat, how many lives are saved at that point?
So what we've seen in practice, as Karen mentioned, is that that's not the scenario that plays out. That what is happening is when guns are everywhere, regular everyday disputes are being settled through firearms. And not only are those people getting hurt, but bystanders are getting hurt.
Okay.
As Karen testified just now, in the case where there was a,
Well, Karen can come
automobile-
up and answer my question.
well, that's fine by me. Karen can speak for herself. But what we're seeing is innocent people are being killed through routine disputes that have escalated due to the presence of firearms.
But how many innocent people are being killed by illegal gun ownership and possession, executing young men and women on the streets of Baltimore, across the state of Maryland? I get a report every day, Senator, every day at my other job. And it's a report of all the shootings that are happening in Maryland. And it shows a picture of the victim and whether or not there was someone arrested with it. And overwhelmingly, the crisis that you're speaking of, or that you're trying to imply by this bill, is not solving this problem. It is not saving these lives. These lives are being washed off the face of the earth by illegal gun ownership. Responsible gun ownership is multiple faceted. You've got to go through the training. You've got to go through the qualification. You've got to know all the different, what rises to the level and what doesn't of use of force. Where you can carry, where you can't carry. There's many facets of this. No one in these pictures that I'm getting on the daily, I'm going to guess, are probably on that have taken that class, and they don't care. If your law comes into place, they won't care about this law because they're still going to have their illegal gun. Responsible gun ownership talks about keeping your firearms safe and secure from children and others in your home. That's what responsible gun ownership is. And so when someone breaks into that house, I would like to think that they had their gun secure. If they don't, and the gun is somehow stolen from their house, you're somehow saying, in your opinion, that that is the gun owner's fault for someone coming into their house, not knocking, not asking to come in and remove the guns, and we don't have harsher penalties. There's a bill that I've signed on to co-sponsor this year that makes it a felony. If you break in somebody's house, which is a first-degree felony anyways, but if you steal the gun out of their house, it's not a felony. Because if the gun's worth less than $1,500, it's a misdemeanor. So why are we having this discussion instead of the proper discussion, which is to alleviate and get people's minds to a level of comfort where they can walk outside their homes and not worry about or being concerned that they will be shot by stray bullets of the illegal gun owners? I do sympathize, I empathize with the scenario she gave. That's a terrible, horrible thing. Horrible. I would dare to say exponentially across this country, let alone in our state, that number is significantly higher of innocent lives taken by illegal gun owners. And I'm talking like probably 1,000%, if not more, lives taken by illegal gun owners than legal gun owners.
Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, before you, just
What-
before you,
yeah.
before you respond, we make sure we have just a hard break and there's a little bit of a call and response here. So question, answer, question, answer, just a little bit of break. So Mr.
Yeah, I'll
Vice
just
Chair,
make-
and then if you want
I'll
Ms.
just
Herron
make
to,
one last attempt at it.
yeah.
We're the Senate of Maryland and we can have both conversations.
But the Senate of Maryland, when we had a meeting not long ago, there was a comment made that we weren't going to worry about the question, the constitutionality of it. That was not our decision. That was someone else's. That is our decision to follow the Constitution. If we did a lot more of following the Constitution and the letter of law, we'd be in a lot safer and better place. But every time we erode this measure and we start washing things down to benefit, no longer worrying about all the victims' rights, but we constantly advocate, and I'm in support of rehabilitative measures and making things better and having trade programs for inmates so that when they're released, they can be a viable contributing member of society. But we keep eroding these penalties and we don't hold consequences for their actions. When I spoke with the state's attorney of Baltimore last week or 2 weeks ago, he gave me an example of one person that had 64 gun possession arrests. He's still not in prison. He's not a legal gun owner. How does that happen? Private property. So this is a rush to draft without proper consulting with the constitutionality, in my opinion. Do you agree or disagree?
I disagree.
So you believe that this crafting that you have is going to be within the standard of constitutionality?
I actually have no doubt about it.
So this crafting, though, this crafting is very similar, if not verbatim, from what New York's crafting was, is it not?
It is different from the New York law.
How so?
It is,
All right,
it
all right,
provides.
just 1 second.
Yep.
All right, got it. Just to remind the audience to maintain decorum and let's keep the responses to a minimum. All right, Senator Folden, let's do this one more line of questioning, then we'll move on to other members and we'll come back to you, Senator Folden, okay?
Okay.
So look, let's just make
I
sure.
don't mean to
everyone
hog
gets a
the
chance.
mic.
No, that's okay.
Go ahead. So Senator
So-
Walsh-Raker, you go ahead, and then we're going to move on to Senator Washington and Senator
So we-
McKay.
I have a follow-up question on this answer.
No, I understood. I
Okay.
understand that.
So members of the committee, we've referenced the Heller decision, the previous Supreme Court decision, a number of times. And in the wake of the Heller decision, this body, including I think a majority of the members here, considered the Firearm Safety Act of 2013, led by the former chair, Brian Frosch, and then Senator Jamie Raskin. And every witness testified, after Heller, you can't do this. After Heller, there's no way this bill is constitutional. After Heller, cracking down on these weapons of war is not possible. And what we've seen since Heller is that our law, which we passed, has withstood constitutional scrutiny at every step of the way. And so you'll hear again today, this bill is unconstitutional. This bill doesn't closely track Bruin. It's not the case. That's what they said last time. They were wrong last time, and they're wrong this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for this bill. I really appreciate it. I know just for the public's sake, there was a bill that was introduced and then you submitted an extra copy, a draft, updated version to that bill, correct? Can you just explain the differences for us and the public? Maybe you and Mr. Levy here can explain the differences between the bill that you introduced and this new draft that you proposed to us.
So I've been up here a while, and I think if it's okay with you, Mr. Chairman, I'll give Mr. Levy a chance to answer that question.
All right, Mr. Levy, did you hear the question?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. All right, go ahead.
Thank you for the question, Senator. So the bill is originally drafted, used a totally different framework to work on this concept of sensitive places, and it borrowed a term from the state government article, which is a place of public accommodation, a term used to refer to a whole range of public businesses, places that are open to the public to protect against, essentially discrimination from equal access. What you have before you now is an entirely different formulation of what it means to be a sensitive place, a place where in Maryland firearms are not permitted, and so that catch-all term has been replaced now with, as the Vice Chairman explained, a very specific list of sensitive locations, the very presence of firearms in which creates more risk than it alleviates. And so you have in that list, as you said, places that children gather, places that bars and restaurants that serve alcohol for consumption on premises, places where people are going to be inebriated, where the presence of a gun is obviously the dangers are even more exacerbated. Places where other constitutional rights are exercised, like the right to free expression, right, demonstrations, including public demonstrations, if there's clear signage that there's a demonstration taking place, because one person's Second Amendment right doesn't trump another person's First Amendment right to be free of intimidation and fear. Also locations like rehabilitation centers, centers for treatment of the mentally ill, very specific places grounded in historical precedents that are designed to ensure that guns are simply not brought to places where they don't belong, places where those dangers are acute. And so that portion of the bill has been entirely substituted with that much more narrow and focused list, as the vice chair explained. The other portion of the bill remains, which is this portion with respect to private property. So if you are a homeowner, a landowner, a business owner that isn't a location that's otherwise regulated as a sensitive place, this bill simply reaffirms what was true in common law for many centuries before the founding, that private property owners have no duty to let anyone on their property with firearms if they don't choose to. And this simply affirms the right of Marylanders across the state to ensure that guns are not carried by folks who have wear and carry permits, or anyone else for that matter. This would apply to rifles and shotguns that are openly carried, that those folks are not presumably welcome in places that the owner doesn't want them. It simply affirms that those places it is presumed statewide that property is not a place where guns can legally be possessed unless and until the owner of that property grants permission, either specifically to the carrier or through some broader edict that they welcome guns on their private property. And then the last piece that is, again, vitally important that wasn't reflected in the first draft of the bill is all the work that went into Maryland's permitting process, which, as I testified before you a few weeks ago, was quite robust to begin with, but obviously now needs to be strengthened in the wake of the decision that, as the vice chair said, really lowered the bar significantly on who can obtain a permit to wear and carry a handgun in public. And so there's a few key elements to that process that are worth, I think, walking through. They essentially assess, this is the Maryland State Police's process to ensure that they are thoroughly vetting applicants, to ensure that they are not prohibited by state or federal law from having guns, that they are of requisite legal age to carry a firearm, that they are properly trained in not just in the handling and operation of the firearm, but also to, given the dangers attendant with guns in public places, to think about and to fully understand, as Senator Folden said, what it means to justifiably use force in defense of yourself or someone else, right? What de-escalation means, what it means to retreat, which is the law in Maryland, that all these things are well understood before someone takes on the great responsibility of carrying a gun in public, not just to protect themselves, but to ensure that they are protecting those around them and not creating more danger by improperly using those firearms. It also includes a number of safeguards for applicants themselves, right? As you heard in the testimony, you've got a 6- or 7-fold increase just in the few months since the decision. And Maryland State Police is trying to process these and has done tremendous work in doing so. Part of the process, part of the amendments to the bill is to ensure that the process is totally transparent, that it's clear and understandable and communicated in writing to applicants anytime there is a denial for any reason. You heard from State Police, the vast majority of those are for people who are actually prohibited by law from having guns and therefore don't qualify, but there are other reasons too. Most importantly, I'd say assessments of whether the applicant poses an acute danger to themselves or someone else. That's a feature of the law that was not impacted by Bruin. It's a feature of permitting laws in several other states that was certainly condoned by the Bruin decision and concurrences. And what this bill, part of the new amendment language, really focuses on making that inquiry really robust to ensure that Maryland State Police has access to the information they need to assess a person's dangerousness, and ensure that by granting them a wear and carry permit, they're not creating, putting out into the world a person who is going to endanger themselves or someone else. So that includes things like character references, things like assessments of, as the vice chair said, mental health histories, drug abuse histories, any other previous acts or conduct that clearly indicate that a person poses a danger to themselves or someone else, and therefore shouldn't be granted a permit in the first place. And so that really is, as I said, it's a really fulsome approach. The rewrite is extremely thorough, is all tailored, frankly, to exactly the concerns that were raised by the court and to the language of what's allowable and what's not in terms of its assessment of New York's law, and tailored to suit, to fit the Maryland code and ensure that the process itself is maximally protective both of Marylanders and those out in public places, and also of applicants and those who get wear and carry, to make sure they're well trained and prepared and vetted to ensure and the process is fair to them as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick follow-up. It seems like you know at least a little bit about this bill. I wondered if you can just give us in 30 seconds or less just your background, because it seems like this wasn't rushed. This wasn't a rushed bill. This was something that was thoroughly vetted and some background in it. So just if you can give us in 30 seconds or less, just your background and why this is important.
Happy to, Senator. So I serve as the Regional Legal Director at Everytown for Gun Safety. We're America's largest gun violence prevention organization. I've had the great pleasure of working at Everytown since the end of 2016, primarily with a focus on state legislative advocacy, and I've been working here in Maryland that whole time. So I've had the pleasure of working with your colleagues and members of this committee on a great many important pieces of legislation, all of which has been proven to save lives, background checks, domestic violence, the extreme risk law, a whole host of really important life-saving policies. My work now covers about 25 states. I oversee our work in about half the country, including New York, where this case, where the challenge against New York's permitting law was brought. And so I worked with partners in that state as well and advocated for the really robust response to that change in the law, again, when the Supreme Court struck down the proper cause requirement in New York. We also work closely with a team of litigation experts who defend, laws across the country from Second Amendment challenges, who in turn work with distinguished historians, constitutional law experts, a range of experts with knowledge far beyond my own, to help ensure that our responses are not just data informed and life-saving, but also comport with the Second Amendment and are consistent with every law-abiding individual's right to keep and bear arms. Before I joined Everytown, I spent 10 years as a prosecutor in New York County. So obviously the issue of violence and gun violence is, as you can tell, quite important to me, but I'm grateful to be here before you to help support this life-saving bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Wallstarker, may I, please? So, well, I'm not happy with you bringing it, but I do know that it's a passion of yours, and I respect that we have a difference of opinion on how we can solve this problem. You had mentioned about your kids. You had mentioned about to live in a base, my words, safely, different areas of that kind of stuff. And you had talked about your fears. Can you tell me where, from a data standpoint, that this law will actually prevent your fears? I mean, I understand you don't know who is sitting next to you who has a firearm or not, but I don't see this preventing a bad guy with a bad gun still not sitting next to you in a movie theater or at a park or what. I don't see how. So how will this address your fears, sir?
So I'll refer you back to the testimony once more that we heard during the Bruin hearing from the Johns Hopkins Research Center on Gun Violence. They are a nonpartisan, data-driven organization, and their testimony was this: more guns in the stream of commerce means more illegal guns ending up on our streets. And so if your concern, as my concern is, that guns shouldn't be in sensitive spaces, this bill takes care of that. But if your concern is also about illegal guns, there are other bills that we will consider, that I support, that we will deal with. But also, this bill also addresses that issue, because what the Hopkins research and data shows is that when you have scenarios, as we do here, where suddenly you're up, hundreds of % above where you were before in the number of applications for permits, that those guns are often lost, stolen, used to commit suicide, or end up in the hands of criminals. And so that is the research that we heard very loud and very clear during the hearing. And I think you'll hear more of that in testimony after me.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. So that went right next to my next question. While you are saying that we're going to have more guns, more guns equals being lost, and for suicide, I don't see anywhere in here that it addresses education of gun ownership. I mean, at the end of the day, with people who have a carry concealed permit and the hoops that they have to go through, the education that they have to go through, it seems to me, sir, that the testimony of more guns being lost and for suicide, it would seem to me that this bill would be more about education and securing your firearm and understanding that it is a tool that needs to be respected would make better sense than making what I see as law-abiding citizens criminals. And so I just don't understand how education of said would be to me a better avenue to get to the goal of cutting down on the amount of guns that are either lost or people falling into the hands of someone who may tragically want to take their own life.
Well, I agree with that last part without question. I think you and I are on the same page on that. The bill as reprinted includes additional requirements for training before a license can be granted. And the types of education that you're talking about are included in there. And of course, as you know, the chairman has a bill related to safe storage that we will also see that will also address your concerns. So I think you and I are actually more on the same page than you might realize.
And the last short, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you had talked about supporting the former governor's gun package. Was that the stealing of a gun, creating that a felony? Was that part of that package?
I did support that, yes.
You did support that,
And,
okay.
and I believe this chamber on a bipartisan basis passed that package.
Okay, all right. Thank you for making that clarification, sir.
Thank you.
We're going to go to Senator James because she hasn't had a chance to, and then we'll go to Senator Weston Folden.
Some of these questions, perhaps you can answer later or give me a short answer because they require you to probably give me some access to your research. But in the provision about private property owners, when I read the New York law and the cases that have responded to the New York law, striking it down post-Bruin, the judges there took to task the language similar to what you have on page 2 of 3, it's paragraph C, about a private property owner. You're not being allowed to take a gun on a private property owners unless they give you express permission. I mean, and what the concern was is that the government's sort of standing in when the private property owner should be asserting that right. So in other words, so the first question I have is what penalty is there for violating that?
Sure. So the penalty is right beneath that.
I'm sorry, I didn't see.
Yep, no, that's okay. It's subsection D. A person who violates subsection C of this section is guilty of a misdemeanor and on conviction is subject to imprisonment of not exceeding 1 year.
And I guess the question is, this would be like the state saying you can't hunt on the property unless you have the express permission of the property and you can't smoke on this property without, and in each instance you would be penalizing him. But in all of those other instances, it's the private property owner who gets to decide whether or not to enforce their private property right. So what the question really is, get back to me on the legal basis for the state stepping in to assert a private person's property right. Because I don't see, this seems like uncharted territory and I'm not sure it would stand up. On sensitive places, the state police provided us with a list already in law, I think, of at least 13 locations where firearms, I'm assuming that's regulated firearms, are already not allowed. Now, some of these may be challenged post-Bruin, I don't know. One, interestingly, I don't see polling place on this list from the state police, and I may have missed it because your bill is new and long. Was there polling places in your bill as well?
Polling places are included in my bill.
I just
They
didn't
are
see.
not included under current law.
Okay, so this is a pretty elaborate list, which I'm worried some of which may be challenged post-Bruin, given if you read Thomas's very intense language about how you have to have these historical analog to the current present day locations. And with that in mind, I would like your researchers to tell me all the historical analogs that they use to come up with your more extensive list, where you find that in history. And you remember that history has to be marked very early when the Second Amendment was passed, and that's the primary period, or a later period of like 1866.
That incorporation, that's right. Yep.
Right. So,
Yep.
which is a lesser, I don't know, it would carry as much weight with the Supreme Court under their requirement. And there's an awful lot of research on sensitive places by scholars. And I've read some of it. I'm not sure these areas hold up under what I've read. And then the last question I have is about the application. Again, this is new. But if you go over to, it seems to me if I quickly read this, it looks like an applicant now has to have some almost like personal references, at least 4 individuals who are reputable. Is that correct that you have to have like 4 personal references?
I think that's correct. Yes.
Well,
That's at the bottom.
I hate
of
to
the-
say this, but I don't know how, there might be some very fine people who would like to get a gun that don't have 4 people that would write such a reference. But I guess the question would really be, where's the authority to require that? I get a lot of the intent and I applaud you, but I'm worried about our oath to the Constitution. And so I don't know where a constitutional right has ever required someone to get a personal reference for them. Okay.
Sure.
So I think if you could get back to me on that. And then as I understand it, am I reading this right, that every applicant will have to meet with the secretary in person?
That's correct.
And what's that meeting about?
So it's designed to create an in-person meeting. So when if the person is denied, that the secretary can provide the reason for the denial as well as that reason in writing. And the secretary also has the opportunity to ask any questions that have come up during the background check, either about the reputation, the person's propensity for violence, the person's perhaps past use of alcohol or drugs, or mental health issues that have occurred in the past, all of which are allowed under the Bruin decision.
I'm not sure about that, but this would be the secretary of, I'm sorry, what secretary this would be?
Of police.
Okay. Which is one person. So are you going to allow designees of the secretary, or do you expect the secretary to interview 80,000 people?
I think it would make sense to consider an amendment that would allow a designee under certain circumstances.
And then this is really technical though, and I again, I'm so new to this committee and all of this, but I noticed that already with the state police, you cannot in a state highway rest area, so you can't have a firearm unless properly secured within the vehicle. But under your law, under your proposal, I think you just can't have it at all in a rest area within the right of way of an interstate highway. Now, if I read that correctly, at least our current law asks you to properly store it. But you're going to say that if anybody gets on an interstate highway, they just simply, and they stop it, they can't go to the bathroom, they can't stop for an emergency, they can't get gas, they just basically can never stop there. Even if they properly stored in their vehicle, they just can't pull into a rest area. Is that the idea?
I don't believe that that's the case, Senator. I believe at the top of page 8, now I've numbered mine and I understand that they're not numbered. But if you look at the beginning of the list of all sensitive places, you have here subsection 2 is the firearm is unloaded and is carried in an enclosed locked case or other container. So that would address the issue that you are raising.
All right, I'm sorry, one last question. I have heard over and over again, and I'm worried about it too. Before Bruin, we did allow for the permit for people who had good and substantial reason. These are people, businessmen who are carrying cash, truly have a serious worry about their safety, and many, many others. And they were allowed to take guns properly permitted and trained into a enormous number of places that you are shutting them out from. And in a sense, sort of forgetting their good and substantial reason to protect themselves. And I think there's a good argument you're making them more unsafe because they're less able to protect themselves. How would you respond to that?
So my understanding of the good and substantial reason, I'll allow Sam or any of the other witnesses here to correct me if I'm wrong, is that that did not allow people to carry arms in otherwise sensitive places.
No, it didn't. Please
Right.
don't misunderstand my
Okay.
question. That's not what I asked. I asked that they're allowed to carry it in all the kind of places that you are now going to restrict. And many of those areas are the ones where they needed the protection. And they had a good and substantial reason by the very, I think, astute, experienced state police, people that have businesses, women who've been exposed to domestic violence and fear for themselves, and many other categories. And there seems to be no acknowledgement in your bill to what happens to those people who needed the protection and certainly met the state police and the states understanding that they should have that protection. I don't like to know your response to that.
No, I hear you. I don't think the bill goes far beyond where the sensitive places that are already identified in the state police testimony. And so there's no question that the bill more clearly delineates what those sensitive places are. But it's not a dramatic expansion. It's simply enumerating what sensitive places are already at current law and acknowledged by the Supreme Court to have precedent and historical analog. And so I think the question you raise is an important one and one
I think so
we have to
too.
address. Absolutely.
So we'll work together on that.
I would
think.
like that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Let me say, Senator James, I just want to say thank you. We appreciate the line of precise questioning and Vice Chair and the rest of the committee take note because it's very, very precise, very
Thank you, sir.
detailed and very important line of questioning that I think will ultimately benefit the legislation going forward. So I want to give Mr. Levy an opportunity to chime in on some of those questions that Senator James had, and then I know there will be some significant follow-up, but just go ahead really quickly, and then we'll move on to Senator West and then Senator Folden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator, for those questions. I'll try to do them all justice in order if I can. So to start at the beginning, I think the private property point, to your point, is not the government acting at all, right? It's the government saying out loud, reaffirming the private property's right, private property's owner's right to make a decision, right? The government isn't saying this outside of places that are deemed sensitive for all the reasons that we'll talk about. It's simply affirming that the private property owner retains that right to refuse, and it's not until you're actually granted permission that you can bring guns into those places. On the question of the historical record, professors at Duke University, for example, have been compiling a really comprehensive historical database of historical gun laws dating back centuries. There's a host of other historians and academics who are engaged in that kind of work. Happy to help send you some of those links and other information. We have resources from our own litigators that help to illustrate some of those examples. And it's worth noting what the Bruin decision said and didn't say, right? It didn't say that these 4 sensitive places, government buildings, courthouses, schools, are the only ones you can ever regulate, right? It said these are examples of a non-exhaustive list of places that we recognize have been historically where guns have been historically prohibited, and then sets up a new test by which you have to assess through analogical reasoning whether a new regulation is sufficiently analogous to that historical precedent. The clarity and quality of that that new test is a whole other conversation, but we are confident, as are a great many experts and others, that all the places that you see listed here have strong foundations and can clearly be analogized to relate back to the kinds of sensitive places where guns have been historically prohibited. On the question of who can carry where and the need to self-protect, there are a great many people in the world who care very much about the need for self-protection, who feel much more secure when they have a firearm on them. That's absolutely their right. But the truth is that those firearms being carried in public places carry other attendant risks. And those risks have to be accounted for in circumstances like this, when a state like Maryland that has previously issued so few permits because the standards were so exacting, now is going to be issuing a great many more. And those risks can and under Heller and under Bruin can be mitigated by the kind of regulation that you're seeing here. And I'd also push back, frankly, on the presumption that more guns in more places make you safer as an absolute truism. If more guns made us safer, we would be the safest country in the world. That's simply not the case. The reality is that, yes, there are people who carry for protection who do so responsibly, who are not out there to commit crimes. That is absolutely their right. And I thank them for being responsible, for taking their responsibility seriously. They are, just, we've heard of examples of storage in the home, right? That's what responsible gun ownership is about. It's knowing that this is, as Senator Folden said, this is a serious responsibility that creates serious risks if not taken, if not treated with care and respect. That's why education matters. That's why secure storage matters. Those things are all, features of this bill, right? It's ensuring that the people who are getting wear and carry permits are in fact responsible and law abiding. They understand where sensitive places exist and where those guns are not to be carried, because of course they would never want to violate the law. They want to understand how to be trained to handle those guns securely, not just to shoot them effectively and accurately, but also to understand de-escalation, the law of self-defense. All these things, these are all parts of the story. The bill is not a single solution to the problem of gun violence. It's a very specific response to the new dangers created by a very dangerous Supreme Court decision that weakened Maryland's law. So I think, understanding it in that context, also, as the Vice Chairman said, saying that, saying that these places are not naming a place that is a sensitive place where guns aren't allowed also empowers that place to have its own security, to have its own rules, to ensure that people, whether they're wear and carry permit holders or anyone else, don't bring guns into those places. That's the point. The bill explicitly exempts from all of these sensitive places anyone who's a licensed security guard and providing security services for that location, in addition to any law enforcement, sheriffs, everyone else who the Vice Chair mentioned. So again, we believe it strikes a balance. It does not undermine meaningfully, any individual's right to obtain a wear and carry permit, to go through the process, to demonstrate, as you discussed. There are 10 other states, Maryland among them, who have some sort of formulation like that in their permitting law that ensures that they're balancing the interests of public safety with the rights of law-abiding citizens to carry guns in public. And that includes by assessing whether that person is dangerous, whether that person poses an immediate threat to themselves or others. That's a feature of Maryland's law that predates Bruin, that remains now. And this law, in fact, and this bill, in fact, is focused on really giving contour to that inquiry to make sure that the inquiry is consistent across the state, that it's fair, that it's clearly communicated, and that the system is being used to good effect, to identify that small minority of folks who would pose a danger to themselves or others by carrying a firearm in public. Did I get everything?
You did. So we're gonna go, Senator James and then West and then Bolden. And then we'll go, okay.
Appreciate your detailed response. A lot of it was more summary than detailed, but I understand we don't have time and we'll talk later. But in the Supreme Court case, Justice Thomas references 2 or 3, I think maybe even 4 very long law review articles, 2 of which I read. And one of them is by 3 or 4, maybe 5 scholars who said this is sort of the first exhaustive look at what the sensitive places doctrine means. And so I read it very carefully. And again, I'm not sure this bill looks like it recognizes that law review article. So here's all I'm asking is for all of you to read it if you have not, and then we can get together and talk about how you feel that this list comports with this exhaustive review and the scholarship that went behind it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm really going to follow up on the line of questioning that Senator James just pursued. I just want to make an initial comment. Mr. Levy a couple of times used the word balancing as this is an instance of trying to balance the right of someone under the Second Amendment to hold a gun and other needs of society. Having read the Bruin case, it's clear to me that Justice Thomas over and over again rejects the concept of balancing. So Senator Waldstreicher, where do you come down on the question of balancing? Do you think it's acceptable for a bill like this to balance the First and Second Amendment on the one hand and the other public interests on the other? Or do you agree with Justice Thomas that balancing is not permitted under the Second Amendment?
So this is really in the weeds, but I'm happy to, this is what we do. I'm glad you're asking the question, and that's a good one. I think we need to distinguish between the word balance as a colloquial phrase where we're talking about different interests and a constitutional balancing test, meaning the test by which the court establishes whether something is a right or not a right. there's no question that Justice Thomas, in the primary opinion, indicated that a balancing test in the traditional sense is not the appropriate test by which we measure Second Amendment regulations. What I think Sam is saying, and certainly what I am saying, is that when you work after that decision, it creates a series of collateral consequences that the state is required to mitigate and can do so legally under the provisions provided by Bruin itself. Don't forget, the Thomas decision wasn't the only decision. The Kavanaugh decision and the Chief Justice's decision was a concurring decision, but because their votes were required for the majority opinion, the concurring decision itself is law. And if you look at the concurring decision, both justices, who coincidentally are both constituents of mine, make very clear that that sensitive places has a long-standing historical precedent in our society, and that those sensitive places are places where firearms can be disallowed. And so I'll let Sam speak for himself, but there's no question the balancing test as a traditional constitutional measure is out. But states reacting to the Bruin decision in a way that is consistent with it and follows the exact roadmap that it provides, especially by Justice Kavanaugh, is appropriate and, in my view, necessary.
Okay, let me go on and ask a series of questions about the constitutionality of various provisions of this bill. Let me start with an overarching question. In 1791, when the Second Amendment was enacted, did any state or county or municipality require someone to apply to the government for a permit in order to carry a gun?
So, Senator West, if it's okay with you, as Mr. Levy indicated, he has a list compiled by Duke University of historical analogs. So I have some in my file here, but he has the more complete list. So if it's okay with you, I'd like to defer to Mr. Levy
Sure.
to answer that question.
So, Mr. Levy, it's great that you could be with us, albeit remotely. You heard my question?
Yes, sir. So let me start from the previous one, because you're absolutely right. So after Heller, we had about 15, 20 years of jurisprudence where the courts across the country established this two-step framework, right? The centrality of the right and then the balancing of the restrictions imposed. And what we have now, undeniably, is a new test. That test is gone. Bruin made a new announcement that really centers text, history, and tradition, right? That is Judge Thomas's pronouncement. That is now the framework under which Second Amendment jurisprudence is going to be assessed. But once you get past establishing that the text covers the conduct and the history supports, there's an analogous regulation that you can point to, you then go back to what ostensibly is whether it fits in it, whether it aligns with the nature of that historical right and the burdens. Like it frankly is a bit of a same inquiry by a different name with obviously different precursor steps to get there, and it's quite broad. It's quite vague. It's still going to be many, many months and years, I think, before we understand the actual upshots of how it's going to be applied. So for whatever that's worth, that's the first question. And then to your other point, both Heller and Bruin stand for the proposition, notwithstanding all the historical precedents, which again, I'm happy to share in greater detail and with people who know more with greater specificity than I do, affirmed, as did the concurrence, from Justice Kavanaugh that you spoke about, that every other state that the court did not call a may issue state, right? States that, what the court used that term may issue, they meant states that gave power, as New York and Maryland did, to deny permits to people who didn't have a proper cause, who couldn't announce some reason beyond the mere desire to carry a firearm for self-defense to in fact get a permit and carry. Those are your may issue states. Everybody else, every shall issue state, which as I said includes about 10 states that include some assessment of dangerousness, of suitability, however it's whatever the nomenclature is, some assessment of, is this person suitable? Do they have the character? Are they unstable? Are they likely to be a danger to themselves or somebody else? That was all approved explicitly in the decision. So I don't think there's any question that those frameworks and those kind of permitting processes like Maryland's, absent the proper cause requirement, remain perfectly constitutional. And frankly, some of the work that's gone into the vice chairman's bill is to make sure that those standards are really precise, that they're enumerated with care, that they're applied fairly, that they're communicated out with precision and in writing to applicants. So the system itself is transparent and fair, and those decisions are made and are well understood by everybody involved.
Well, my reading of the Bruin case was that it focused solely on the good cause requirement that Maryland had and a handful of other states had. I didn't read the Bruin decision as saying that any restriction placed on gun ownership or gun carrying in the right to carry states was approved as being constitutional. Is there something in the Bruin case that you can point to where they specifically say that all those other states have constitutional requirements in order to carry a gun?
Yeah, I would direct you to Justice Kavanaugh's concurrence, which was joined by the chief judge, without which they wouldn't have a majority for the decision, which says quite explicitly, and that's probably why they wrote separately, that this decision is not meant to cast doubt on the constitutionality of these other shall issues, what they call the shall issue states. And that includes states, like I said, that have features like Maryland's that include an assessment of whether the applicant is dangerous.
Okay, so that probably is going to be your answer to, or the senator's answer to most of my questions. So let me start going through them and see what happens. In section, gee whiz, 4-203B 3, it says the carrying of a handgun on the person or in a vehicle while the person is transporting the handgun to or from the place of legal purchase, etc., is okay if each handgun is unloaded and carried in an enclosed case or an enclosed holster. Are you aware of any state, county, or municipality that had a law to that effect in 1791? Well, probably Mr. Levy.
And again, I think I don't want to stand in as historian here. I have colleagues, and I'm happy to discuss with you the list. We have resources available online that actually lay out what we believe to be the historical analogs of how weapons were kept and maintained and transported at the passage of the Second Amendment and at the adoption of the 14th. So again, our belief is that under any reasonable interpretation of the Second Amendment, all of these restrictions will withstand constitutional scrutiny.
So your position is that all the restrictions in this bill were current in 1791, and therefore.
I'm sorry, Senator.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, my position is that they're sufficiently analogous to regulations that were present and common at the passage of the amendment and the adoption of the 14th Amendment, such that they'll withstand the text, history, and tradition and analysis required by the Bruin decision.
All right.
They don't need, and again, I'll point you to the decision where they make quite clear that historical twins are not a requirement, right? It doesn't have to be verbatim. It doesn't have to be letter for letter. It has to be sufficiently analogous, which again, is not a great, go ahead.
You're arguing that the language in the bill is analogous to laws that were in effect in 1791. So let's go back to the question I had before. Transporting a handgun, if the hand is permissible, if the handgun is unloaded and carried in an enclosed case or an enclosed holster. What law, which was current in 1791, is that analogous to?
Again, I'm happy to prepare some more detailed examples for all the features and bring it back to you, Senator. I don't have them at my fingertips in this moment.
Okay, well, most of my questions then are probably going to be unanswerable because I want to have a line of questioning which asks, on what basis do you contend that this provision is constitutional? And if your response is going to be, well, it's analogous to something which was in effect in 1791, but I don't know what that was, and I'll have to get back to you later. I'm afraid my line of questioning is going to be relatively useless.
Well, my apologies. I'm not the historian you need before you, but I'm happy to introduce you and have those conversations, Senator.
Are you in a position to provide this committee with a memorandum which points out how each of these provisions is analogous to something which was in effect in 1791?
I'd be happy to work on that, sir. Absolutely.
Okay. Hopefully before we reach the voting session.
Well, it depends when that is, but I'll do my level best, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Senator Folden. Senator Folden, then we'll go to Senator McKay. But as Sam alluded to, and Duke University has they've compiled an analog. We should, obviously this is a predictable line of questioning. The second question is, what is analogous enough? So, which we're still figuring out. All right. So go ahead, Senator Folden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Waldstreicher, please. And I'll have some for you as well, Mr. Levy. So when I'm reading through this, there was First, I wanted to point out that Mr. Levy, you said it and inaccurately that this bill does not affect private property owners, being on private property. It just allowed them to, I believe, I forget the exact term you stated, but that it allowed them to not allow it, I guess. But in actuality, this bill specifically states to the fact with a penalty that it would be presumed that all private property would be deemed a area that you could not carry. Is that correct?
No, it just makes clear that the wear and carry permit itself doesn't grant you blanket permission to carry on someone else's private property unless you have that person's permission. Only if you do so without their permission and enter and remain when they say, please, I don't want you here with your gun, would you be subject to a penalty.
Well, by this law, if you merely take the gun that you're legally allowed to carry on that property, you could be arrested and charged, even if they don't say it, because it would be presumed that it is a prohibited area to carry. Correct?
Well, yeah, you're you're a law enforcement officer more than I ever was, so you know the practicalities of how this will play out, right? If someone, again, these are private homes, private businesses. It's not a place where you stumble
I
upon.
understand.
Right.
I just
So,
wanted
like,
to point out, because you had commented earlier that this doesn't allow necessarily, this doesn't mean that you can't carry there. It just gave like a mode, a conveyance to have a penalty, but it actually is a penalty codifying. What we're trying to do is codified in law that there's a penalty, that the presumption is that you're not allowed to have it there.
Right, but to be clear about it, it's not a way to say you can't carry there. It's a way to say you have to ask, right? It just says you can't presume that you have a right to carry on somebody else's
Correct.
private property without their permission. That's the point.
Correct. So, and the private property part of this isn't limited to a homeowner's private property, because, and I'll move back to Senator Waldstreicher, a private property. So there's many facets of private property. So for example, in the motor vehicle law, there's rules for enforceability on private property that is used by the public in general, is the exact wording from the law. And those are places like a Walmart parking lot, a Sheetz, these places that are at corner stores, so you can't drive across private property for the purposes of avoiding a traffic control device because you don't want to wait at a red light. If you drive across that private property, even though it's a Wawa or a Sheetz or a McDonald's, you're in violation of this law as written, correct?
So private property owners, including in parking lots, would have the ability to disallow firearms on their private property. And in states where
They have that right now though, Senator. What I'm saying is this bill, by the verbiage that is provided, doesn't give them the right to not allow it. It makes it a crime if you do it.
I believe it codifies the right that exists under current law. And as Mr. Levy indicates, has
Yeah,
existed
it's a crime.
for centuries about the control over your own private property.
Your bill says it's a crime because this private property isn't what you and I are discussing. If you and I are having a picnic and I come to your house, which I probably am not going to be invited anytime soon, but in fairness, and you say, hey, I know you carry a gun. I don't want you to come to my home with your gun. I don't want my kids around it. I'd prefer you not do that. That's you making the request and me abiding by that. By this law, you don't have to make such a statement. If I show up there and you see a bulge under my shirt because I have concealed carry, you're like, hey, I don't want that here. Or you don't even let me know and you just call the police. I've committed a crime.
On private property, you have to get permission, correct?
But it's not just your private property. It would be if I go through Wawa. Does that mean if I go through the drive-through at McDonald's that I've got to call them up and be like, hey, I'd like to pick up my mobile order. You all allow me to have a gun in my glove box because I'm within 100 feet of this building?
So this is not unfamiliar to commercial establishments. Places like you're talking about, Wawa, McDonald's, drive-thrus are dealing with this throughout the country. And many, if not most, are choosing as private property owners to disallow firearms on their private property.
So the answer is it would be a violation of law to have my gun in a glove box in the drive-through at McDonald's to pick up my mobile order.
If you did so knowingly, correct?
Okay, fair enough. And then in your draft, your craft of this bill, MSP provided their letter of information, and it talks about that in current law under COMAR, there is that we're not allowed to have, sorry, I'm gonna go up a little bit, within 1,000 feet of a demonstration in a public place. That's the current law. But in yours, you've crafted it to say that it's within 100 feet of a place where a public gathering. So I'm just gonna, like, I would personally, the current law is perfectly fine. I don't know how familiar you are with guns and the ownership, if we're worried about, guns being out there or lobbing rounds, but you can certainly lob with a little more accuracy and effect at 100 feet than you can 1,000 feet, especially with a pistol. So I just point that out for your own
Thank you, sir.
knowledge. And then also in the MSP position statement, it also references that, well, actually, I'll come right back to that. Do we have a problem with polling places being hijacked? Because this wasn't before in place and now you are adding it. Is this something that we have had a problem with people showing up, doing intimidation, having people vote a certain way by putting their hand on their gun or something?
So we have, no question, we have seen in other parts of the country, people armed.
Okay,
And we know that many of our local governments currently prohibit guns at polling places. And this chamber last term passed a bill to that effect.
okay, great. And then back to the MSP position statement, Senator.
Yep.
It says that on their statement, this is the state police's position statement. It says that Senate Bill 1 expands the list of restricted areas to almost everywhere but the firearm owner's residence. You're telling me that that's just not the case, but by MSP's own non-positional information statement, they're giving the direction as the law enforcement, body, the senior law enforcement body in the state. They're saying that basically if you leave your property, you're going to be in trouble. You could be in trouble.
So their letter, which I appreciate, and of course I work, on a daily basis here with the state police as you do on legislation. Their letter is written to the original draft of the bill, which was
Okay.
broader and included places of public.
And we got the
accommodation.
new update about 8 o'clock last night.
That's right.
Okay.
Can I just draw your attention to one thing? Because I want to clarify my earlier answer about easements and public property. So if you look at the page labeled bill page 2 of 3, which is actually the 5th page in my package,
This is the under the original crafting or the
the interlineated copy. So
Okay.
just to provide a little clarity. It says that this section does not apply to the wearing, carrying, or transporting of a firearm on a portion of real estate subject to an easement, a right of way, a servitude, or any other interest that allows public access on or through the real property.
So by what you're saying is that I can carry my gun or we can carry our guns through the drive-through?
Well, I don't know how a drive-through is specifically defined at law, but clearly if it is defined as public access through real property, then that would be.
So if they
appropriate.
violate the law by driving across property to avoid a traffic control device, we're good. But if we drive through the property for the purposes of actually patronizing the facility and we get stopped, we're in violation.
Well, again, I can't do every hypothetical here with.
Correct. I
Senator.
appreciate that. Thank you,
Thank you.
Senator. And then my last question is, and this is the troubling part. And it seems to be your staple of why you're bringing this measure forward. And you said that Hopkins research and data says that more guns, you said that more guns in the stream of commerce equals what, Senator?
More guns lost, more guns stolen, more guns used for suicide, more guns ending up in the hands of criminals on our street.
Exactly. So the real purpose of this bill is to restrict the issuance of guns because you can't do it through the good and substantial reasoning anymore. But by your very answer just a second ago, you have shown that it is a means to restrict a person's right to own a firearm, or if they do get it, it basically suffocates them and mandates that they carry it only on their own property as best you can through this law.
Yeah, I obviously do not agree with that summary of centerfolding.
Okay, well, I think your answer made it pretty clearly that more guns in the stream of commerce. So your effort is to reduce those number of guns in the stream of commerce or being in exposed areas. So you can't control it now by the concealed carry permits, which we had before. And now it's just another way to try to suffocate legal gun ownership when we're still having a horrible, out of control of illegal gun ownership with young men and women dying every day, but we're not addressing the real issue. We're trying to suffocate legal gun ownership, and that's wrong, Senator. So I appreciate you bringing it forward, and thank you for your dialogue.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator, I'm sorry, pop up again. Sorry about that.
After this, we're calling no moss on this panel. All right, we're gonna go to the next. I'm kidding. Go ahead,
So,
Senator McKay. Go ahead.
On your revised, on page 2,
Yep.
where it talks about the section does not prohibit, go down to line 4 within that section. And the wearing and carrying and transporting by a person with a handgun used in connection, organized military activity, target shooting. We're going to highlight that one. Formal, informal target practice, shooting events, highlight that one. Hunting and DNR responses and blah, 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 blah. So in my neck of the woods and lots of different places in the state of Maryland, we have hunting deer season every year. So if you're in Southern Maryland and you want to go hunting, deer hunting in Western Maryland, it's about a 5.5, 6 hour, depending on where you're at to get to there. So I'm hunting, I have my handgun, I have my rifle. So how does your legislation, do I have to go home back to Southern Maryland? I can't stay at a hotel, I can't stay at a motel because I've gone for a week of hunting.
So section 4203 on page 2 that you reference is current law.
Right.
The reason it's underlined is because it was added back in to indicate, to provide context to the later portions.
Well, I was just bringing up the shooting events and the hunting.
Sure.
Because my question really is, where does your bill protect people who are transporting, going to that and staying in that area for a particular amount of time? Are they prohibited from staying in a hotel or motel, or do they have to come on all the way back to their actual place that they call home?
Understood. Hotels and motels are not listed as sensitive places.
Okay, but the private property, correct? I mean, it's that innkeeper.
That innkeeper would have the option to allow or disallow firearms on his property or her property as he or she sees fit under the bill.
Right, but isn't that current law right now?
It is, as I indicated, just as I.
So then what is the purpose of this other than to really thoroughly confuse people? And goes back to my line of questions before. I get it. I understand the fears. But once again, it seems to me that this legislation is more about the stick than the education of proper firearm education, understanding it as an instrument that needs to be respected. And anyhow, thank you, sir.
My pleasure.
No, Senator McKay, are you done? You want to keep going?
Thank you, sir. No.
All right. I know this is painful, but this is really important, and I really respect and appreciate the dialogue between the senators. So it's really important. I know it's tough, but this is why this committee is special. So thank you for your questions. Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, we'll go to the second sponsor panel. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Vice Chair. All right, we'll now go to Maria Matalia. Sorry if I didn't get the last name right. Jan McNamara, Celeste Iroa, and Peter Benjamin. Thank you all for your patience and hanging in there with us. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairman Smith, Vice Chair Stryker, and members of the committee. My name is Maria Matiella, and I am resident of District 30B, Davidsonville, Maryland. I am a volunteer of the Anne Arundel local group of the Maryland chapter of Moms Demand Action. I am a retired federal civil servant, a veteran's spouse, mother of 2 children, and grandmother of 2 grandchildren. I am here in support of Senate Bill 1. I ask for a favorable report. I'll never forget the day that my boss called me at home and told me one of my employees was carrying a gun to the workplace, concealed in her purse. This employee was 60 years old, a professional woman. Other employees had seen a gun in her purse and they were scared. I became scared myself. Why would one of my employees bring a gun to work into a federal building? My boss, a lieutenant colonel, told me to tell her to stop bringing a gun to work. I talked to her and she was very offended. She saw herself as a good guy. Nonetheless, I told her to stop bringing a gun to work, or the next step would be to escort her out of the workplace. I told her that people were scared of her. Why would she want that? Who was she afraid of in a federal building? That gun in her purse was causing fear for her coworkers and putting us all at greater risk of an argument escalating into gun violence, of guns being left unsecured and used to do harm, of the gun going off unintentionally and harming her or someone else. Bottom line, employees should not have to live in fear of the presence of guns in their workplace. Employees should
Thank you
feel
very
that
much.
workplaces,
Ma'am.
just like
Ma'am,
public sensitive spaces, where
Ma'am.
the presence of a gun makes
Ma'am.
everyone less safe,
Ma'am,
like schools, restaurants, and bars that serve
Ma'am.
alcohol and polling places are free
Excuse
of
me, ma'am.
guns. Armed
ma'am.
intimidation and the risk of gun violence.
Excuse me, ma'am. Your time has concluded. Could you?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I support SB 1. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Smith, Vice Chair Wallstreicher, and members of this committee. My name is Jan Donahoe McNamara. I'm a resident of Bethesda in District 16. I'm also a volunteer in the Montgomery County local group of Maryland's chapter of Moms Demand Action. And I am here in support of SB 1 and ask for a favorable report. As you and others on this committee are aware, my brother-in-law, John McNamara, was murdered during the 2018 mass shooting that took place at the offices of the Capital Gazette newspaper, which was located only 4 miles from where we are all sitting right now. During the many hours between when the attack on the Gazette was first reported in the media and when John's death was officially confirmed, my husband was keeping vigil with their mother. This meant it fell to me to tell our daughters, who were then 9 and 11 years old at the time, that their uncle had been killed because he'd gone to work that day. I don't want any other parent to have that conversation with their children, and yet many have. Our family is just one of the many behind the headlines that have become all too common. Today, my children are 14 and 16 years old. Like all of their peers, they have spent their entire school-age years in the post-Sandy Hook, post-Parkland world of active shooter drills, ads for bulletproof vests, and proposals to arm teachers. My father was a combat veteran and a lifelong hunter who taught me to shoot when I was 6 years old. He consistently emphasized the importance of proper training and following guidelines that recognize the responsibility that is inherent with carrying a firearm. Working together as Marylanders, we can do much to make our communities safer. This bill is part of meeting that goal. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Good afternoon, Chairman Smith, Vice Chair Walt Stryker, and members of the committee. My name is Celeste Iroha. I live in Silver Spring in District 14. I'm a Students Demand Action Leader in Maryland. I am a survivor of gun violence and a college student. I am here in support of SB 1, and I ask for a favorable report. Sorry. When I was 12 years old, I lost my cousin, who I looked up to like an older brother, to gun violence in Washington, D.C. And I never imagined gun violence could impact my family. Over the years, I would continue to lose more of my loved ones to gun violence, such as a close high school friend during his birthday weekend, and a close friend who came to this country for work, who was shot and killed on the job with his client in DC. I was in a very abusive relationship, which scarred me physically and emotionally. I was able to leave safely, but I was threatened with a firearm to my back to stop sharing the abuse I endured. Finally, my favorite uncle, who was in the news as a DoorDash driver in Mitchellville, Maryland, was shot and killed in the summer of 2020, just in a so-called failed robbery attempt. He was a father of 4 and a husband to my aunt of 19 years. All my loved ones should still be here. How many more should die by gun violence? The Supreme Court's dangerous decision in Bruin has weakened Maryland's law and will lead to more guns in more places and increased risk of gun violence. I urge you to support SB 1, which could update and strengthen our state's concealed carry, permitting the law and helping guns keep out of places that they don't belong, and to advance and support the range of policies and community-focused programs necessary to combat the epidemic of gun violence. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, I am Peter Benjamin. I live in Garrett Park, Maryland, in District 18. And I'm a member of, excuse me, and I'm a member of Maryland Youth to Prevent Gun Violence. I'm here to testify in favor of Senate Bill 1. I am going to omit any comments that I used to have in my testimony about the provisions in detail of Senate Bill 1, given the very interesting and educational discussion that I just heard here. What I do want to say, though, is as a private property owner, I do value the right to tell somebody whether they should or should not have a gun on my property. And I appreciate also that the null or the default condition in my mind should be that unless I give permission, the answer is no. I recommend that the committee refer this bill with a favorable report.
All right, thank you all very much. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, I'll just say thank you all for being here and for sharing your personal experiences. It means a lot. Thank you. Okay, so what we're going to do is, as we proceed, so this is the end of the sponsor panel, and now we're going to go to some of the opponents of the bill, and we'll hear from a panel there. Then we'll switch back and forth, proponent, opponent. So next up, we have is Mark Pennick here, John Jocelyn, John Lott, and Frank Boston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. In full disclosure, I'm Mark Pennick. I'm the president of Maryland Show Issue. I'm also the counsel of record in the suit pending against Montgomery County involving many of these same issues arising under New York State Rifle and Pistol Association versus Bruin. We had oral argument on a TRO PI motion yesterday in federal district court in Greenbelt. And we expect a decision soon in that litigation, and it may well answer some of the same questions presented by the revised bill, which I got this morning and had a quick chance to review. So let's address the one major flaw of the bill as revised, and that is the presumptive ban on possession by a permit holder, no less, on private property. 4 federal district courts, 2 in New Jersey, 2 in New York, have held that that presumptive ban is unconstitutional under Buren. 4, and they're listed in my written testimony. They are Coons, Siegel in New Jersey, and Antioch and Christian in New York. No federal district court has sustained such a ban, presumptive ban on private property. So let's turn to the other provision in the bill I really want to call your attention to, and that is the presumptive ban on any property controlled by a state or local governmental entity. That would include that state force in this state. All state forests, thousands and thousands of acres in which hunting is otherwise often permitted by the Department of Natural Resources. Does anybody bother to check with the DNR whether this will affect their ability to sell licenses and permit hunting on state forest lands? I doubt it, because that sweep is enormous because of the scope of publicly owned property in this state. So as to the particular areas, conveyances, public conveyances, that's purely unconstitutional because there's no historical analog. Now, I see my time has expired, but there are many other examples which there are no historical analogs. So I would urge you to reject this, but simply it's going to fail when I sue. I'm sorry.
You say that every year, and unfortunately, you've been right a couple of times. But right, has the Fourth Circuit on the presumption for private property? Has the Fourth Circuit heard this yet?
No, it has not. Okay. Presumption is new in New York and New Jersey.
Got it.
If this bill passes, we'll go to the Fourth Circuit here. The Fourth Circuit has heard of the decision in Bianchi, which has been argued in December. That's the assault weapons ban. That's 2013. We have the HQL ban, now legislation being heard in mid-March. That's MSI suit.
Down in Richmond?
Yes.
Yeah.
And so we'll be there on that.
When are they coming down with the opinion? Do you know what?
I wish I did. I would love to know that. They won't tell us.
All right. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senators. My name is John Lott. I appreciate Senator Mackey for inviting me. I'm president of the Crime Prevention Research Center. I've been chief economist for the U.S. Sentencing Commission, senior advisor for research and statistics in the U.S. Department of Justice, and I've had research and teaching positions at Yale, Stanford, the Wharton Business School, and the University of Chicago. Gun-free zones are a magnet for criminals and mass public shooters. The people who obey these laws are law-abiding citizens. Criminals explicitly pick those areas where for those attacks to take advantage of the fact that their victims will be disarmed. You can go through many diaries or manifestos for mass murderers. For example, the Buffalo mass murderer last year wrote about areas where concealed carry is outlawed or prohibited are good areas for attacks. The problem with gun-free zones isn't just that they disarm people in those areas, but they disarm them coming back and forth between those areas. If a woman's being stalked or threatened, it's not just that she doesn't have a gun in that place, but she's unable to defend herself any other place when she's going to or from that. 94% of the mass public shootings occur in these gun-free zones. There's been a lot of talk about the increase in the number of permits in Maryland. Maryland is about 1.8% of the adult population has a permit right now. In Pennsylvania, it's 15%. In Virginia and West Virginia, it's over 10%. Even Delaware is more than twice the rate of permit holders that you have here per capita than in Maryland. And the thing is, you can go and look at the experience. None of those states have the types of gun-free zones that are being talked about being imposed here. None of them have had legislative hearings, let alone votes on trying to rescind those those areas where people are allowed to carry, because there's been no problems. You can look at the rest of the country. What's happened over time is that states, when they initially passed right to carry laws, may have had many, or at least a number of gun-free zones, but they've gotten rid of them over time. And there've been the same predictions being made here now about the problems, and they haven't occurred. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the committee, John Jocelyn. I haven't had a chance to analyze the new language because I received it so late. It is, however, a mashup. It's an example of what happens when something's hastily put together. For example, 412B8 permits you to transport a firearm unloaded and cased on public transportation. However, under the transportation article, 7-705B6, it's prohibited. There is a stipulation that you be interviewed by the Maryland State Police or representative thereof, based upon the number of permits in 2022, and allowing 5 minutes for every interview that would consume 8,426 man hours. The fiscal note is going to be enormous. The bill stipulates that we as instructors will now have to teach the laws on self-defense and the laws on duty to retreat. They don't exist. We have case law only. There is no Maryland statute that addresses either self-defense or the duty to retreat. Self-defense is under Guerrero versus state, and the duty to retreat is under Red Cross versus Maryland. Essentially what it said is you have a right to use deadly force in self-defense of yourself or another when they are threatened with a violent attack that could result in serious injury or death. Red Cross stipulates that you should retreat when it's possible, and there are many scenarios when it would not be possible. Quite frankly, no way in the world I'm going to retreat from an 18-year-old. I can't run that fast anymore. Could be in a situation where just the terrain made it impossible for you to retreat. There are many times that you cannot, and you don't have the time to try and educate them and de-escalate, but it's all going to be over in a matter of seconds. Whether you survive will depend on what you do or fail to do in that moment. We believe this bill is unnecessary, we believe it's punitive, and we believe it simply is an attempt to defuse what Bruin has done, which we told you years ago, good and substantial, is unconstitutional. We told you the truth then. Bruin made it true. Thank you very much.
Excellent. All right, Senator West, before we take your question, is County Executive Hornberger still here? Want to make sure we get her. Yes, coming up, please. Yes. And then we'll go to questions.
Good afternoon, Chairman Smith, Vice Chairman Waldstreicher, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. For the record, Danielle Hornberger, Cecil County Executive. I'm here to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 1 on behalf of the citizens of Cecil County, many of whom are lawful, responsible gun owners. This legislation represents a clear violation of the Second Amendment to the United States Constitution, which protects not only the right of law-abiding citizens to keep and bear arms, but also their right to use them for the purpose of self-defense if and when necessary. SB 1 impairs this constitutional right by imposing an express permission requirement on a lawful gun owner's ability to wear, carry, or transport a firearm in certain situations in the state of Maryland. Restrictions that could mean the difference between life or death in any number of self-defense scenarios or situations where a lawful gun owner might otherwise come to the rescue of another, be it a loved one or an innocent bystander. It's important to remember that our rights, especially those enumerated in the Bill of Rights, are legal entitlements, not loose protections requiring express permission as some sort of prerequisite. Do we as citizens need to get permission of others to exercise our right to vote, or to attend the house of worship of our choice, or to exercise free speech? The constitutional right to keep and bear arms and fundamental right to self-defense is just that, a right. And what's more, it's a right that according to the letter of the law shall not be infringed. I would also contend that SB 1 is problematic from the standpoint of its construction, Notwithstanding my concerns about its constitutionality or lack thereof, this legislation is entirely too vague. It sets forth no process or standards whatsoever for securing the type of express permission the bill requires. Must the permission be in writing? Can it be granted verbally? Can it be rescinded by the property owner or the proprietor of a public accommodation? If so, what then are the implications in real time? I have serious concerns about how such a statute could be seriously, fairly, or consistently enforced. The General Assembly should be keenly aware of what happens when it passes laws that do, in fact, infringe upon our Second Amendment rights. Just this past summer, in a 6-3 decision, the United States Supreme Court effectively struck down SB 281, gun control legislation passed by this body in 2013. In its ruling in New York State Rifle and Pistol Association versus Bruin, as we have referred to, the High Court affirmed that the Second and 14th Amendment protect an individual's right to carry a handgun for self-defense outside the home. Thus, SB 1, just like SB 281, goes too far in its draconian restrictions related to the wearing, carrying, and transportation of firearms by law-abiding citizens, such as myself. Like SB 281, SB 1 will surely be struck down if it passes. For all of these reasons, I strongly oppose this legislation and urge the committee for an unfavorable report. Thank you again, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thanks. We have, is Mr. Boston, did you want to testify on this? SB 1, you had you as a first panel, and then County Executive Hornberger, if you want to stay up here for questions, I think. Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thanks for calling me back up. I'm Frank Boston III. I'm here actually on behalf of two different clients, the NRA and the Maryland Licensed Firearms Dealers. And as originally drafted, we oppose this bill. For a lot of the reasons that have been already articulated or about to be articulated. Our main concern is the constitutionality of the bill. Speaking just straight from the heart and on behalf of my clients, we believe that the Supreme Court's constitutionality and their ruling should stand. We look forward to working with the committee, but the constitutional right and the Second Amendment and the right to be able to carry a gun or firearms is tantamount to our opposition, and that's why we oppose this bill.
All right, so we're from Senator West and Senator McKay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I suspect all of you, except perhaps Mr. Boston, were here earlier in the afternoon when I asked questions of the proponents of this bill. To me, whether or not individual provisions of the bill are good or not, that's of secondary importance. The overriding first question is, are they constitutional? And so I asked questions about whether there were historical precedents for the restrictions provided in the bill, or at least analogs to those restrictions. And as I think you heard, the proponents today weren't able to offer any evidence for the fact that there were historical restrictions or analogs. So let me go down a few of these and ask you whether, in your experience, in your study of the Second Amendment, you are aware of any historical precedents that existed on or about 1791 or secondarily in the 1860s, which were identical to these provisions or at least analogous to these provisions. The first is the fact that the bill prohibits the wearing, carrying, or transporting of a handgun in compliance with any limitations imposed under Section 5307 of the Public Safety Article. Gives unilateral discretion to the Secretary to impose limitations which Second Amendment followers would have to comply with. Was any such provision in the law in 1791 or in the 1860s, to your knowledge?
It's no, there wasn't. And indeed, the state police have exercised that discretion for existing permits, even pre-Bruin, to provide that the permit is not valid where firearms are prohibited by law. That's a quote. It appears on the back of every single permit. That means for every single sensitive area that you identify in this legislation, you would be violating not only that particular provision, you're also violating 4-203A of the criminal law article, which imposes a sentence of 3 years, and that's true under this revised bill as well. So, and that's a lifetime disqualifier. So for every prohibited gun-free zone you're creating a criminal violation of substantial proportions for every gun owner.
All right, let me go to the
And
next one.
when the witnesses answer, just if they could come to the podium, just so both sides can get
Yeah.
them. Thanks.
Please go to the podium because that you're caught on camera at the podium and you're not if you're sitting at the table. I don't want to direct all the questions just to one witness, but if you can answer the questions, then go ahead. So second question on section.
I just.
Yeah.
It's not just in terms of the historical one. Even recently, the only states that have anything even similar now to what's being proposed here are New York and New Jersey. You can look at the 43 right to carry states, or even what Maryland previously had, or the other may issue states. This type of prohibition, these types of banning guns in large areas where people are able to go and carry under any right to carry or may issue laws is something that's entirely new, even by recent standards.
Thank you. In several locations, the bill prohibits the transporting of a handgun unless the handgun is unloaded and carried in an enclosed case or an enclosed holster. Was any law along those lines on the books in either 1791 or in the 1860s?
So let me respond to that by pointing out that in footnote 9, the Supreme Court in Buren said that there is a general right to carry in public. That means everywhere outside the home, but that states have the right to condition that by requiring a carry permit. And so presumptively, this state may, as it already has, require handguns to be carried only with a permit in public areas. Now, this state by 4-203, and that's the part that you're referring to here, has conditioned that, and then there's an exception in 4-203 for carrying with a permit. So the state's carry permit is certainly constitutional under Buren. So the question is how much further can you restrict carry permit holders in carrying outside the home with these conditional restrictions on sensitive areas? So at that point, you're talking about a very small subset of people who have carry permits who are now going to be further restricted through these enactment of these multiple and far encompassing gun-free zones that this legislation would create. So you have to distinguish between the rights of carry permit holders, which have a privileged status under Buren, and non-carry permit holders, which are subject to the provisions that you just outlined.
Okay, thank you. Let me move on. The bill later says a person may not knowingly wear, carry, or transport a firearm onto the real property of another unless the other has given express permission either to the person or to the public generally to wear, carry, or transport a firearm onto the real property. So was a similar law in effect in any state, county, or municipality in 1791?
Oh, no, because we have 4 district courts have now said that that's flatly unconstitutional. Because the tradition back in 1791 or even 1868, when the 14th Amendment was adopted, permitted general public carry without regard to the prior permission of the owner. Now, I want to correct something. There's a misunderstanding. Every private property owner has the right to exclude individuals from his property. And if the failure to comply with that request is a trespass in Maryland and all 50 states. So if the person who doesn't want to leave with a firearm says you have to leave, he can call the police and forcibly remove that person and be charged with trespass. So it's not a matter of protection of private property rights. It's a matter of the presumption of public carry, and there's a general right to public carry identified in Bruin, that this basically that provision you just identified destroys the public right to carry.
All right, let me go to the next question. So as drafted, the second version of this bill, the one we have before us today, says, I'm reading the entire provision now. A person may not wear, carry, or transport a firearm on or within 5, a location owned or leased by or under the control of the state or a political subdivision of the state, including 9, a rest area within the right of way of an interstate highway. This was discussed earlier. Was there any law in effect back in 1791 or in the 1860s, which was to the same import?
And that would be true today. No, the answer is quickly no. Most states permit holders at least to carry on rest areas when they're traveling through the state. So Maryland's current law doesn't actually ban, and this was pointed out early, possession of a firearm, which this bill would do in those rest areas. It actually says you can keep the gun in your car and you can go use the facilities at the rest area. And in the current law, actually, if you look at the citation, bans the discharge or display, but not necessarily the concealed carry in a rest area. So this very much goes beyond the norm, indeed goes well beyond the norm of existing Maryland law. So the idea of banning travelers who have concealed carry permits who are otherwise lawfully carrying to a rest area is rather bizarre. It's certainly not supported by any historical analog.
Great. I could go on, but I won't tax the committee's patience this evening. We'll have more conversation about the various provisions of the bill. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This question is for Mr. John Lott. You could please. So you touched a little bit in your testimony, but as I was reading your written testimony, can you expand about will gun-free zones increase public safety?
Sure. First of all, you have to ask yourself who is going to obey these types of laws. You may have a 3-year penalty on somebody who's carries a gun into an area. For a law-abiding citizen, 3 years, that's a major penalty that's there. But if somebody's going to go and commit a mass public shooting and they're going to go and kill 7, 8, 9, 10 people and already going to be facing 7, 8, 9 life sentences or more, the notion of adding 3 more years onto their sentence is completely irrelevant for whether or not they're going to be doing that type of crime. What these penalties do is they make it so that only the law-abiding citizens are the ones who obey the rules, not the ones who are attempting to go and commit the crimes. And in fact, as I mentioned earlier, this actually creates a magnet because these killers, anybody who's read the diaries or manifestos for these killers know that their goal is to get media attention. And they know the more people they kill, the more media attention that they're going to be able to go and get. And so they go to a place where they know victims aren't going to be able to go and defend themselves because they know they're going to be able to go and kill more people in that area. You may have one police officer in uniform in an area to go and guard a place. They have an almost impossible job. If you have somebody who's readily identifiable as the only person with a gun and the attack occurs, who do you think they take out first? Because they know if they take out that one person first, they're going to have free reign to go after other people there. Having people with permanent concealed handguns actually makes the job of law enforcement much safer. We've at the Crime Prevention Research Center, you can go to our website, we collect lots of different cases, like instances where people with permanent concealed handguns have stopped what otherwise would have been a mass public shooting. You don't see that occurring in Maryland or California or New York, but in the other 43 states that have right to carry laws, where you have over 10% of the adult population with a permit, I have 31 cases since beginning of 2020, where what police say otherwise would have been a mass public shooting was stopped by a law-abiding citizen carrying a permit concealed handgun. They rarely get national news attention.
Thank you, Mr. Locke. I just want to make sure we just succinctly tie it up, and then I want to make sure that Senator McKay has an opportunity to ask some additional questions.
Sure. He was asking a broad question about gun-free zones, and so.
No, I hear you. We could probably go on for all night on that, but unfortunately, we don't have all night.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead. Keep going. Yeah, go ahead.
So, in your testimony, you had talked about per capita for the carry concealed permits of Maryland, Virginia. Would you repeat that again? I need to get
Sure.
that information out. I think it's significant because Maryland is just minuscule.
Right. No, I mean, Maryland's had a big increase over the last year and people focus on the 80-some thousand increase in permits, but it's still tiny compared to any of the neighboring states that are there. Pennsylvania, 15% of the adult population has a concealed carry permit. There's actually some counties in Pennsylvania where 50% of the adult population has a concealed carry permit. Virginia and West Virginia have over 10%. And that's despite the fact that in West Virginia, it's a constitutional carry state. So you don't even need to have a permit to be able to carry. And yet, in order to have reciprocity with other states, you still have a number of people who still go get a concealed carry permit. And even Delaware, which has been a May issue state, has twice the per capita rate of permits that you have here in Maryland.
And with that, and I promise, last one, sir. Thank you. You had mentioned about West Virginia, where you didn't have to have a carry concealed.
Right.
There was some concern, as I understand, looking at the media, people were concerned that it was going to become this wild, wild west and all this. So speaking to having people who are carrying and getting in disagreements, we've heard some testimony about, oh, now we're going to have all these shootings because everybody is carrying. Has there been statistically in West Virginia an uptick in these type of?
I mean, that's true with the regard to right to carry and constitutional carry. You have 43 right to carry states, essentially. The type of concern that you're raising has been raised each and every time states have passed that type of legislation, and yet it hasn't occurred. In fact, what you can find, if you ever look at this, not one state that passed right to carry has even had a legislative hearing, let alone a vote on whether or not to move back to May issue. All of them have, once it gets passed, they get this big debate. You hear the types of concerns that are being raised here, moving to right to carry. And it's a big brouhaha. And within 6 months or a year, state newspapers around the state will have headlines saying, you know, the types of fears, exactly the types of cases that you were raising have not occurred. And in fact, many states have very detailed data on the revocation rate for permits. And what you find is that for firearms related violations, you're talking about thousands or tens of thousands of 1 percentage point where there's any type of firearms revocation. And many of them, most of them are for trivial things like people not having their permit with them when they're carrying or going into a gun-free zone. Those are classified as firearms related violations. But the rate of convictions for firearms violations for permit holders is 1/12 the rate of convictions for police for firearms related violations. And police are convicted at 1/20th the rate of the general population. And so permit holders are incredibly law abiding. I'm not going to say you're not going to have 1 or 2 examples, but you have over 22 million concealed carry permit holders in the United States. So the fact, and we've been talking about this for decades, has been occurring. Some, you know, have had states over 100 years with these types of laws. And hopefully you can have more than just a handful of cases that are there. But if you look at the percent per capita rate of problems with it, it's difficult to find almost any other group in the population that is law abiding. Somebody who's going to go out and commit a crime isn't going to go and bother to go through the process to go and get a concealed carry permit. And the notion that these people are just going to lose their temper and go and do something bad with their gun just isn't happening, or you would see convictions and you would see revocations occurring.
Well, thank you for pointing out the data and not as much as I feel for people who have been victims and the emotion of such. We're challenged here to look at data and look at facts. And
Can I-
so I thank you, sir.
Can I make one brief point
Very
following up
brief
on that?
before I get thrown out by the chairman.
Right. And that is, if my research convinces me of anything, there's 2 groups of people who benefit the most from having permanent concealed handguns. The people who are most likely victims of violent crime, that's overwhelmingly poor Blacks who live in high crime urban areas, and people who are relatively weaker physically, women and the elderly. Police are extremely important in protecting people, but the police themselves understand they virtually always arrive on the crime scene after the crime's already occurred. And having a gun, particularly for those who are the most likely victims of violent crime, is by far the safest course of action for them to take.
Well, thank you for your question, sir, and thank you for your patience, sir.
Excellent. Thank you, Senator. All right. So we have, we have Senator Sidnor and then Senator James.
Thank you. I believe this is a question best directed at Ms. Jocelyn.
Yes, sir.
With the analysis and things of how we're now supposed to look at the Second Amendment under this new Supreme Court decision, it's my understanding that we have to bring history into this, right? Into the analysis.
That is correct.
So I'd like to just read just a little bit from a Harvard Law Review article. It was a symposium essay by an Adam Winkler. And I'm going to read this and I'm going to ask you how I square and use that history in these analyses. So it says, for a significant portion of American history, gun laws bore the ugly taint of racism. The founding generation that wrote the Second Amendment had racist gun laws, including the prohibitions on the possession or carrying of firearms by Black people, whether free or enslaved. A Florida law in 1825 authorized white people to enter into the all Negro houses and lawfully seize and take away all arms, weapons, and ammunition. In Dred Scott versus Sanford, Chief Justice Roger Taney argued that the one reason Black people could not be citizens under the Constitution was that it would give persons of the Negro race the right to keep and carry arms wherever they went. After the Civil War, the Black codes enacted in the South made it a crime for a Black person to have a gun. Even facially neutral laws were used in a racially discriminatory fashion. Martin Luther King Jr. was denied a concealed carry permit even after his house was firebombed. For much of American history, gun rights did not extend to Black people, and gun control was often enacted to limit access to guns by people of color. So then the essay writes, what are the implications of this racist history of gun laws on how we understand and apply the Second Amendment? And I'd like to pose that question to you. If we're supposed to bring this history into context and the law gave people the right to actually go into people's homes and take guns away from them, how could that not be included in this Supreme Court analysis about people's Second Amendment rights?
Interesting that you bring that up. One of the things that I urge my constituents of color to do is to come down here and testify, because there is this belief that if you are a person of color, you are therefore in support of gun control. The gun control laws that you mentioned, I think, fall into the category of they were banned because at the time they realized that an unarmed man is a subject, an armed man is a citizen. And from the research that I've done, what I'm seeing as far as instruction for carry permits, the one disproportionate percentage that's popping up is among African-American females. They are taking firearms training for carry permits at a higher rate proportionate to.
No, I saw a story about that, but I want to talk about the history.
Yeah, I believe that it's a prime example that if you wish to enslave someone, you disarm them first. And it was wrong then, it's wrong now, and we are obviously in opposition to banning anyone from owning firearms on the basis of their race.
But again, my question is, how do we square this history and include it in the history of the United States?
I believe it postdates. I believe it postdates.
But we're going back to, I think earlier Senator West had talked about going back to the 1700s and talk about the 1800s. This goes back to the 1800s and even some laws in the 1900s.
But that would postdate the Second Amendment adoption.
What is that?
It would not, Mark?
1791 was the Second Amendment, 1868.
So I read a law from 1825, Florida.
It's one state law.
I remember, I guess it was in the 1960s, we had the Mulford Act in California. And again, trust me, I understand the racism behind how gun control laws were used. So but I'm trying to understand if the Supreme Court is telling us to use history, when we do these analyses, then how do you weave this into the history? I mean, it's the fabric of this nation's history of guns.
If I may, I'd like to hand off to Mark. He is the attorney and he's a much better scholar on this particular subject than I am.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Great question. So if you look at the briefs filed in the New York litigation involving New York's new law, you will find that the great state of New York is relying on those very laws, or those racist laws, to justify the gun-free zones that they have inflicted with that new legislation. It's outrageous. So when the Supreme Court says you look to 1791 to find an historical analog, I don't think any reasonable understanding of that reference would include those kind of laws in which discriminated on the basis of race, and indeed Indians and women and other minorities at the time who weren't even considered citizens. So that should be enough to put to rest that historical reliance. It hasn't been, because New York and New Jersey are still doing it. And it's nothing short of outrageous in the extreme.
Thank you.
And all of you or any of you, and you can certainly get back to me because I doubt you've brought any of this with you, but we had a briefing earlier in which a Johns Hopkins professor came and gave us a brief summary of some of the research that had gone on. You were there, and I know you weren't asked to respond to it. And I've been hearing it over and over again as a reason why we need this bill. And you might remember that in this, I'll just quickly tell you, he states that there was a 35% increase in stolen firearms due to guns being taken out of motor vehicles, like presumably when you had more concealed carry or permits. There was a 13% decrease in police being able to clear rates of violent crime, which they theorized. This was just, they used the word theorize. Perhaps the police were stretched dealing with other issues. It goes on in another paragraph to say, depending on which sentence you want to read, that there is a 9.5% increase in violent crime, or perhaps a 12.7% increase in violent crime or assault, or either violent crime or increase of assaults with guns when you expand the permit thing. And then toward the end of the article, it has 4. Now, gentlemen, I had put in some bills a long time ago in the House that actually allowed for expansion of permitting in Maryland. And at that time, I didn't have my research with me. There were a lot of studies that were completely different than this. And as a longtime lawyer, I've been in court many times when you have the battle of the experts. So, which means that you can have correlations that aren't causal. And so I would like you all, if you can, or if you can direct me to research as to whether this research is accurate, or whether there's research that contradicts this, or whether you even know off the top of your head whether there's some validity to this, because this is being used a lot, that the idea of more permitted lawful guns will overall create more violent crime, more assaults with firearms, more thefts, and so on. So do any of you have some background in that?
Yeah, well, it's the type of stuff that I work on.
Okay.
And what you'll find, if you actually look at the study that I believe that they're referencing on that, is they don't actually relate the number of stolen guns to the crime rates. And there's lots of different types of categories, even of stolen guns. And they don't break it out by type of gun that's stolen in any way, relating it to crimes that are being committed, which seems to me the most fundamental thing that you can do. I've actually gotten that data from when I've been working in the federal government. I've seen it, and there's no relationship between.
Well, we have 43 states that have shall as opposed, or shall versus may. So I would think there has been data in those 43 states or nationally about whether or not crime goes up, violent crime goes up, crimes with guns goes up in all of these states that have a lot more permitting.
Right.
So do we, and you don't have to do it right now, but I'd like to see some studies on that particular subject, regardless of what the outcome is. I just want to see beyond what this one researcher brought us.
Right. Well, I have a book, More Guns, Less Crime from the University of Chicago Press. The third edition came out in 2010. And what I do in that research, which none of the people on the other side look at, is actually how the changes in number of permits in states. So everybody else who looks at this, they'll just go and have what we call a dummy variable, which just kind of looks at the before and after averages. But there's huge differences in the states in terms of the percentage of permits that are issued. I'll give you an example. You look at Illinois and Indiana, they're right next to each other. Indiana has over 22% of the adult population with a concealed carry permit. In Illinois, it's 4%. Why the difference? In Illinois, it costs $450 to go through the process to go and get a concealed carry permit. In Indiana, it's $0 now to be able to go through the whole process to get it. And so not only do you see a lot more permits, but you also see a change in the mix of people who go and get permits. In Illinois, it's overwhelmingly wealthy white males who live in the suburbs who get concealed carry permits. In Indiana, you see a lot more poor minority zip codes that have relatively more permits being issued there. If you're going to have a reduction in crime, it's not just going to be related to the percent of the adult population with permits. It's also going to matter whether the people who are getting permits are the ones who are most likely to have crimes committed against them. If you can have a high percentage of people in safe suburbs having permits, but you're not going to see the same reduction in violent crime as you're going to see if you have the people who are the most likely victims of violent crime in urban areas, which are going to be having the permits that are there. And what you find is once you account for the differences in state laws, there's a very clear relationship between the percentage of the population with permits and the reduction that you see in violent crime rates.
And that's what your book goes over?
That's my book, More Guns, Less Crime, and there are other studies.
Okay, I'd like to get some of that. Sir,
happy
do you want to
give it to you.
respond?
Thank you, Senator James. In my written testimony, you will find a reference to a study conducted by the RAND Corporation, which is not a gun control advocacy. It's kind of a neutral scientific body that actually examines the methodology and approaches of all these studies. Right. Now, there's this, I cite the second edition, the third edition has come out. They all come out with the same basic conclusion, which is that the evidence is inconclusive about after surveying all the studies and discounting the ones that are methodologically flawed, to say it's inconclusive that there is any relationship whatsoever between more guns and more crime. That includes violent crime, that includes murders, that includes suicides, the whole 9 yards. And I recommend that you click on that link and go there and read that. No? Senator, Dr. Locke, please go ahead.
All right.
So that at least gives you an idea how one corporation has looked at that those studies. Now there's lots of disputes about methodology here.
No.
So, but what you can't dispute is that there is now a general right to carry outside the home that is protected by the Constitution. So to some extent, the studies are irrelevant to that right. You can't suppress the right in order to get fewer crimes.
I'm not
So
saying that this study has been repeated to me for 3 weeks, what this gentleman said in our committee and his report, and as if it were a fact that additional permitting will create additional crime. And I just want to know if that's, that's the universal consensus.
Dr. Webster and I go back a long ways. I think he's wrong. So we've been litigating with Dr. Webster a lot, and we've had him under deposition, so I don't need to go into that. But so he's an advocate for the other side. Let's put it that way.
Thank you.
Mr. Lott, you've published several books, and obviously you've been cited for over 30 years, or maybe longer than that, for your work here. Are you still affiliated with the University of Maryland?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Your nonprofit is
the Crime Prevention Research Center.
Got it. Is it a C3 or is it a?
Yeah, 501c3.
Okay. It's not politically affiliated though.
No, it's not. We have, our academic board has people at Harvard, University of Chicago, the Wharton Business School, University of Michigan, Emory, other places. We have people on both sides of just about any crime debate that you can think of that are on our advisory board.
For, if you could, I haven't looked at, if you could provide some of the statistics or the reports. I know that Senator James has requested it, but and then even maybe a list of your books, but also a little bit of description. I'll make sure that members of the committee have it for the
I'd be
nonprofit. Okay, thank you very much.
Happy to do that.
I
Sure.
appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing no further questions from the committee, we're now going to switch to, oh, yes, Madam Executive.
Colleague with me, can she come up and provide her testimony? Is that out of?
Sure, are you all staying for the long haul, or is this your last bill you're coming?
Well,
Yeah, okay, got it. Yes, go ahead, let's do that, and then we're gonna go to the proponents of the bill, so let's do that. What's the witness's name?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Ella Briones. I'm from Cecil County, Maryland, and I'm here to speak in opposition of Senate Bill 1. Law-abiding wear and carry permit holders are not the problem. We are not the ones committing acts of violence in our communities. It's the criminals that do not obey the laws. This bill will not curb violence. Criminals will continue to be criminals no matter what laws or bills are enacted. Once again, we have a bill before us to impose restrictions on our constitutional right to self-defense. When are we going to hold criminals more accountable for their actions or make it a felony to be in possession of a stolen firearm? I would like to close with the following statement. My constitutional rights do not end at my property line. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you very much, thank you. Seeing no questions, we're now going to switch back to the proponents of the bill. So is Eric Rubenstein still here? Excellent. John Michael or Michelle? Frank Dursey? Stuart Winokur? James McGuire? James Rain. More folks. Kyle Leister. Paul Brockman. Ellie Cowan. Ellie Cowan. All right. Karen Herron. Already did. Clinton Wilcott. All right, we've got 3. Yep, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, committee, my name is Jim Rain. I'm from Carroll County. I am a wear and carry permit holder, and I am in favor of Senate Bill 1 as it was written yesterday, but maybe not for the reasons you think. The Attorney General Brown this morning on the radio said that he has instructed the General Assembly to basically do whatever you have to do, and it's going to have to go to court anyway. And I think his exact words were, do not hesitate to pass these bills and have them go to court. So to the way it was written, and then the change, the equally analogous gutting of it, I'm in favor of you passing it so you can send it to court. That's where it's going to go anyway. And maybe then this body will get the point and leave us alone. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, my name is Eric Rubenstein. I'm a Carroll County resident, husband, father. We own 2 cats that rule our lives. for Senator James. There's currently 3 references that are needed on the wear and carry permit, but no references are being contacted, no employers are being contacted, obviously because there's a wealth of permits. I urge the committee to pass this bill as written yesterday. I urge no amendments to it. Regarding gun violence, I'm a victim of gun violence. Last 2 evenings ago, I apologize. My guns got into the liquor cabinet, got a snootful and attacked me and smashed me over the head and I bled. So gun violence is real. I again urge a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Chair Smith, Vice Chair Waldstreicher, members of the committee. I'm Clinton Wolcott, and I'm here representing the Critical Issues Forum, which is a coalition of 3 Montgomery County synagogues, including over 1,700 households. SB 1 is a necessary piece of legislation for the session of the General Assembly to deal with the Supreme Court's Bruin decision. We were very pleased with the amendments that have been proposed to the original SB 7, SB 1 that tailor the sensitive places to the requirements that the Supreme Court set out, and make them as robust as possible under the law. What I'd like to focus on most now, though, is the importance of amending the statute to include procedures to make sure that dangerous individuals aren't issued handgun carry permits. Okay, as we've explained earlier, the current law prohibits granting a permit to an individual who has exhibited a propensity for violence. However, what the state police do now is simply do a simple records check and mental health check, and then they've been granting the permits. And from seeing the testimony of the state police at the hearings recently, we know that they don't have any capacity for making these determinations about whether people are violent. They have testified that during the last year, when they had an increase of applications over 400%, and they ended up granting 98% of those applications. Part of the reason why was because they had been interviewing all the applicants and they stopped when the Bruin decision came out. We need them to be interviewing applicants. We need to be getting the information you requested, and the state really needs to be making a determination of who is safe to carry a firearm. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Just a couple of things. One is, if you're in favor of the bill, let's please sign up for in favor. If you're opposed to the bill, just sign up as opposed to the bill so we can keep everything correct. But second is, look, the vice chair is the sponsor of the bill, and he's Jewish. And on social media, I saw a couple of unfortunate and disgusting images portrayed with the Star of David with guns inside. And if that's a reference, if that's a Holocaust reference, I was personally offended, and I think that's disgusting. And so if you have that on your person and you come up here, and I think that's what that is, I just want you to know that I think that's highly inappropriate and disgusting behavior, and it will not be tolerated in this committee. It has really the level of debate and discussion when you come up here with that, it devolves to a place that I don't think anyone here in this room ever wants to see. And I just want to make sure that everyone hears that. So if you have something like that on and it is a reference, a Holocaust reference, take it off or leave. Okay. All right, we'll keep going.
Mr. Chair, I don't want to be misunderstood about.
No, I understand that wasn't a reference to you, but you don't have.
No, I don't mean that. I meant your first statement about not coming up here unless you're favorable. I'm dead serious about being.
No, I understand that.
I'm 100% favorable for that, Mr. Chairman, and I have buried people with forearm tattoos.
Is that-
So yes,
is
that's
that-
exactly what it is.
Yeah.
I've buried people.
Then you
with
need
forearm
that
tattoos.
is, listen to me,
I'm listening.
highly inappropriate and disgusting.
Okay, I respect your opinion.
I respect
Disagree with
yours
it?
too, but all right, it's time for you to go. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Questions for me, sir?
Thank you very much. All right. We're going to switch back to the proponents of the bill. Is Kyle Leister here? Paul Brockman. Did Clint Wilcox ever come up? Okay, that's right. That was Clint Wilcox. There you go. All right. Now we'll switch back. Well, actually, since that wasn't really proponents of the bill, do we have anyone waiting in the Zoom room? Favorable? As favorable? Yes, we'll get to you. Yes, sir. No. We have, no worries. We have a number of unfavorable witnesses here. So we're going to go to the, if we have any proponents that are online, we'll switch them first, and then we'll go back to the opponents of the bill. Okay. Dan Blasberg. Just can we bring them in? Excellent. All right, Dan, you're up. Welcome.
Dan Blasberg, College Park, Maryland, District 23, registered Democrat. I would like to support this bill. I would urge the committee to pass this bill as it has been currently amended by the sponsor. If for no other reason, so that we can get it over to the House and let them pass it, and then have the governor sign it so that we can go straight to court. Sooner we get this to court, sooner it'll get overturned, the sooner that we'll be done with all of these shenanigans. So for that reason, I urge a favorable report. Thank you very much.
Appreciate that one. All right. What are you gonna do? All right. Do we have another?
Thank you very much.
Is Swami, Miss Swami? What are you gonna do? All right.
Hi, can you hear me?
Can you mute Dan? Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. You're up.
Thank you very much. Chair Smith, Vice Chair Wallstreicher, and distinguished members of the Senate Judicial Proceedings Committee. My name is Ramya Swami, and I'm the State Policy Manager at the Brady Campaign to Prevent Gun Violence. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of SB 1. Maryland leaders have persisted in prioritizing the safety and well-being of the people of Maryland by enacting and implementing proactive and research-informed policy solutions that prevent gun violence, save lives, and spare entire communities from loss, trauma, and cycles of violence. In the wake of the dangerous and wrong decision in Bruin, which invalidated parts of Maryland's concealed carry permitting systems, we are urging this body to yet again prioritize public health and safety by passing SB 1. Since the release of the Bruin decision until the end of the year, it has been reported that Maryland State Police received 79,983 concealed carry permit applications, bringing the year's total of new applications to 85,266. This figure is more than a seven-fold increase compared to 12,189 applications received in all of 2021 and around 11,000 received in 2020. This is a jarring number, and absent action like that proposed in SB 1, those living in and visiting Maryland will be faced with a reality where guns are everywhere. SB 1 establishes a robust system to ensure that those who are carrying firearms in public have proper licensing, 16 hours of adequate training, and are not at risk of harming themselves or others. Further, it lays out sensitive places where firearms will not be permitted, like schools, daycares, parks, and hospitals, so that the people of Maryland do not have to worry constantly about where and by whom firearms are being carried. This is not only constitutional, but it will also create an environment where Marylanders can feel safe, and most importantly, it will save lives because we know that states with weakened concealed carry laws have increased rates of violent crime. We cannot allow that to happen in Maryland. For these reasons, I respectfully urge a favorable report on SB 1. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Ms. Swanee. Questions from the committee? All right. Seeing no questions, we're going to switch back to the opponents of the bill. Is Richard Byrd here? Well, people may be in the overflow room, so we'll give them some time to get down. Ari Plaut or Platt. There you go. Oh, there you are. Right there. Anyway, Timothy Gargana. Frank Boston already went. Walt Fear. John Height. Heydt. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. And Lindsay Freer. Excellent. Hey, come on, man. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, esteemed members of the committee, my name is Ari Plaut. I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Licensed Firearms Dealers and the NRA in opposition to SB 1. We respectfully oppose this bill for several reasons. For one, the recent Bruin decision was explicit. It states may not use blanket language to define sensitive places overly broadly to effectively ban firearms in an entrance area. For example, New York City may not designate Manhattan as a sensitive place. The wear and carry application process remains one of the most rigorous processes in the country, including 16 hours of instruction of new applicants and required demonstration of firearms competency. SB 1, although the intent is to prevent crime, we believe that the effect will not have that effect. We don't believe it will make the community safer. Statistically, individuals who complete a wear and carry permit are the most law-abiding individuals, both nationwide and in Maryland. SB 1 will put a strain on further Second Amendment litigation, as you've heard today. And in conclusion, I just respectfully oppose this bill. Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman, Vice Chair, and committee members, and Senator McKay. Good to see you again, Western Maryland. My name is Timothy Gargana. I'm the Director of Training for Hafer's Guns in Hagerstown, Maryland, and also my company, Shoot Safe LLC. These are both Maryland-based corporations, and we're located at 15,411 National Pike in Hagerstown, Maryland. We are one of the largest firearm retailers in the state of Maryland, and we are one of the largest training facilities also lying within the state of Maryland. I'm testifying today in opposition to Senate Bill 1, and I'm asking for an unfavorable review by this committee. In the period from July 5th, just after the Bruin decision of last year to current, our training division has conducted numerous Maryland handgun wear and carry permit sessions, successfully training nearly over close to 2,000 Maryland and also out-of-state residents very successfully and very safely. The one simple common goal that I can see while dealing face-to-face and looking in the face of these law-abiding citizens is the ability to protect themselves and their loved ones. Senate Bill 1 will make it impossible for these law-abiding citizens to legally carry a firearm in public for self-defense, as proposed, and it criminalizes carrying a firearm in nearly every public place and private establishment and every venue in the state of Maryland. Senate Bill 1, in our opinion, will do nothing to decrease the gun violence within Maryland. We propose then enacting mandatory sentencing guidelines on felonies committed with a firearm will have an immediate decrease in these gun-related felony convictions. I'd like to thank the committee for their time and request an unfavorable review of Senate Bill 1. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Chairman, thank you for having us. Senators, thank you for being here tonight. I want to start off by saying restricting or prohibiting a victim's ability to defend themselves has never stopped a violent attack. My name is Walt Freer, and I have the privilege of having served my fellow Marylanders as a professional gunsmith for over 25 years. Thousands of business professionals and their employees in Maryland will be greatly impacted by the legislation proposed here. Doctors, attorneys, pharmacists, dentists, jewelry store owners, gun store owners, auto mechanics, tow truck drivers, house painters, plumbers, electricians, carpenters, welders, celebrities, people from virtually every demographic that we can think of choose to carry firearms to defend themselves. It was a beautiful sunny afternoon in downtown Silver Spring. The owner of a large preschool was sitting in his convertible with his 8-year-old granddaughter. They had just finished lunch and returned to his vehicle when a man approached them from behind. He produced a knife and ordered them out of the car. My friend yelled out, "Sweetheart, hold your ears. Granddad's going to make a loud noise." He produced his handgun. The bad guy immediately dropped his knife, laid prone in the middle of the road, and surrendered. No shots were fired. Just having the ability to use deadly force is enough to stop a violent confrontation. The FBI estimates that more than 1 million times annually, someone uses lawfully owned firearm in self-defense without firing a shot. I respect that you guys would give an unfavorable ruling. And again, restricting or prohibiting the victim's ability to defend themselves has never stopped a violent attack. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Chairman and committee. My name's John Height. I'm a lifelong resident of Maryland. I'm an improvement contractor. I got kids, I got grandkids. And I kind of agree with everything. Just so you know, I oppose this bill. I kind of agree with a lot of information here. I'm not going to debate how the bill's written. I think it's very unconstitutional. I do want to say that I am an NRA training counselor. I teach firearm safety. We do a lot of concealed carry classes now. In my experience with all my students, they take it very seriously. And I'd like to note also that I don't see any evidence that law-abiding citizens, gun owners, carry permit holders cause any problems that need to have a new restriction put on us. Again, I strongly encourage you to oppose this bill. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Lindsay Freer, and I'm a 15-year-old freshman. Every time a law similar to this one is debated, I at least have to thank you for the fact that I get to visit Annapolis again. I love the city and architecture, but I don't like the aspect of politics. I'm not here because I'm very much interested in politics. I'm only here to talk about this law and another one that affects my family and doesn't exactly seem right or make sense to me. My father, who spoke today, as he said, works as a gunsmith, and I personally would like to speak to you on the purpose and effect of this law. Stating in your bill, the purpose alludes to be saving lives by preventing criminals from hurting anyone in these specified areas. But let me ask you a question that many have asked you. What happens when a lawbreaker breaks your law? Police have response time. Innocent lives are still just as much at risk. What I'm trying to get at is the fact that you view every woman and man who owns a gun, even legally, as a criminal waiting to happen. You mistake someone being proactive as being eager. I ask you to stop viewing gun owners as trigger-happy, dumb people. Gun owners are people. Yes, you can say people make mistakes, and they do, but these people want to defend themselves just as much as you want to be safe. It might be less likely that any random person would be attacked than you, an official, but for someone else, it could be far more likely. Are you going to tell the woman with a violent ex-husband that she has to ask the owner of each establishment if she can be safe and eat out with her children? Are you going to provide protection since you are taking it away? Since you have the resources to protect yourselves, are you going to place guards and security around every subway? I would love to know if I'm mistaken or if this has a greater purpose for the good of Maryland. But for now, that is my question. Thank you for listening.
Excellent. Thank you all. I want to say, I know it got a little hot earlier, but it's because we want to maintain this as a safe space for everyone to come and exchange ideas and disagree with each other. And I just want to say that for the Freers, I remember you all and I remember you. So thank you for your testimony. We don't always agree on the policy, but I love hearing you testify. You always do a remarkable job. And this is exactly the type of space we want to create so that people can come from across the state and do exactly what you just did. Amazing job. So thank you for taking the time to come down and testify. Thanks. All right. Thank you all. All right, we will now keep going. Is Alan Baral here? Come on down, sir. James Stevens. John Belizek. Andre Cooper. Michael Chase. Yes, yes, sir.
Go in order. You were first up. Go in order.
Hi, good, good afternoon, Senator Smith, Senator Waldstreicher, Chair and Vice Chair of the committee respectively, distinguished committee members. Well, Senator Smith just walked out, but wanted to thank him publicly for the comments he made a few minutes ago. I certainly appreciate that. I'm Alan Baral. I'm a resident of Potomac, Maryland, District 15 in Montgomery County. I oppose Senate Bill 1 in it. Well, I have in its current form, but that's referring to the version, I guess, prior to last night, because it significantly weakens a handgun permit holder's right to carry in public for self-defense. I am a retired and decorated U.S. Army colonel. I faithfully served as an Army intelligence officer for over 31 years. I was in special forces and special operations units in Afghanistan, other global locations. And I worked in major intelligence organizations, as well as at the White House on the National Security Council staff, and at the Pentagon on the staff of the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. I'm highly trained. I am very well vetted, extraordinarily well vetted in many regards. I'm also a law-abiding citizen. I'm an active member in the Jewish community and an active member of a Jewish synagogue in Potomac, Maryland. I serve as a volunteer auxiliary plainclothes armed security member in that synagogue at the specific request of the synagogue's rabbi and leadership. I want to point that out. I have a state of Maryland issue wear and carry permit, and I chose to obtain that wear and carry permit at the request of my synagogue's rabbi following numerous documented anti-Semitic incidents in 2019 and earlier, and I have more detail in my written testimony that I submitted. In addition to regular religious service attendees and worshipers and guests in our synagogue, we also have multiple priceless Torah scrolls. They're generally adorned with silver. These are very highly valuable items. With silver, and they frequently are taken out for both use as well as repair and moved around. In light of all this, my synagogue's rabbi did request that I serve discreetly as an armed volunteer to enhance our security. The anti-Semitism, I go into more in the written testimony. I think, unfortunately, this is well known. That has not been a very positive trend. It's been bad. There are numerous reports out there from the Anti-Defamation League, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, as well as other police agencies. And I want to point out in 2021, while I was walking home along a busy road from my synagogue following Sabbath services on a Saturday morning, the occupant of a passing car yelled something pretty nasty and vulgar at me. We never went beyond that, but it didn't exactly make me feel loved. The proposed
Mr. Burrell, I'm sorry, we're coming close on the, could you succinctly conclude, please? Sorry to rush you, but.
Yeah, I feel I should be able to defend myself, my family, synagogue members as appropriate. I think SB 1, as it was initially written, I think would prevent me from doing so. So I recommend an unfavorable report. Thank you, sir.
Good evening. Thank you, Chairman, members of the committee. My name is James Stevens. I'm here today to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 1. I bring to your attention Justice Clarence Thomas's opinion in the Bruin case. We do think that respondents err in their attempt to characterize New York's proper cause requirement as a sensitive place law, and in their view, sensitive places where the government may lawfully disarm law-abiding citizens include all places where people typically congregate and where law enforcement and other public safety professionals are presumably available. This bill, in the state police's own words, generally makes the entire state of Maryland a prohibitive, sensitive place for law-abiding wear and carry permit holders to exercise their Second Amendment rights. Thank you.
Maryland. Basically, what the Bruin decision said was Maryland and then the states like it are part of America. That, that decades and 43 states of basic statistics and history show that permit holders are many times safer with firearms and more law-abiding than even police officers. Mr. Kleck had like 12 times more. So here this committee is again trying to make criminals out of the safest, most law-abiding citizens in this state while releasing violent criminals without bail and trying to find more and more excuses to do so every single day. It's just ridiculous. You are trying to make criminals out of the law-abiding. There is no justification for this whatsoever. There is no safety, no nothing that can show that more permit holders makes us less safe. 43 states and millions of permits show that makes us safer.
How you doing? Michael Chase, and I'm not in favor for the bill. The reason why I know I'm not in favor of the bill is because I think that it targets the law-abiding citizen. So it's like you taking the rights away that we have that we can protect ourselves. So that gives the criminals more power. So how do I know this? I grew up in the hood, Southeast, left out of Southeast, came to PG County. Then I also saw crimes being taking place in the apartment complexes that I lived in. And I think that they could have been prevented if it was a law-abiding citizen, or if a person had a legal firearm, they could have protected itself and they wouldn't have been victimized. So that's why I'm not in favor of the bill, because you can't protect yourself. So if you going somewhere you can't protect yourself, normally when the police get called, crime already happened. When the police get there, they normally take the report. Hopefully they can catch the person that did it. So I'm not in favor for it because I think that it's on us to be our first responders and for us to be our own protectors. That's basically it.
All right, excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Chase. Questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you all very much. Thank you. I called Mr. Cooper, right? Andre Cooper. Andre Cooper here. Donald Chris. Willie Coleman. Mark Schneider. And Randall Morris.
Thank you for having me. My name is Mark Schneider, Vice President of the Maryland Licensed Firearms Dealers Association and Atlantic Guns. On behalf of our organization and its members, my company and our employees, and myself as a Second Amendment advocate, I oppose SB 1. What should be clear from the events following the recent pandemic, civil unrest, and the spike in violent crime across our country is the reality that individuals' right to self-preservation has never been more important. There's a reason law-abiding citizens from every socioeconomic, racial, religious, and political backgrounds are purchasing firearms and attending training. They see the limitations of our police department's response time and understand violent criminal acts can occur at a moment's notice. Responsible gun owners across the state of Maryland have qualified per the state standard and receive wear and carry permits so they can protect themselves and their family should a criminal attempt to victimize them. The premise of this bill is the recent issuances of wear and carry licenses has made the state less safe. I would like to know how many crimes have been committed by wear and carry license holders, and I presume that number is statistically insignificant.
I've had my Maryland wear and carry permit for years, well before the recent application spike we have seen since the Bruin decision. If SB 1 passed, I would no longer be able to transport, deliver, and demo firearms to police departments we do business with. I would no longer be able to conceal a defensive handgun when picking up estate collections across the region. I also would not be able to carry when making bank deposits, all of which are unreasonable restrictions, especially given the items we handle. SB 1 would prevent law-abiding citizens from exercising their Second Amendment rights. It is not only irresponsible and unconstitutional, but also dangerous, and it will put Maryland citizens in harm's way if passed. I urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
My name is Donald Chris. I'm from Conowingo, Maryland. I'm here today to oppose any restrictions on my Second Amendment rights. We are all here today because laws that were put in place by the Bruin decision. Simply, all Bruin decision did was remove the good and reasonable clause that went into effect in Maryland in 1972. I'm sure some of you carry. I'm sure you know people that have carried before Bruin. And I can tell you now, how are you going to address the hundreds of thousands of people that have carried before Bruin and explain to them that they can no longer carry? The judges, the lawyers, the person who got raped, people who can defend themselves. You are all going to make them criminals. Can anyone show me with facts from 1972 through today where well-vetted people with the permit have been such a problem, you need an unconstitutional law to impose? I propose that you cannot, will not be able to. If you want to lower crime, address the revolving door in our prisons, enforce the laws on the books, and the 5-year minimums for felons carrying a gun, something a lot of you have been opposed to. I demand that you make laws that are based on facts, not fears and feelings. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Vice Chairman, Senators. Thank you. I appreciate this opportunity. I do have a speech for you, but I'm going to try to rush this. Number one, the businesses already have the right to refuse you entry. They have a sign on the door that says no guns. I've only seen one, by the way, and it was at a gun shop. Number two, the exams that I took to get my concealed carry had a test to it, and it required me to know certain things. It has been a very long time since the news was not full of armed attacks on American citizens. Carjackings are on the rise, sometimes 2 and 3 within an hour. And the police are short-staffed. They're short-staffed. Some are offering bonuses for recruits. I am a disabled American veteran, and what that means is that my disability was caused by my service to this country and that flag. The proposed changes will remove my sense of security as I go about my everyday life, shopping, taking my grandkids out to eat. I have a right to feel safe. I deserve that right, and I want that right. I have defended this country in the jungles of Vietnam. I won't even talk about the people that wanted to kill me because of that flag, because what I think about are the mosquitoes and the snakes, all to serve my country. And I did it happily, and I will do it again. But what you are proposing here will take away my right to protect myself. And that is not American. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Coleman, for your testimony and your service. I've actually seen 2 of those signs. The other one was on a military installation. So there you go. All right.
By the way, they were attacked yesterday.
I saw that. Saw that.
Man with a gun stopped.
All right. And he rides off into the sunset. There we go. All right. All right. Mr. Morris. Is Bernard Davis here? Randall Morris, Bernard Davis, Rick Sargent, Carmen Amadori, John Robert Peel, David Cottrell, and then is Susanna Kipke still here? Sorry, all right.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, thank you for hearing my testimony today. I wrote several versions of this testimony, but I kept coming back to the same main point, and that is that SB 1 is a solution in search of a problem. The bill entitled Gun Safety Act does nothing to prevent or combat crime with guns or otherwise, nor does it enhance safety. In fact, it exposes law-abiding citizens of Maryland to a higher risk of being victimized by violent crime, and that includes all of us here, our families and our neighbors. Why? Because it targets the most vetted, most trained, least criminal element in our midst. In fact, wear and carry permit holders commit crimes at a fraction of that of commissioned police officers. Think about that. Some of those permit holders are over the 80,000 law-abiding Marylanders that have sought wear and carry permits just since the Buren case. And these are Marylanders who are engaged politically and they vote. This express permission language prohibition is probably the most problematic in this whole bill. There is simply no data to support stripping away a person's constitutional right to wear a firearm and to defend ourselves. And yet that is what this bill proposes to do by creating a situation where a lawful permit holder can't travel or shop or walk almost anywhere without creating a situation where you're going to be committing a criminal act under this bill. All of us are only one unfortunate situation away from being a potential victim of violent crime. Please don't attempt to limit the ability and constitutional right of all Marylanders to defend ourselves and our families. And please vote unfavorable on SB 1. And Mr. Vice Chair, if I'm sitting next to you in a movie theater, you and your family, you got nothing to fear from me, sir. Respectfully.
Thank you very much. And sir, just I wanted to mark you down. What was your name, sir? Sorry, your name, sir?
I'm sorry, Bruce Morgan.
Got it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. No worries. Thank you.
Good afternoon or good evening, senators. Thank you very much for the time allotted to testify this evening. My name is Rob Peel. I live in Severna Park, Anne Arundel County, and I vote. I stand here today in opposition to Senate Bill 1. The wording of this bill will make anyone who travels in and through Maryland as a hunter or a sports shooter a criminal if they stay in a hotel, in a restaurant, travel through McDonald's drive-through has been discussed earlier today. We won't be able to even safely have our firearms locked in a vehicle. This is damaging to the state's hunting and sports shooting industry and the revenue that it generates. Why penalize law-abiding citizens for exercising their rights? I grew up in the state. I earned a bachelor's degree from a Maryland school. I used to shoot and still do shoot at that college on the Eastern Shore. That would be eliminated if this bill is passed. Here early in the I was stationed here briefly in Maryland during my military career, carried a firearm in the military here in Maryland, and I have never broken a law with a firearm anywhere. If this bill passes, it will criminalize my lawful actions. And why? Why focus on limiting legal use of a firearm? Why not enforce laws against illegal use of firearms? If this gun bill passes, I guarantee the one thing that it will generate is a huge debt to the state's coffers, because this bill will be challenged in numerous courts all the way through the state and federal system, and it will cost the state lots of money. I heard testimony earlier today that the Attorney General of the state basically said, bring it on. I don't think we have the personnel nor the funding to cover the lawsuits that this bill will generate as written. Thank you all very much for your time.
Good evening,
Thank you for hearing my testimony. My name is Dave Cottrell. I'm 63 years old. I served honorably in the U.S. Navy for 6 years. I have no criminal record. I regularly contribute to Maryland-based charities, and except for my time in the Navy, I have resided in Maryland and raised my family here. I am recently retired. As a retiree, my hobbies are hunting, recreational shooting, and gardening. I'm a state hunter safety instructor. I belong to a hunting and fishing club, which provides me safe access to gun ranges. I had written my original testimony for the original version of the bill, which has changed. I still am in opposition to this bill. I believe it puts me in jeopardy, transporting my firearm to and from hunting or to the ranges where I safely shoot. And could subject me to criminal proceedings and a prison sentence, which I think is unfair for a law-abiding citizen. Expanding on something that Rob said, as far as hunters in this state, out-of-state hunters, they come in and need to transport this weapons in the state. A statistic from Statista.com for 2020, the Maryland the income from resident and non-resident licenses was $6,437,000. If you lose the non-resident license revenue, that is $3.1 million revenue lost if you pass this bill as it's written. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Sir, we had one question from Senator
One
Hughes.
question, you and the speaker before you. First of all, thank you for coming down and for staying this long and participating. I heard something that I want to know if there's a remedy to it, and it makes sense. One of you, you said, if you're traveling and you're going to a hotel and you can't, and you're traveling, you have you have your license and you can carry. And if you're traveling and if you can't go into a hotel, the only option is to keep it in the car, and you don't want to keep it there.
Actually, not even, well, okay,
Yeah,
so
and let me, I also heard you say about hunters, if you're hunting and you're traveling, is there any way that aspect, and that's something maybe we can talk about later, can be fixed, whereby if that's what's happening, and that's what this law allows, that we can put something in place that would prevent any kind of retribution or punishment when you're traveling and you have to stay someplace. We'd rather you keep it in the hotel with you if you're traveling and you have to stop at a restaurant. I don't know the answer, but I heard something that I do want to look at, and if there are ways that or answers that you have that we could put in an amendment to make sure, because a lot of what I've heard today was, and I agree. What about law-abiding citizens? So then what can be done to amend it in such a way as best we can, if that would be the will of this committee, to make sure that law-abiding citizens are held harmless, to make sure that if they can, you can show I have my permit, I'm traveling through because I've seen people get hung up with that too. I've seen people traveling through DC and Washington rather, and they get off the beltway and they're traveling somewhere and they get stopped for that reason alone, because the law says it, and it's not that that's what they intended. So I want, if we could just look at any amendments that will hold harmless when they're traveling and they have, stopping at a hotel, or we say, and what do you do with your guns, if you're traveling from point A and point B, if that's what the main fear, and I'm hearing 30% of what I've heard so far as it relates to law-abiding citizens, then what can we do to do that? And if you have any suggestions, you can send it to me.
I don't know, and I kept my testimony short for the 2 minutes, but I don't think it's just the hotel portion of it. So
I want to flesh it out and see what else.
Some of the locations, like if I've got my firearm cased,
right,
which I do, going to and from hunting, my firearm is cased, my ammunition is separate, right. It's in the back of my truck. It's not accessible to me. But if I were to go out hunting, and hunting is normally it's a fairly safe pastime.
I agree.
But you're hunting in sometimes what can be challenging conditions, right? You're field dressing an animal, you're using sharp objects. You can have an accident hunting, right? Well, if I'm by myself and I injure myself and I need to make a visit to the hospital, the way this law is currently written, I can't do that.
And it's those things that we want to look at, along, I know there are many others and I'm, and I'm open to whatever.
Like I say, stopping, I think it's a horribly written law, right? It just is full of so many gotchas for a law-abiding citizen. It's terrible, right? In my original testimony that I had written, I had said, if this law were to be enacted, I may have to reevaluate my hobbies or my residency in the state of Maryland, and I would ask you not to legislate me out of the state.
Thank you for opening that up, for me to think about, and I appreciate, again, you're being down here.
Well, thank you, Senator. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna call Rick Sargent again. All right. Ms. Kipke is not here. Natasha Califani. Sorry, I was. It's R.S. Mitchell. Timothy Otwell. Brian Griffith. Crystal Kajeski. There you go. Got one. Nicholas Ditello. Donna Worthy. All right, then we're gonna call up Delegate Ray. Do you have folks with you? Oh, just in Delegate Ray. Come on up.
Good evening. My name is Natasha Calfany. I am the Acting Assistant Director of Government Relations at the Office of the Public Defender, and I am asking for an unfavorable report for this bill. The Office of the Public Defender has similar concerns with this bill as it relates to the constitutionality of it, as well as how it would be enforced. But our clientele, we do have other concerns that are unique to our clients. First and foremost, increased criminal penalties and the creation of additional crimes in response to any problem just does not work. Increased penalties do not deter unlawful behavior, especially when the commission of such a crime. Such acts are rooted in issues of poverty, mental health, and substance use disorder. As we heard, there is a historical racial issue as it relates to gun laws in this country. And we understand historically that these type of laws will disproportionately impact people of color. In Montgomery County alone, attorneys are already seeing a huge increase in the racial disparity of charges related to non-use gun crimes. In the words of one attorney, pretty much every person being charged with a non-use gun crime is Black. And so in addition to that, while we understand that this will disproportionately impact people of color, we also understand, as was stated here, it would also expose a larger number of people that are law-abiding citizens to criminal charges. As you know, the Office of the Public Defender is a statewide agency, and our offices in Western Maryland and Southern Maryland are very concerned with how this would impact hunters and professional people who hunt as a hobby. We do not believe that the research supports SB1, and for those reasons, we are asking for an unfavorable report.
Just before you head down, you mentioned Montgomery County, that made my ears perk up. Could you send our committee that information? That's pretty significant. And I obviously represent Montgomery County, so I'd love to see that.
Absolutely.
Excellent. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Donna Worthy. I'm the president of the Maryland Licensed Firearms Dealer Association and also president and sole owner of Worth a Shot Firearms in Millersville, Maryland. I am testifying today on behalf of both organizations. I'm strongly opposed to SB 1. In order for a civilian to get a carry permit in Maryland, a citizen must get fingerprints, pass a background check from the Maryland State Police, and take a 16-hour training course and pass a qualification course. Once completing the requirements, this citizen is given a wear and carry permit. These citizens have been cleared by the Maryland State Police. These citizens have passed all background checks. These citizens were given the green light by the Maryland State Police that they are approved to carry a firearm. SB 1 does not target the criminals. It targets these citizens. The responsible, law-abiding citizens. The responsible, approved citizens that could save your family's life one day. The kind of citizen you all wish were there when you dial that 911 call, and the average response time is 3 to 5 minutes. The citizen that could remove the threat of the people you truly want to target in this bill, the criminals. This bill gives the criminal an upper hand. It lets them know that there are no good guys there with guns to stop them. Under this bill, a law-abiding citizen is not allowed to carry their firearm nearly anywhere. They are no longer permitted to protect their family or themselves. This bill may be intended to reduce crime, but in fact, you would be doing quite the opposite. Please understand that I am in full agreement for stronger penalties for those that do not follow the laws with firearms, but you are targeting those that are following all the laws. These citizens are not the problem. I was injured in the line of duty as a Baltimore City police officer. I witnessed an enormous amount of violence in my time there. I can't remember one time that a citizen legally carrying their firearm with a carry permit was part of the problem. In fact, I do remember many times as an officer, not only hoping, but praying that a citizen with a carry permit was nearby to help. If reducing gun violence and crime is your objective, then we are on that same team here. But be clear that this bill does not accomplish that. It only targets the good guys. For these reasons and many more, I strongly urge an unfavorable report for SB 1. Thank you.
Thank you again for hearing my voice. My name is Nick Ditello. I am in District 44. I believe that is Senator Sidner's district. I'm a student at UMBC and a concerned citizen. A storm is a brewing. Police discretion was removed from Maryland carry permits in regards to the good and substantial reasoning. I think that's a huge win. They've done a huge favor for us in terms of bringing equality to this state to where people of all races and gender and nationality can now get a carry permit. And that's what we're seeing. We're seeing tens of thousands of people applying and getting these carry permits. I think that what we saw where a potential bias was removed, where a police officer was involved and had a heavy hand in that, whether someone got a permit, that was it's good that that's gone. The state's in favor of police reform. I think it's hypocritical to go against that with this bill. It's going back to the status quo that it used to be. I think it's completely shameful how we're rewriting the bill last second, trying to rescue it, trying to get it through, when really, as you said, Senator Walt Stryker, this is a reaction to Bruin. What is there to react to? We still have a training requirement, a passport photo requirement, fingerprints, and a fee. And the police are still going to deny people that can't have a gun from having a carry permit. All that has changed. All that has changed with the permit process. I don't think there's anything to react to because we still have those requirements. It's there's still a very high bar to meet. I think the less fortunate and privileged who will carry illegally or be vulnerable because of this bill are the ones that are going to be hit by it the hardest. I think that they will be impacted by it the most, and they will be intimidated by requirements like meeting the Secretary of the Maryland State Police. Thank you for your time.
Did appreciate your storm is a brewing. As I like that joke, so I feel your pain on that one. All right. It went over like a lead balloon, but I laughed inside. All right, all right.
Hello, Chairman. Thank you for having this hearing. My name is Crystal Kajeski. I am a resident of Charles County in District 28. I am opposed to SB 1. I am really angry and flabbergasted, but not surprised that you're making things very difficult for every law-abiding citizen to use their concealed carry permits who legally obtain them through all the proper channels. You make it difficult for people to protect and defend themselves, which the Constitution says that they very well have the right to do. Maryland is already one of the most restrictive on who can attain concealed carry permits. Daily, I read my local Charles County Sheriff's blog, as well as neighboring jurisdictions about the violence. I see the rampant violence as far as domestic violence, gun violence, and the key word in every article is that people who have these weapons are obtaining them illegally. Yes, we should all feel unsafe with the amount of illegal weapons that are in the streets. I grew up in PG County. I graduated from Suitland High School in the 90s. People always are questioning, wow, things were still bad back then? Yes, they were. I tell anecdotal stories of 6.5-foot men, essentially is what they were, having fights between geometry and on the way to lunch, and to take a different route because there was blood and glass everywhere. Violence existed then, it exists now. Law-abiding legal gun owners are the ones that I want near me when there's something going down. You don't hear in the news about the law-abiding gun owners who take out the bad guys before the police even get there. As we have heard, the amount of time for police to get to the scene is 3 to 5 minutes. I live in the boonies. It's even longer for me. They are the ones, the law-abiding gun owners, who protect themselves from harm, which is their right. So if something's going down with an illegal gun and there's somebody who's decided that they've lost it, I get to call 911 and wait quietly and see what happens in the meantime. That sounds like an absolute insane thing to do. People should be allowed to protect themselves. You throw around words like safety. Whose rights make one feel safe? I feel safer with law-abiding gun owners. Most of the gun owners that I know protect and defend the lives of others. Almost done, promise. They know that a gun is an item that should be taken seriously. They care about their own lives as well as the lives of those around them. Please oppose and give an unfavorable review for SB 1. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and senators. And this seems eerily familiar. Brings back good memories, right, Senator Smith? Been in many of these meetings where we've had wonderful constituents come up and tell you about what is going on and how they view a legislation. So I have a lot of things I want to say about this bill, but for brevity, I'm going to keep it to just one area. If you look at section B of where this section does not apply to, right? It doesn't apply to government. Okay. So government, a cop, somebody on active duty, et cetera. There's like 6 different people or types of people this bill doesn't apply to. It doesn't apply to private security. It doesn't apply to you if you're a permit owner, but only if your firearm is unloaded and is carried in an enclosed locked case or other container. Well, why would I be a permit owner if it only applies if my gun is not where I can use it if I need to use it? So that doesn't make sense. And then nobody can carry, if you're not exempt, nobody can carry a gun in their private vehicle. So Senator West, I think it was you who was asking about coming from the gun store, having just purchased your gun, et cetera. Nope, you can't do it because right there, section C says a person may not wear, carry, or transport a firearm on or within a public conveyance. Now, public conveyance says any motor vehicle required to be registered under Title 13 of the Transportation Article. I haven't read that. I'm assuming that means the car that I have to have registered under the Transportation Act. Now, if I'm wrong, I apologize, but I would recommend you look at that. So, and this also goes to you, Senator James, that when you asked a question earlier about being able to carry it. No, nobody can carry a firearm in their vehicle unless, according to this bill, they have a permit. So even if I want to buy a firearm, say I'm a brand new firearm, want to go get a new firearm, and I've never had a firearm, I have to be permitted first. So,
Senator-
and that doesn't even apply to shotguns and long guns. And I know I'm over.
No. Senator Washington has a question.
Oh, okay. Hey,
Hey, good afternoon, good evening.
good evening.
Good to see everybody. Good evening. I first just want to say that, Suitland High School back then, in Prince George's County Public Schools was a great school back then, and it is a great school now, no matter what and who went to that school. I do have a question for the public defender, actually, that testified, and typically I'm on lockstep with the public defender's office, and I wonder if you could just tell me the issue with the bill is that the increased penalties aspect of it. And then I know the chairman asked about Montgomery County, and you noted in your testimony also Prince George's County, where Black and brown people that have non-use gun crimes are mostly found guilty because of their Black and brown. Can you just elaborate a little bit on that?
Sure. So yes, one of the issues that we have, well, we have several issues with the bill, but one of the issues that are specific to us is that historically increased penalties do not work. So we feel like it's a knee-jerk reaction every time there's a scare in public safety. The first response is a new crime and increased prison sentences. And as we've heard even today, the number of people in prison is disproportionately Black and Latino. So that is an issue in and of itself. We found that the research is clear that if you want to stop crime, then you have to address the underlying issues of crime, that being poverty, mental health, substance use, and the like. As it relates to, I think you were asking about Montgomery County.
Yeah, you were saying something about, or in here, I'm new to this committee, so new to this chamber also. But it says in your document, non-use gun crimes. So these are just
Right, so I'll give you a scenario.
Thank you.
A police officer identifies someone who is suspicious. They follow them until they violate some type of traffic law. During the traffic stop, they come up with a reason to search the vehicle, and there's a gun in the car. Whether or not that gun charge, whatever it is, ends up in a conviction or not, the numbers say that the number of people, the people that are generally being charged with those type of gun offenses are Black. And if they're not Black, they are Latino. I think the statistic that one of our attorneys in Montgomery County gave was that 20% of the population in Montgomery County is African-American, but 60% of the people in jail have those type of gun charges and are Black.
Are these illegal guns or these are permanent guns?
That I would have to get back to you on. We were just looking for.
Thank you very much.
I'm deeply interested in that information as well from Montgomery County. So thank you for agreeing to give it to us. Additional questions from the committee? Okay, thank you all very much. Thanks. All right, I'll call one more time. R.S. Mitchell, Timothy Otwell. All right. Colby Ferguson. Jonathan Norris. Elijah Taylor. Thomas Kasuba. And Mike Zoldek. Nicholas Andraka. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. Colby Ferguson on behalf of Maryland Farm Bureau. And I don't come in this group very often. And In my 10 years, it's probably about my fourth or fifth time. However, we do come in opposition to this bill because this does target our farmers, law-abiding citizens that are legal to carry firearm, and they use them when they go to farmers markets to protect themselves when they do have large amounts of cash after they leave the farmers markets. Many of you know where the farmers markets are. They're not in some of the best neighborhoods. And so being able to protect themselves, which in many cases, those farmers markets would be on public property, which in the way this bill, as amended, would be illegal. And so we have those. Myself personally, I'm a wear and carry permit owner as well, and would make me criminal to carry it to Western Maryland. I know we talked about whether you go on private property, but I couldn't stop and get gas, couldn't go and stop and get something to eat, couldn't stop at the rest stop on my way. If I had an electric car, I couldn't stop and use an electric car charge because most of those are on public property as well. So just things to remember that this bill, if the ultimate goal is to reduce violent crime, then why target me? Why target the law-abiding citizen? And with that, we ask for an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Eli Taylor, come from the Eastern Shore in Queen Anne's County. Regarding Senator Waldstreicher's view of the confidence of the constitutionality of this bill, I'd like to posit that his confidence is unshakable, not that it is deeply grounded in any actual fact or just that he's very strongly holding to the constitutionality of this law, but in fact that there's no scenario in which he would cede the unconstitutionality of this law. Even if, probably when this law is struck down by the highest court in the land, I'd like to pose that Senator Waldstreicher and others would continue to talk about the constitutionality of this law. And I say this not because of hearsay or conjecture, but because of the senator's public statements recently regarding the constitutionality of the Bruin decision in describing the Supreme Court's ruling as an unconstitutional ruling. So I would like to not consider Senator Waldstreicher's claims to the constitutionality of this law as binding or as that being the ultimate arbiter of the constitutionality of this law. He mentioned that FSA 2013 has withstood every challenge up until this point until it doesn't. We're just now 10 years after the fact getting to the spot where true full challenges to that law can take place. And that's the whole point, is throwing things against the wall, trading space for time and seeing what sticks. I rode here with my 18-year-old son today, and we were trying to describe the nature of how hard and how long it takes to get things to the Supreme Court and how reticent the Supreme Court has been to take Second Amendment cases. And when they do, they almost invariably rule in favor of the Second Amendment. But because it takes so long, we continue to throw pretty clearly unconstitutional laws, see what sticks, and that'll trade us a little bit of space for some time. So I'd like to say that this bill is a protest against Bruin rather than any kind of attempt to stop gun violence. The very real testimony from some witnesses about their personal impact of gun violence notwithstanding, this bill doesn't address any of that. I'd like to propose an unfavorable report for this bill.
Hi, my name is Thomas Kashuba, Ellicott City registered Democrat. I'm really afraid that this bill is announcing open season on the small business owner that handles cash. That would include real estate agents and tree trimmers. As a tree trimmer who mostly deal in cash, according to my experiences, are they gonna have to stand at the end of my driveway and say, hey, could I enter your property? I'm carrying. No, that's not gonna happen. Right? Hundreds of dollars worth of cash in my experience. So this is a horrible thing for the small business owner. And come on, this bill is supposed to be about feeling safe. Be honest with yourself. If you go to Pennsylvania, do you feel safer than Baltimore? If you go to West Virginia, do you feel safer than Baltimore? If you go to Virginia, do you feel safer than Baltimore? As was stated, some of these jurisdictions have 14 times the number of adults that are possibly carrying firearms, 14 times. Why don't we consider that the Bruin decision was a gift for us to do nothing and let things take its course. It is a gift that would allow us to break the malaise, to break the doubling down, tripling down, quadrupling down of failed policies that haven't worked in the past. Let's embrace it. These laws have effects on family life. My children are approaching ending their college careers. I'm already telling them, take jobs outside of Maryland. It's getting too dangerous here. It's getting too strange here because of the gun laws. I come here for 15 years. This means a lot to me. There was a thing about guns in hotels. I participated in a teenage national shoot in Ohio. And it was amazing just watching the children, teenagers, walking in and out of the lobby, carrying very long pieces of luggage. Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman and committee members. My name is Mike Solodek. I'm from Severna Park, Maryland. I'm opposed to SB1. I just want to start off by saying I wish you really would focus more on the existing criminals and dealing with them versus creating more criminals. I have a Maryland wear and carry permit, and I was unable to exercise my right of self-defense until the most recent Bruin ruling, where a good and substantial reason was found unconstitutional because it prevented the right of self-defense in public. This bill, SB1, seems to also prevent the right of self-defense with a firearm in public. The bill isn't going to do anything to help keep my family safe. The only lawful permit holders are affected, and they're not the ones that are committing the gun crimes. This bill prevents the carry of a firearm for self-defense from most places that people would typically go, to the point that it would probably be easier to list the places like your home that I have a medically and physically disabled son. He spent 3 years in the hospital before coming home. Outside the hospital, we are the ones that are responsible for keeping him alive. There are tools that we carry every day when we go out in public to protect him. I carry those things to keep him alive if needed, but I hope to never use them. I treat carrying a firearm the same way. My son is 8 years old, but is nonverbal and has developmental delays. He only started walking at 7 years old. If we're ever in a dangerous situation where fleeing is the only reasonable option as a self-defense, that's not even an option for us, because I can't tell him to run or to get away because he wouldn't understand or physically be able to. Just like the medical tools that we carry to protect him, I also want the option to carry a firearm if it ever comes to that. I just want to protect the ones that I love. I urge you to give an unfavorable report.
Here we go.
Chairman, Vice Chairman, Senators, Nicholas Andraka, Calvert County, lifelong Maryland resident, originally from my first love, PG County. What will SB1 do? I heard questions asked about what can we make it better for the hunters. There's nothing. This is aimed strictly at lawful gun owners to make them unlawful. That's all this is to do. That's why it's designed. I've heard the sponsor of the bill, the experts, and the proponents say the SB1 will alleviate their fears about lawful gun owners. That's what this is about. They're afraid of lawful gun owners. I heard a Second Amendment right does not trump their constitutional right not to be afraid. Is there a constitutional right not to be afraid? I'm afraid of EV cars that are going to blow up. Should they be outlawed? This will not alleviate anything. Michelle Cummins was gunned down in Annapolis while she was here to see her son enter the Annapolis Naval Academy. Repeat violent offender, rap list with guns as long as your arm, but he was never put away for any time. There are 300 murders a year plus in Maryland. They're not by wear and carry permit holders. So you can alleviate that fear. It is by repeat violent offenders that the Democrat Party refuses to put in jail and keep in jail. Me and my wife would love to go, and we do a lot of backcountry hiking in Maryland parks and fishing. We're going to wear and carry in the parks. We have a right not to be afraid in the parks of the repeat violent offenders that you all are turning loose on us. For these reasons, I oppose this bill.
All right. No, it's all good. Fortuitous. All right. All right. See questions from the committee. All right. Thank you all very much. Thanks for hanging in there with us. All right. Is Charles Nags here? Georgianne Roberts, Jean Kohler, Robert Benson. Did we get Jesse Ferguson? Daryl Sapaznik? Oh, sorry, Darlin, you're right. My fault.
Good evening. Chuck Nags from St. Mary's County. And I just want to say I go on several hunting trips with my son, who's 8 years old, every year. One of his favorite things is to stop through a drive-through, get his favorite breakfast sandwich and a hot chocolate. He loves it. We have a great time together. This bill would turn us into criminals for doing that. There is no reason for that. We are law-abiding citizens. We do everything we can to follow the letter of the law. And simply turning us into criminals for this is just unconscionable. In regards to this, what Senator James was saying about stolen firearms increasing with the increased amount of firearms in the community. The simplest way to avoid that is to tell permit holders to keep the firearm on them. It is safe on the permit holder. No one else can manipulate that firearm at that point. If it's left in a vehicle or if it's left unattended, you have no idea what's going to happen to that firearm and who's going to manipulate it. That firearm carries no intent by itself. It is the individual that picks it up that carries all of the intent behind that firearm. And then the personal property issue. If you go to Wildwood Shopping Center down in California, that complex is owned by one individual and all of the businesses in there are leased by other individuals. So where am I going to get permission from? Do I got to go to each individual leasee or do I got to track down this possibly out of state property owner just to be able to go to an area where people have been shot and have not been able to defend themselves? That's all. Thank you. I'm opposed to SB 1.
Good evening, Senators. I had afternoon written, but we'll go with evening here. My name is Robert Benson. I'm a citizen of Anne Arundel County. Based on the bill's pre-filing date, this legislation is a direct response to the Bruin decision after listening all day. I think I do understand that clearly. Where the Supreme Court reaffirmed the Second Amendment rights are guaranteed both inside and outside the home. Since that decision, there has been a sharp rise, heard that today too, in law-abiding Marylanders applying for and being granted state-sanctioned handgun permits. A WBAL quote from Senator Wall Stryker. Sorry if I mispronounced that. This bill prohibits those with concealed carry permits to take their firearms within 100 feet of any public place. In short, he seeks to restrict handguns to the home, rendering Maryland handgun permits useless and leaving law-abiding citizens Marylanders defenseless. During a hot and humid August afternoon, I received a call for shots fired in the 1100 block of North Whittington Road. We arrived to find a 12-year-old boy with gunshot wounds to the head and chest. We administered CPR until the ambulance arrived about a half an hour later. He was transported to St. Agnes Hospital and worked on for another 45 minutes, ultimately succumbing to his wounds. The gunman that killed this 12-year-old did not legally obtain or register his handgun. He did not apply for or possess a Maryland handgun permit. He did not care to abide by existing Maryland laws. He did not care about the place he chose to fire his handgun. As a police officer, I've made hundreds of arrests and many handgun arrests. Only 2 were men who had legally acquired handguns, and I arrested no one that had a handgun permit. As a young man, I took an oath of office when I joined the Maryland Army National Guard, again when I was commissioned as a second lieutenant in the United States Army, and again when I was sworn in as a Baltimore City police officer. All of these oaths bore similar verbiage in regards to upholding the Constitution of the United States and the laws of the state. I took none of these oaths lightly, and I literally put my life on the line. I did this to protect and serve citizens. Today, I ask you to protect and serve the freedom of Maryland's citizens by giving an unfavorable report for SB 1. Please remember you took a similar oath, and we are all servants of the people. We are not rulers. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you.
Good evening. Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity to speak on this matter. My name is Gene Kohler. I'm a resident of Annapolis, retired Navy captain, Vietnam and Desert Storm vet. I'm standing in opposition to this bill. Most of the points that I'd written down have already been covered probably several times. In retrospect, I just want to emphasize a couple ideas that have been kind of key, especially in the testimony that supported this bill. One was the idea of safety. And the implication was that if you were in a place of assembly or a crowded place, you were less safe because of the presence of a concealed carry permit holder carrying a weapon. And the implication being that the more handgun permit carry person in that area, the more dangerous it was. Well, we've also heard testimony and facts that concealed carry permit holders are the safest group around. You're less safe sitting next to a police officer. The second theme that I saw or noticed was that now what was it? Oh, that with the number of handgun permits that have been recently earned, awarded, issued, over 80,000 since June 23rd, that many new permits means there's going to be a lot more thefts of guns and firearms from cars and houses. Well, I just got the idea that some people may be confusing a handgun permit with a handgun purchase. There's a lot of people out there who got handgun permits who already have the firearms they want. Now, sure, there's some guys who got excited and wanted to get a brand new carry gun, and others who maybe first-time gun owners, but probably for the most part, we're not increasing the number of handguns in the hands of your regular citizen. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm done.
As a lieutenant commander in the Navy, I feel, some kind of way telling a captain to hurry up and finish, but I appreciate it. Thank you for your testimony, sir. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Darlene Sapanek Albert. I'm a resident of Howard County, District 13. And thank you, Chairman and Vice Chair and committee, for allowing me to speak today. I just wanted to say I represent the community of the violence victim that people keep talking about. That's me. I look like everybody else, and I have a carry permit. But how did I get to that? In 2018, I dealt with stalking for about 5 years at that point, such that it elevated to fear of imminent harm. Yes, he was arrested for it, but he spent exactly 1 day in jail although he received a 3-year sentence. And he lives now 15 minutes from my house still. I oppose SB 1 because this bill effectively disarms me everywhere I go and exist. This would render me unable to protect myself from places that I go, and I know that I will eventually be confronted with him in some form or other. So when the stalking occurred in 2014 to 2018, that was in public. That was in downtown historic Ellicott City for the most part. It happened at my workplace, at my school, at the shops there on the Main, in restaurants, at the library, everywhere I was, including my home, the trails I walk my dog, neighboring neighborhoods. He would hang out in children's parks just to be able to surveil me. Everywhere I go under SB 1, I might be the criminal. And I'm not willing to be disarmed so I can live in that fear where I can't go anywhere anymore. Because prior to being able to have my carry permit, life was scary. I wasn't sure when he was going to come for me, you know, whether it was going to be in broad daylight on the sidewalk when I was leaving work or right outside of my home. And he did come for me in broad daylight on a Tuesday morning outside of my home when I was walking my dog. I'm glad I have the right to carry, and I don't want that taken away from myself or any other woman like me. We take this very seriously.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your willingness to share your personal story and to be here with us until 7:15. And it's been a long day, so appreciate it. Thank you very much. Questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. Thank you all very much. Thank you. All right, is Georgianne Roberts here? That's not thing anymore. Okay. Javon Curtis. Yvette Harris. Oh, that's virtual, actually. So I think are we at the virtual portion? All right, so we have a couple of virtual witnesses. Is Yvette Harris in the way? Okay, she's not here. What about Brent Emsbaugh? Oh, yeah. All right, hold on. Well, let's see here. All right, how many folks are still left to testify in person? Interesting. Okay, did you all sign up on the? So that's all right. Hey, I got it. All right, let's. How about this? Can you let's just come up four at a time, and then we'll switch to the virtual folks. So if the first row here, you all want to come on up. If you could just state your name. Yep, come on in and just fill in the seats, please. If you could just state your name, that way I'll record it down and make sure you get you.
I can send you a screenshot of what I did.
No, I believe you. You didn't sit here all day for nothing. So go ahead, please.
I'm Dee Fleetwood. I'm from PG County. I could have my district, which I can give that to you, but I am here to testify on this. I feel pretty strongly about it. I understand your fears, Senator, for introducing this because I myself had the same fears. I was afraid of rides at the carnival and the fair. And one day I decided, you know what, I'm not going to be afraid anymore. I'm going to do it. I did it. My story is the areas that you have placed as that we cannot carry are going to create unintended consequences for you. Had this been in place when I was attacked, I would have been an unintended consequence. I was at an ATM outside of a convention hall, getting money out of the ATM. I'm sorry, I'm speaking directly to you, Senator. Okay, I'd like for you to hear my story because my story involves one of your unintended consequences. I was at an ATM to get money outside of a convention hall, and I was surrounded by 3 men, one on each side of me. And I'm standing there, as I'm standing here talking to you, I'm shaking because I know what they want. Thank God an individual walked in who actually was carrying. Maryland is a wear and carry state. He walked in, he saw me standing there, realized by the look on my face that there was a problem. He immediately swung towards those individuals and bowled them over like duck pins and got them away from me so that I could exit that store. This occurred outside of a convenience hall, a conference hall. I was going to attend a conference, and by your standards, within 100 feet, had this been in place, he would not have been allowed to carry. He would not have been allowed to get me out of the situation that I was in just by his presence. I've actually been attacked twice, once in front of the conference center and a second time in front of GBMC. I'm walking past the front doors of GBMC and I'm slammed into by an individual. I don't know why, but the person behind me, again, he did not have a firearm, but he came behind me and stood between me and the individual, not understanding why this person had just literally slammed into me. Again, 100 feet from the door of GBMC. These are areas where we as women are at risk. All right. And so
Thank you,
I
Miss.
am currently not disapproved because I decided that I'm not going to live in your
Ms.
fear.
Fleetwood, thank you very, very much. Thank you.
Not disapproved for that reason.
All right, thank you. All right,
Good evening. Thank you, Chairman and Vice Chairman. My name is Carla Mooney. I'm from St. Mary's County. I am a professional firearms instructor. I am the state leader for a Armed Women of America shooting chapters, which is a education and empowerment program for women to take charge and be their own self-defenders. This bill is part of why I teach and part of why I promote self-defense as a woman's rights. Gun rights can give us an equalizer to situations that happen to Dee and to anyone else. I feel like SB 1 is a way to minimize guns in the community for those who need them, not just because they want them, because it's scary out there and we're trying to stay safe and we're trying to stay happy, living the life that we chose. So don't stop us from being able to promote our own safety and live our lives because you have chosen to live in fear. We appreciate your time tonight, and I want to request an unfavorable review of SB 1. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Brooke Larimore. I'm from Talbot County. I appreciate everyone's time and respect tonight. I wanted to ask for unfavorable for this bill. I am a small business owner. I actually wear many hats and have a couple of small businesses. My small businesses take me to other people's homes where they sign documents. Some of them could be high-risk areas, and they are high-risk areas. Cambridge, Maryland is one of them. I can be anywhere at any time in anyone's home. If I have to ask them permission to walk into their home because I'm wearing my weapon, that can make me a victim. And I am not going to be fearful of that. I am going to be proud that I am a not disapproved citizen and I'm a legal gun owner. I am a range safety officer. I'm also part of the Well-Armed Women, and I take it very seriously. Maryland has done a very good job training their civilians and their permit process. And we have laws that are already in place. We actually, in my opinion, should be a constitutional carry state, not a shall issue state, definitely not a may issue state. Again, I appreciate your time, and I really appreciate you taking this very seriously, as all of us, especially us women. Thank you so much.
Good evening. My name is Jason Mooney, retired Navy Senior Chief, Lieutenant Commander. Good to see you. I knew there was a reason why I liked you, even though we're on the other side of the aisle. I know. Thank you, Senators, Chair, Vice Chair. I'm asking for an unfavorable review of this, and I'm not going to repeat everything that everybody else has said around here, but there's a whole bunch of unintended consequences. You asked about the hotel thing. What can we fix? What can we fix? Well, as a Navy veteran, did you think about the impact to veterans' funerals and how the honor guard that is done by the local VFW is going to make that happen, that's going to be an impact. They're not going to be able to do it. The 21 gun salute's gone as another unintended consequence. You haven't thought this through, and it's because you're fearful. I get it. But when the devil darkens the door in that movie theater, you're going to beg for one of us to be there. Thank you.
Thank you, Senators, for this opportunity. My name is Anthony Rader. I am a member of Howard County Young Republicans. Now, I moved to this state back in 2013, and I can tell you that it is a great state, but however, this law is unconstitutional. This bill, well, if we just look at Article 6, Paragraph 2 of the Constitution, also known as the Supremacy Clause, it establishes that the federal Constitution and its laws override the state, especially when a state does not have a Second Amendment clause. But also, I'd like to point out that one of our founding fathers, James Madison, he was in his teens when he signed the Declaration of Independence. He knew what he was doing. He was putting his life on the line. And he ended up being our president in 1812. He wrote the Second Amendment. To this day, his words are echoed by Second Amendment advocates and people that are not. And I come to you and I want to say this quote by James Madison: Americans have the right and the advantage of being armed, unlike citizens of other countries whose governments are afraid to trust the people with arms. If this bill passes, it makes us American citizens think that you are afraid to trust us. And I don't think you guys want us to think that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Kathy Wright. I am a registered voter and live in North Beach in South Anne Arundel County. I'm a volunteer grassroots leader for the NRA's Institute for Legislative Action, and I am also a board member for the NRA, but I come here today representing myself. My husband and I moved here a year ago to live closer to our family, and in particular, our son, who is a single parent with 3 young children. I had a concealed carry permit when we lived in North Carolina, and I wanted to obtain a new one here in Maryland. We continued our training very seriously in firearm safety and marksmanship. We took the required 16-hour course. We obtained our fingerprints from the state and completed an extensive application process. It certainly was expensive and time-consuming, but it is important for me to protect and defend my loved ones, especially my grandchildren, for whom, as I said, I moved here. Restricting my carrying a defense firearm in local fairs, in concerts, parks, playgrounds is what is in this new draft of the bill, will put me and my family at risk. You can see that I'm not a big person, not particularly strong, but I want to be able to protect and defend myself and my loved ones against the evil with all my ability. I assure you, it is not the law-abiding citizens of Maryland who are causing the violent crime we are seeing in places like Baltimore, Ocean City, Elkton, neighboring DC, and even now in Chevy Chase with a recent carjacking at gunpoint. If Senate Bill 1 passes, criminals will know that law-abiding citizens cannot legally carry in many places, making Marylanders, even you and your families, less safe. I oppose Senate Bill 1 and respectfully ask that you oppose it as well. Thank you for your consideration.
Excellent. Thank you very much. After this panel, we've got the list back. So after this panel, I'll call people up. The folks that are up on the panel, please go ahead. But afterwards, I've got a list. We'll call up the guests.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Evan Avnet, and I'm here against SB 1. I own Tactical American Security Consulting, or U.S. Task, which is a licensed security and investigation agency. I'm also a prior police officer with 15 years. I've worked both for the city police and the county sheriff's office. I have a 25-year background in security consulting and investigation. So throughout my career in over 1,000 criminal and traffic cases, I've never arrested one handgun permit holder for any offense. But I have seen people die in front of me due to criminal violence. One thing that I've learned over my years in law enforcement and police work is that criminals don't care about the law. Gun-free zones do not work, as evidenced by continued active shooters. Active shooters will not see a sign and think, oh, I have to go home. I can't shoot up the place. I've taught handgun permit classes for the past 10 years. People that come to my classes are not gun nuts. These are people that are your neighbors, family, and friends of all races and sexes and backgrounds that have applied for the permit and have undergone training, which, by the way, I trained civil liability, de-escalation, and use of force continuum already. By the way, this bill in its original form did not allow for licensed security officers. Now I understand it does, but it still doesn't allow for special police officers, private detectives, police that left in good standing, correctional or business owners, which all have historically been licensed to carry. And by the way, we are all being protected right now by gentlemen in this forum with guns. These are armed security and police officers that are here to protect us. And now, why is that? So this bill is going to substantially make Marylanders more unsafe rather than safer. This law will allow active shooters to kill people unchecked. And I imagine that a shooting victim dying from an active shooter will take little solace in this bill. Unlike in Montgomery County, in my jurisdiction on the Eastern Shore, it can take up to 20 minutes running code, that's lights and sirens, from one end of the county to another, which, by the way, we only have about 6 officers working. So 20 minutes is a long time to wait for a policeman to arrive to protect you from an active shooter. And lastly, Senator Wallstreicher, I'd like to extend the opportunity for you to take my concealed carry class. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Senators. Thanks for sticking around so long and really hanging out with us. We really appreciate it. It's good to see you all tonight. Glad to be with all of our friends and family here. My name is Frank Clary. I'm from Montgomery County. Again, I'd like to thank you for hearing my testimony in opposition of SB 1. There are many reasons why I think the Gun Safety Act of 2023 should not be advanced out of the Senate Judicial Proceedings Committee. First of all, I'd like to focus on the Maryland Declaration of Rights. This act will violate a number of the articles in the Maryland Declaration of Rights, including Article number 2, where the U.S. Constitution is the supreme law of the state, and the Second Amendment right to self-defense outside the home. Article number 6, where the trustees, where the senators are the trustees of the public and the act violates the public trust because it violates the Declaration of Rights and the U.S. Bill of Rights. Article number 44, which is a prohibition against the legislature from suspending or subverting a Declaration of Rights under a plea of necessity. And what's happening here is this, as we learned earlier, that this is an interest balancing exercise that we're watching. The Maryland legislature cannot subvert the Declaration of Rights under the plea of necessity. Also, sex discrimination in Article number 46, because it will put women at increased risk in our community whenever they no longer have the ability to arm themselves. I should also note that there's a significant public interest in this legislation. As you note, there's 80,000 new applicants, mostly in minority communities throughout Maryland, and a lot of women applying as well. This act will not solve the problems of suicides, murders, and violent crime. It will result in unnecessary and unproductive judicial proceedings and costs. It will tear at our social fabric, which is very, very important, and we don't need it. And we're already in the real world that Senator Wallstreicher describes. We're in that now. He need not fear men armed with malicious intent around him. That's already happening. The only thing that will happen if this law passes is armed men with good intent will not be able to protect us. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, Senators, thank you for sticking around. I'm going to come at you with a little different avenue. My name is John Finnessy. I own Fortress Training, and we've been in business since the inception of the Firearms Safety Act of 2013. I have trained 20,000 Marylanders. 7,000 have carry permits for various states, and the majority of them have carry permits in the state of Maryland. So I want to give you some perspective that I know of. 27 times my students have used firearms. 23 out of 27 times it was used to de-escalate and extract themselves and get them out of the situation, and no rounds were put down range. 4 times, unfortunately, rounds went down range, and every time the bad guy was either wounded or his life was ended by a trained civilian. But 23 out of 27, it was never used in any way except to get home and to make sure they weren't injured. For 50 years, no one has sat here with an issue about someone carrying a gun until now. So these citizens before Bruin, let me ask you what you're going to tell the judges that are my clients. What are you going to tell any member of the judiciary that are my clients? What are you going to tell my clients who have top secret clearances that if they're harmed, there's grave damage to the United States of America, disastrous damage? What are you going to tell those that were overseas? What are you going to tell the victims of violence that are here today? What are you going to tell the lady who has shrapnel in her head that's my client? What are you going to tell? I have 24 clients that are here from victims of violence. And what are you going to tell the business owner? And then finally, what do you suggest I tell the trooper when I travel this state with a dozen or a half dozen or 24 firearms, and I can't take them in a hotel and I leave them outside and they're robbed out of my vehicle? There is no common sense behind this. It's as much common sense as when it said, by having lower capacity magazines 10 years ago, we're going to lower the murders in the city of Baltimore. It's failed. So I thank you so much, and I oppose this, even getting out of this committee. Have a great day. Thank you.
Dear Chairman Smith and all the members here, my name is Lori Halverson, and I represent 1,426 women from the the Maryland Federation of Republican Women, and we oppose SB 1. Officer Edward Payden Jr. was an off-duty police officer, and on September 1, 2010, it was a day that he became a hero, even though he was off duty. A man named James Lee with a backpack full of IED devices and a gun was holding 3 hostages in the lobby of the Discovery building in Silver Spring. Officer Payden risked his life to help responding officers and ensure the safety of those hostages. If SB 1 had been law back in 2010, the outcome that day could have been very different. Rather than getting an award for his valor, Officer Payden could be under scrutiny for his actions. It is unclear whether off-duty police officers would be considered persons who are held to the restriction under this bill, but well-trained citizens with concealed carry permits would have faced up to a year in jail and a minimum of a misdemeanor charge if they chose to help and step within 100 feet of the Discovery building. What is this bill trying to accomplish? Shouldn't we be targeting criminals and their use of firearms? The vast majority of people who commit homicides are not concealed carry permit holders. A 15-year study showed that just 0.7% of firearm-related homicides were committed by permit holders. Because of a previous 2008 incident, James Lee, the criminal, had been warned by a judge not to go within 500 feet of the Discovery building. But that didn't stop him, did it? It's unlikely that SB 1 would have deterred him from using his firearm to take hostages. The bill hurts law-abiding people who could help in a defensive criminal situation. They are not the problem here. Yet this bill targets them as a public safety threat. This bill does nothing to deter criminals. And thank you very much for your testimony, for being able to testify today.
Thank you. Seeing no questions from the committee, we'll take our next witnesses. If you signed up, but we have not called your name, please come on up in groups of 4, please. Let's do groups of 4, please. Please, Ms. Novotny, go ahead and start us off.
All right. Good evening, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Katie Novotny. I'm from District 35A. Thank you guys for being here this evening and being attentive. I do have a solution to us not having to be here till 10 o'clock tonight. We just don't want to introduce bills like this. Shorten our day a lot. So I regret Senator Smith's not here to hear me tell that bad joke. I submitted written testimony. It has extensive studies listed in it on how law-abiding gun owners are, We've kind of, heard about that ad nauseum, but please refer to my written testimony for, a little bit more on that. But the bottom line is, we know that this is a reaction to the Bruin decision. And this is basically a bill that people are offended by even the possibility of being in close proximity to a firearm. Our rights are not to be restricted simply on the feelings of others. Bruin soundly rejects that sort of interest balancing. Someone simply being uncomfortable or possibly being uncomfortable is not an adequate reason to deny our rights. I respectfully request an unfavorable report.
Good evening. My name is Esther Rosberg and I'm a Baltimore City resident. I'm a widow. I have 5 children and I am scared. I have a daughter who was assaulted at gunpoint around the corner from my home this way. And I have next door neighbors who were assaulted at gunpoint around the corner from my home in that direction. And I am and it frightens me. It frightens me because there is no good way to remove the bad guys. So the only thing I can do is be a good guy. I am also a firearms instructor, which is kind of weird that I'm feeling so nervous about talking to a group of people because I talk to people all the time. But and I teach women exclusively. And basically when I ask them why they are here, they are small business owners. They are single moms. They are older women who work late and have to walk to their cars late at night in the dark, and mostly in Baltimore City, some of them in Baltimore County, and they're afraid. And this is why I do this, because I want to empower them to not be afraid. And I can't, it's like, how can I tell them that they can't do this? The other thing I wanted to say was that I'm also the head of security for my synagogue. And it's a teeny little synagogue, but I was told by the person who is from former Baltimore police officer, who is now a liaison to the Jewish community, that it doesn't matter how small my synagogue is, it's just the same kind of a target, because people who want to get you, they want the publicity. They don't really care how many people they kill. So we have armed congregants in our synagogue. They're all vetted by the security committee, the rabbi, the president, everybody. The president's one of them, actually. And I don't know what the newest version of this bill looks like, but I am afraid of what will happen and if I cannot carry into my synagogue. I just want to make an offer, if it's legal for me to do so, to everybody here, because just the same way that there's so many firearms instructors here, I am willing to teach any of you, your spouses, the moms. The 16 hours that we teach include everything that you need in order to be a perfectly safe gun owner. So I thank you. Please oppose this bill.
Okay. Well, I guess now, good evening. My name's Holly Marceau. I'm a registered voter from Washington County, Maryland. I'm also a certified firearms instructor. I'm a wife, a mother, and I strongly oppose Senate Bill 1. I am in opposition to this bill because it takes away my ability to protect myself and my children, along with the rights of other Maryland wear and carry permit holders. This bill will strip the rights of the law-abiding citizens in Maryland who have complied with the extensive training requirements and have legally obtained their wear and carry permits. This bill will take away the rights to carry in any place other than your home, which will essentially prevent them from being able to protect themselves or their children. Having a firearm for self-protection is a great equalizer for us women. This allows them to protect themselves and not be a victim. Women are the fastest growing demographic in new firearm ownership, making up 3.5 million new firearm owners from 2019 to 2021. This surge in new female firearm ownership is due to the increase in fear of targeted violence, crime, lack of law enforcement, and their desire to feel safe when they are out in public. I train many women in proper firearm use and firearm safety to give them the knowledge and education to be able to carry, protect themselves and those around them. Having the ability to legally carry their firearm makes them feel safe and secure in knowing that should the situation arise, they would be able to stop the threat and keep those around them safe. This bill will penalize law-abiding citizens for legally carrying their firearms for self-protection, while criminals who will still not abide by the current laws by limiting, well, I oppose this bill and thank you very much.
Let's finish this panel, but stay on up because there might be a question. So if you want to go ahead and ask that question now, go ahead, Senator James, I'm sorry. There are a couple more
Yeah.
people, if that's okay.
Oh,
Yep.
okay. Okay.
Please. Senator Muse.
From those who have come to witness, we have 3 young people and they've been here since the door opened, and since we have said to those who want to come quickly, they've kind of got lost in the shuffle. So if I know they have school tomorrow, if they can go next, I really, and without any objection, and I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Come on out.
They're for the youth,
Okay, they're here for a different bill, apparently. Thank you. But great point, Senator Muse. Thank you.
Gentlemen and ladies from the committee, I'm George Ramsey. I'm from Baltimore County. I am also a carry permit holder. I oppose this bill because I myself, unlike, with other gentlemen here, that I have served in the military for 20 years. I'm retired from the U.S. Army. I oppose this bill because it takes the ability for myself to protect myself from what's going on in today's world. We all know that crime is on the uptick, and the crime is not from us law-abiding citizens. So I'm sorry for being nervous, but with the bill, it's also a infringement of our right for the Second Amendment. 100 feet of any building is just totally ridiculous. I also work for Baltimore County Schools. I do not carry in the school system because that is unlawful. There are places that are off limits to carry a handgun, and I do not do that. I'm a building operations supervisor. I've been with them 14 years. So I just want to say I oppose this bill, and that is in direct violation of our Second Amendment, and it is in reference to the ruling from the Supreme Court that this is happening. And with that, I yield the floor.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Jacob Hatfield. I'm a Calvert County resident. I'm here today on behalf of the Maryland Socialist Rifle Association. Senate Bill number 1 is another racist, classist, and sexist bill that seeks to criminalize self-defense of marginalized communities that cannot always rely upon the state to protect them. This is not a new development. As we've spoken before, in 1967, the Mulford Act was passed by then Governor Reagan, which was crafted with the goal of disarming organizations that were fighting for civil rights and advancing community self-defense. The Socialist Rifle Association continues to do this, and this bill would inhibit us from doing precisely that. On the contrary, our organization has licensed trainers who encourage our members, especially those who face violence from racist, homophobic, or transphobic threats, carry with confidence, knowing that they can defend themselves if they were attacked. The Maryland chapter of the Socialist Rifle Association strongly rejects the premise that the carrying of arms for self-defense somehow endangers the public, and on the contrary, allows minority groups who are targeted in violent attacks, as seen across the United States, to be further targeted. Gun control broadly also roots itself in class warfare. Those who are wealthy have the ability to live in areas of low crime and even hire private security or leverage the state to prioritize protection and patrols in areas where they work, shop, live, and travel. Those who cannot afford such a luxury often rely upon themselves and their community to protect against crime or targeted attacks. The Maryland chapter of the Socialist Rifle Association strongly urges you to vote no for this bill to reach the floor. Thank you for your time.
Excellent. So we have a question from Senator James. Yes.
Thank you for staying so late. To the woman who, you are a firearms instructor
Yes.
currently, and I'm sure there may be others in the audience, and you don't have to answer now, but if you could send some information. I know the bill is adding a few requirements to the instruction, and I just wanted you all to give me some feedback. I think if I'm reading the bill right, the classroom instructions will add that you teach state and federal firearms laws.
Already do.
All right, great. Laws concerning self-defense, including justifiable use of force, use of deadly force, and duty to retreat.
We all do.
Well, then it's added, but they do it. Well, that's great. Conflict de-escalation and conflict resolution.
Yes, we all do that.
Okay, okay, good. And then shooting accurate at a target at a distance under circumstances. Well, I guess you wouldn't know. It's circumstance determined by the secretary. Does that sound familiar to you?
There is a Maryland State Police qualification requirement, and we all make sure our students meet that.
And finally, do you do a shooting exercises using live ammunition as well?
Yes.
Okay, well, great. Thank you very much. They answered my questions.
That's great. That was efficient. All right. Seeing no further questions, thank you all very much. All right, I see we have some young people in the audience, and I want to make sure, are you all here to testify on Senate Bill 1?
Next bill.
Oh, you're here for the next bill? Okay, got it. Okay, all right. I tried to get you. All right. I was trying to get you home early. All right. All right, so let's go. Is Rodney Cobb here? What about Gabrielle Terrasa? Art? We'll bring up both of the Novotnys. How about that? Are you already testified? Okay, hey, sorry. There you go, Art. You're up.
Oh, that means I gotta go first?
Did she already go?
She went.
Okay, yes. Good.
It was awesome.
It was great.
Maybe she should go again for you.
Yeah. I'll watch the greatest hits. It's okay.
Come up. Hi, everybody. My name's Art Novotny. I'm from Aberdeen, Maryland. This is probably some of the most beautiful prose I have ever written. It is my testimony against the original version of this bill. I guess I'm gonna have to try to go off the cuff. I've got 2 points that I want to make. One was almost, my thunder almost stolen from me by the trainers, but how many firearms do we think are in this room right now? 2, 3? I'll bet you it's 2 or 3. Is anybody scared? Anybody in fear of their life because there is a loaded firearm in this room right now? I didn't think so. Why not? Because you know who has it. It's a good guy in control of that firearm. Somebody that you know has had background checks and training, has passed background checks and training. And those two things have been the antithesis of gun violence, at least from what we've heard down here. Everything is about just more background checks, more training. Well, as was pointed out, right now, the existing requirements for a carry permit involves extensive background checks and training. Is it the same training the police get? No. From our point of view, it's even better. The police get trained to shoot. We get trained not to shoot. And that's something that was alluded to. And I would strongly suggest, again, as all these people stealing my thunder, if you haven't already, take the training. You don't have to apply for the permit. You don't have to follow through. Take the training that's offered. I think it'll be really eye-opening to see that so much is already covered. We already do all these things. The other real quick point I had, one of the big sticking points in the new version of the bill, which is definitely an improvement, about carrying on private property and needing essentially affirmed consent. I think that would be much easier to swallow if you switch it. Make it like trespassing. If you don't want people carrying firearms on your property, put out a sign says, don't bring it here. We won't bring it here. Otherwise, I really think it's a trap. You're going to get people inadvertently caught up doing something that, committing a crime that they don't intend to. Thank you for your time.
Chris Crandall. Galen Mohammed. Bruce Morgan. What about Randolph Senna? There you go. Richard Georgina. All right.
Thanks everyone for having me tonight. I'm Jared. I live in Baltimore City. I've been recently granted a concealed carry permit from the Maryland State Police and been lawfully carrying in the state. When I'm walking down the street or driving to another location, I'm minding my own business and I'm certainly not committing any crimes. However, with SB1, I'd be convicted of a misdemeanor for merely stepping foot out my front door. There's not a single place around my home that's not affected by this law. I live near Patterson Park, right? I can't leave. This proposed law would effectively take hundreds of dollars I spent on training, fingerprinting, and photographs completely worthless. I'm not going to talk about the Bruin decision. I think we beat that to death. But I do want to talk about the Sigel versus Plotkin and the Coons v. Reynolds case that both have just been recently granted TROs in the district court. And they're strikingly similar to this bill right here. So just consider that it's probably going to get shut down in higher court if it goes through. And I think that we can go with legislation. We can legislate the rights away from people. We can do whatever we can do on paper, but it's really not going to solve the problem here. I think that we shouldn't be going against people who are really trying to follow the letter of the law and come to the table with something that's actually going to solve the problem of firearms crime here. I think we have our priorities wrong here. And the fact that this is SB1 is kind of adversarial in and of itself. If this is the first bill that we're looking at, maybe we should focus our energies on other places as opposed to trying to convert a whole bunch of law-abiding citizens into criminals overnight. That's not the way we should be going about this. I mean, another thing that I want to bring up that we haven't really talked about is like getting permission from everybody from their private property. Right? Like if you go to someone's property, be like, hey, is it okay if I carry on this property? And they're like, no, absolutely not. And they're like, oh, I don't want this guy at all. I'm going to do a red flag law on him, which is it's 2 minutes. Like that's my biggest fear, right? If I'm going to be asking somebody, especially in my area, hey, would it be okay if I conceal carry on your property? And they say, I don't like this guy. I want to know who he is. And I'm going to send the police in the middle of the night and steal his firearms. It's not how I want to go about this. All right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Senators. My name is Galen Mohammed. While I'm testifying in my own behalf, I am the president of Onyx Sharpshooters, the Forestville chapter of the National African American Gun Association. I am also the Maryland State Director for said organization. While I vehemently oppose this bill because of its unconstitutionality and because of its danger to our society, while it is stated that this bill was done for public safety, if it were to become law, Maryland would actually become an even more dangerous state. This bill does not even address those who are committing the shootings and killings in Maryland. Those are the criminals. This bill seeks to disarm law-abiding citizens who can protect themselves and their loved ones. Concealed carry permit holders are not the cause of crime in Maryland. Law-abiding citizens are not the only ones watching this bill, but criminals are also watching this bill. And they're waiting to see if Maryland becomes an open season for their criminality. I ask that this bill receive an unfavorable position. Thank you.
Good evening, Senators. I'm Randy Senna from Charles County. I've adjusted my comments here. I didn't want to restate or relitigate anything that's already been said. So first off, I'd like to address Gun Safety Act itself. It's got restriction in the title, unless that's changed in the new thing. So plain and simple, probably shouldn't have that there. It's just a restriction act, right? Opposed to what's occurred in court. What it does lack, and this is based on my 20 years as a veteran and retired veteran and 20 years as an inspector general evaluating emergency management and emergency management response, that it has no components for gun safety, no public safety education training programs that the government provides, no growth of gun ranges, no codified Good Samaritan laws supporting the defense of others. It doesn't have any kind of codified citizens arrest legislation. What we should be doing in our laws is making us better armed citizens, right? We're already here. We're already citizens. We already have a Second Amendment that allows us to do this. We should just get better at it. Promote the gun safety, promote with our legislation. To do so without that puts us in litigation and is just fiscally irresponsible. So I oppose SB 1 and ask for an unfavorable report. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Is Bruce Morgan here? No, Bruce Morgan and Chris Crandall, just one more time. All right. Richard, Georgina, Daryl Hodge, Leonardo Marino Ramirez. All right. Justin Lee. Chris Peabody. George Ramsey. All right, sir.
Senators, I really want to thank you for your time tonight. I know it's a long day, but this is a very important cause to me and to many others. My name is Daryl Hodge. I'm a resident of Arnold, District 33C. In 1954, Supreme Court issued its decision in Brown versus Board of Education. And with the reaction to that, I see a lot of parallels to states' reaction to NYS RPA versus Bruin. With the Brown versus Board of Education, state of Virginia suspended mandatory school attendance. Counties in Virginia closed their public schools for up to 4 years in reaction to this decision. And even though the Supreme Court said you cannot make every place a sensitive place, that is exactly what this bill originally was going to do. Now you've removed the 100-yard restriction. So not every place is a prohibited place, but so many are. I'm also very aware that one of the things that Bruin did is removed the subjective decision from making for the granting of a permit. Previously, we had to show good and substantial reason. We also had to submit 3 references. And that was really bogus because I'm obviously going to submit 3 people who like me, not the people that I maybe have threatened. And that went away with Bruin. References are still required, but state police are not contacting them. This bill puts that requirement back in there, puts a subjective requirement back in there. In fact, it makes it tougher. Now I need 4 references. Now I need to put that in writing. Why? Because writing is more effective? No, it's a hurdle. We see it clearly as a hurdle. We know it is. This requirement to have a personal interview with the secretary of the state police is nothing but a hurdle. This gentleman or woman is going to be overwhelmed. Even if half of the 80,000 were to apply for a permit, that would be an overwhelming imposition on this person's time. Thank you for your attention.
Good evening. My name is Justin from the 15th District, and I oppose this bill. As an active duty police officer in this great state, I feel I'm uniquely qualified to tell all of you this bill is going to kill people. Criminals we're stopping, they don't have permits. Instead, it targets your friends and your neighbors. I've seen permit holders out there, and when I see them, I don't hassle them for their papers. Instead, I shake their hand and say thank you because they're out there doing the job that we can't. Police today are stretched thin. Every department every day could be holding your call because they don't have any officers to respond. Someone stole my car, someone assaulted me, someone broke into my house. Sorry, you might have to wait. worst thing about this job is you never know when things will go from a 1 to a 10. I pray it's not you when it happens, because when seconds count, police might not even be minutes away. In fact, they might have been holding your call for the last 3 hours because your call just wasn't a priority until it had to be. I leave you with this final point. On July 17th, 2022, a mass shooter was stopped by a 22-year-old armed civilian bystander in Greenwood, Indiana. Ironically, the mall didn't allow any guns on its premises, but that didn't seem to stop the shooter, but thankfully not our hero either. Notably, the shooter took out, our civilian took out the shooter with 10 shots at 40 yards. I can say with complete confidence that most cops would not be able to make either of those shots on their best day. Funny thing is, you always give cops all these exemptions in every one of these bills, but the truth is the average permit holder is without a doubt a better shot than anyone with a badge. All this to say, good luck getting the police to arrest your friends and your neighbors whose only crime was protecting their community when we couldn't. This bill, I don't think it will save any lives. In fact, I think it will just destroy them. I yield back the rest of my time.
Good evening, Chris Peabody from Leonardtown. Senate Bill 1, the first one, the most important one, right? It got the Senate Bill 1. It's also the one that's going to violate the rights of 6.1 million Marylanders. Today, we've heard people talk about why they will support this bill, and there's a common theme there. They consider all gun owners in one bucket, but gun owners are in at least two buckets, illegal and legal. And in the legal bucket, there's another category of us in there, Maryland concealed carry permit folks who followed the law that's been in place for a very long time. Bruin reaffirmed our civil right of self-protection outside the home with a firearm in public, right? Senate Bill 1 is going to violate that one. The supporters' testimony, the folks who were victims of a violent crime, very moving. The common thread through every one of those stories was the person who perpetrated the violence on them was doing it illegally. They didn't have a permit. They weren't even a legal gun owner. It was already illegal. A perfect example of why those people need a Maryland concealed carry permit without the restrictions that Senate Bill 1 is going to put on them. Our governor, when he was running, this was his quote: "Violent crime is on the rise, right? My number one priority will be keeping our community safe. I will use a data-driven approach to address crime and with urgency and the intensity it requires." He also said he's going to leave no one behind. Our Attorney General Anthony Brown ran on fighting for justice and equity. Bruin reaffirmed that self-defense in public is a civil right. You guys are going to offer up this bill on a silver platter, Governor and the AG. Governor Moore is going to sign it. AG Brown's going to spend tax dollars and citizen resources that could go somewhere else defending this violation of our civil rights. And the irony is, we finally in Maryland elected a Black governor and a Black attorney general, and you're going to give them a civil rights violation to sign into law and go defend and spend our dollars on. That's not the Maryland I want to live in. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. Is D Fleetwood here? Yes. Oh, so we got you. All right. Thank you very much. All right. Awesome. Yeah, I suspect you're here for another bill as well, right? Are you? Yeah. We'll see you again. All right. Leonardo is not here. Is that right? George Ramsey? Nope. All right. Daniel Weber or Weber?
Carlin Weber, I presume?
Yep, Carlin Weber.
There we go.
There you go. And I called this name before, Jesse Ferguson, Javon Curtis. All right. Go ahead. Come on up.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Daniel Carlin Weber. I am a Baltimore City District 46 resident. It means a lot to be able to testify here today. I wish it were under better circumstances, and I wish it weren't under this bill. I am also a qualified handgun instructor, and I am the chair of the board of directors for Maryland Shall Issue. I speak in a personal capacity. There's been a lot of people talking about the effects of Bruin, but one of the things that hasn't been talked about, the subjectivity of what's required in the bill as rewritten. Bruin dispensed with subjectivity tests. That was the heart of what the good and substantial reason scheme was. What this bill does is it does make Maryland shall issue, but it's in name only. Right atop, if I turn your attention to 5-304 under the public safety article as proposed, it begins with the person must supply a number of things, one of them being any aliases or names previously used. Some people have a very good reason for not wanting to use those names. Some of those names no longer reflect who they are as a person. Not appropriate for them to be forced to disclose such a name. And that disclosure is important because at 3 here, it says a waiver of privilege of confidentiality for records about the applicant, including health records. This is an intimidation tactic. If you're familiar with anything regarding the handgun qualification license, the handgun qualification license, it was testified to in Maryland Shall Issue's lawsuit by Daniel Webster that it was an intimidation tactic. The whole idea of interfacing with the police to be able to buy a gun was the intimidation involved in the process. That is precisely what we have in front of us. This is an intimidation tactic. All of the other requirements here are extraordinarily subjective, including who the references are. They must be reputable. Reputable isn't in any way defined. It's entirely subjective in and of itself. I see my time's expired. I won't belabor it. I'm asking for an unfavorable report on this bill. Thank you very much.
Michael Burke, Baltimore. I should be on the list, but somehow it got lost. Lots of things have already been said, but I have a few highlights to perhaps clean up the batting order. We heard from the sponsors and many witnesses for the bill, the words dangerous and fear. Legislation should not be based on dangerous or fear. As I testified before, U.S. Army veteran, United States Marine Corps, law enforcement, state and federal. I am one of the 5 most dangerous people in this room right now, based on my training, experience, knowledge, background. Should I be denied a permit because I'm dangerous? I don't need a permit. I'm already exempt. Law enforcement. State trooper, thank you for your service. Again, one of the most dangerous people in the room. Do you fear him? Most of the people in the population fear him, fear all the police that are on the streets. Should you ban police? Back to the main thing. Previous testimony in Senate Bill 97 talked about discrimination, racism, and the disproportionate number of people, 13% of the population being Black, 70% of the inmates in DPSCS custody, Black men. This bill, if passed, will put more young Black men in prison. How is that helpful? Senate Bill 185, we heard about domestic abuse. Darlin, who testified earlier, one of my students, her protective order against her abuser expired years ago. She cannot renew it. Maryland statute, 1 year. Domestic violence, it's over. They're no longer partners. She still fears him because he has not changed his desire to stalk and harass her. These are things that you would ignore. All the people who have permits under valid reasons, you want to make them criminals. 4203, existing law prohibits possession of a firearm anywhere in, almost done, sir, anywhere in the state without a handgun permit. People with a permit, not a threat.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, is Mr. Norris, Jonathan Norris here? All right. Julia Adkins. Have I missed anyone? Who else is here to testify in Senate Bill 1? Senate Bill 1. Okay, so we've got, do we still have anyone in the waiting room? Okay. So we've got some virtual witnesses and we will start. Is Brent Omsball? All right, we'll start off with Brent. Coming in. Wait, is Wendy in there? Thank you.
Here.
Okay, excellent. We can hear you. We can't see you yet. But go ahead and start.
Okay. I don't know why my video is not showing. A lot of people have already testified and hit the highlights. I wanted to hit a couple more things. One, if 80,000 people applied and you charged $75 per, you took in $6 million. You're proposing legislation that will, in essence, render the permit useless. And I will be leading the charge for a class action lawsuit to get our money back, and B, if we need to bring RICO charges against the state for fraud, I'm going to push on that too. I am really unhappy with the fact that I just got my permit in June, and your first move is to take that right away from me. You are putting my wife in danger. You are putting my children in danger. Most of the time that I drive around the state is with my two children who are 9 and 11. If you are setting things up in an environment where carjackings are on the rise, where violent crime is on the rise, and I no longer have the right to defend myself, then you are putting my children in danger. The sponsor of this bill, at the beginning of his testimony, had said something along the lines of, well, if everyone's carrying a gun, this isn't the state he wants to live in. I will reference you back to 2013 when we were fighting Brian Frosch to retain our gun rights, and he told us if we don't like it, we should move out of the state. I advise him to do the same. But, oh, I'm sorry, the vast majority of the other states in this country are actually adult about their concealed carry permits. They have lock boxes in the legislative offices and in the courthouses, so you can take your firearm, put it in a box, lock it up, take care of your business in the building, get it back on your way out. Karen Herron testified using an example from Texas, not from Maryland. I'd like to see someone show us the data from Maryland showing the concealed carry permit holders pose a greater risk to society than anybody else. And finally, there was one thing: New York and New Jersey, who have already been slapped down twice. You lost Heller 1, McDonald, Heller 2, SB 281, and now Bruin. You are on the losing side of gun control. I would rather you look at the states that have gun control. You remove automatic criminalization,
Mr.
having it somewhere.
Ball.
Just a second, sir. Remove the automatic criminalization.
All right.
Reduce it to just trespassing,
Appreciate your,
like the other more mature states have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. If you get you should just press the mute button next time. All right. All right. Miss Hannon, welcome back. You're up.
Hi, thank you. Dr. Wendy Hannon. I'm a healthcare provider, teacher, mom, and owner of a firearms training and safety business. This bill will effectively eliminate my ability to protect myself and my family from being assaulted or murdered after leaving my house in Baltimore City. I know that sounds a little bit dramatic, but over a 21-day period in January, there were 8 armed carjackings and 30 violent crimes in my neighborhood alone, none of which were committed by concealed carry permit holders. I can't leave my house and comply with this law, which is the most concerning thing to me. Local business owners that I know have no objection to lawful concealed carry holders, having their firearm in the actual premises, and they shouldn't have to post a sign saying guns are welcome here on their door. So the bill does guarantee that only people routinely carrying firearms will be criminals. I do want to reiterate that the required students de-escalation locations to avoid, like that dark parking lot, and what's going to happen if you pull that trigger. People don't realize that the world as they know it is going to come to a crashing halt when they pull the trigger in self-defense.
All right, Ms. Hannon, we're having trouble with your connection, so we're just gonna go ahead.
Their life isn't going to be the same
All right.
after that.
Sorry, but no, sorry. We're just having trouble with I think the connection's unstable. So
Okay.
we're gonna go ahead and move on to the next witness. Our apologies for that.
No problem. Take care.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sure.
All right, is Daniel Edwards ready to go? Mr. Edwards, you're up. Welcome.
Good evening.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
I want to start and say that I really oppose this bill. This bill will create dangerous legal conundrum for all citizens in the state of visitors. Clearly, all these good people in front of me, all these good people before me have went into detail as to why that was the case. I'm speaking for myself. Obviously, I'm on duty right now. I'm speaking for myself. With all this being said before me, what I ask of the committee members is, what would be the solution? What would you tell someone like you that is a good holder who wants to defend themselves, they're out at a basket, staff, hotel, all these areas, a hospital, and something happens, and I'm there with my family, but I have to second guess or not have the freedom to defend myself and my family or someone else. When something happens and we die, what do you tell? Okay? What would we have to do? This bill is flawed in so many ways. I just also, like you guys, just learned that there's a revision. I haven't had time to revision that, but I will scrutinize that. But definitely the old version is a no-go. It's a no-go item. I oppose this bill. It needs to be passed. I understand the gentleman there is having a good faith, but maybe you guys need to take a couple classes like I have and experience something different. I thank you for your time and have a good evening.
Thank you so a lot, Mr. Edwards. Appreciate it. All right, we'll now turn to, is Mr. Turner, William Turner? Let's do that. Yeah, let's.
Hi, everybody. Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Great, thank you. I'm sorry for the lighting error there. But again, my name is Yvette Harris. I am in Baltimore City. I am a licensed firearm instructor. I am also a veteran of the United States military. As you can see, I am a Black female, and I highly oppose this bill. Number one, I think this bill is not only is it offensive, I find it condescending. You are devaluing and basically saying that my training and my skills and my knowledge and experience are really non-existent. Mind you, I live in one of the most dangerous cities in America, where we have had consistently for the last 8 years, 300 and plus murders, not including including those who were just harmed and physically maimed maybe for the rest of their lives. How dare you take away the right of lawful gun owners? I am a legal, lawful, abiding citizen of the United States of America, living in Maryland state. I am not a criminal. This bill will make me a criminal and will basically make mute all of my training, all of my time, all of my experiences, my hobbies, my goals to protect myself, my family, and my loved ones. Taking my firearm outside of my house is to protect my life, which is valuable, whether or not you think it is. Your fears do not trump my rights. Not only that, as a Black American, as a woman, we have had our rights from the time this country was founded up until the civil rights, at least. We've had our rights taken from us, squashed, not given to us. I refuse to let this happen to me and my other colleagues who are legal gun owners. This is wrong. It is offensive. I find it condescending, and it is unconstitutional. Because you have a fear, then you need to get equipped, just like I have gotten equipped the right way. Unfavorable ruling for this bill. Thank you.
Oh, can we get her back in? Sorry, we had a question for you. Is she back? Can we get her back? She just did a mic drop. She just did a mic drop and she was gone. She was gone. Sorry, Senator Folden. We'll make sure you get her contact information. All right, Mr. Turner, go ahead. We have Mr. Turner coming up next.
Yes, sir. I hope you guys can see me. I'm not sure if you can. I'm not real versed in the electronics here, but I'm a William Turner. I live in Dorchester County. And opposed to Senate Bill 1 in any form that it's going to be created or passed upon. I submitted written testimony. Most of what I had written down and planned on saying has already been said by much better speakers than myself. So I would like to just take my time and be as brief as possible. But I'd like to hit on, I listened to most of the testimony. I was actually there today for most of the day. I took a bus trip there. I listened to as much testimony as I could. I could not hear anybody, I heard a lot of people testify and said that the bill are going to create these restrictive places. I just want to make it clear to everybody there on the panel, there are already 13 restrictive places as it stands now with no additional legislation. And this is coming from the Maryland State Police website. I cannot carry in a school. I cannot carry on 1,000 feet of a demonstration. I cannot carry in a legislature building. I cannot carry on an airplane. I cannot carry in a hotel if I'm asked by the innkeeper or the innkeeper's posted signs to not allow carrying. I cannot carry on a dredge boat. I cannot carry in any state building. I cannot carry on any state forest lands. I cannot carry in any state parks. I cannot carry in any state rest stops. I cannot carry in an adult rehabilitation center or a child care center. So you already have laws in place that are limiting, and possibly those are constitutional to limit. We don't need to limit more areas. My carrying of a gun does not affect your safety. The only thing that's been said needs to be said again. The only thing that will stop a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun, and laws affecting good guys with the gun will do nothing to make you safer. And that's all I have. Hope I didn't take too much of your time, and I do appreciate you guys staying late. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. I appreciate your tenacity. I know you're sorry you didn't get to testify in person, but appreciate you taking the time to do so virtually. Okay, is Charles Watkins in the room? Mr. Watkins, are you ready to testify? We can hear something.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Just know you're live. So Mr. Watkins, you're up.
Okay. Good evening now. I'm from Lipscomb. Yeah.
Go for it. You're live. We can't see you, but we can hear you.
Okay.
You got it. Or not. Oh, here we go. Yes, sir. All right, go ahead. We'll restart your time. Can we restart his timer? Okay, go ahead. Ready to go.
Okay. Charlie Watkins, Lipscomb, Anne Arundel County. Okay. I'm a U.S. Navy veteran.
We can hear and see you. Just you can go ahead. Even if you can't see us, we can hear and see you.
Okay, I'm a U.S. Navy veteran, and I oppose SBO 1. As I concur with others that mentioned that this does nothing to stop the illegal gun owners, only stops it only stops the law-abiding gun owners to have guns, playgrounds, movie theaters, and restaurants. It will not allow me to protect my family from any unprovoked attack with somebody with a hammer, knife. For example, a few years ago, I went to a fast food place with a friend and a passenger car in Wheaton, Maryland, and Fort Avenue. And as soon as we got out of the car, somebody ran up to my passenger friend, put a knife to his throat. And if it wasn't for a girl in the back of the parking lot yelling, "No, that's not him," might not have been alive today. So I just want to say that I oppose the bill and I ask for an unfavorable review.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Watkins. And now we'll hear from Ms. Rose. Lydia, you're up.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman and members of the committee. I appreciate you allowing me to speak tonight. I've been logged on since 1 p.m., so I'm very eager to talk. Much of what I was going to share has already been shared by my peers. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you and we can see you. Let's keep the train going.
Okay, thank you. So one point that I wanted to bring up was the point about there being more guns in the streams of commerce based on wear and carry permit holders being able.
You're there.
We can hear you and we can see you. I don't know if you have the YouTube streaming on your computer, that might be what's conflicting.
Okay, yes. Sorry. And I think that's what it was.
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe come off the channel. You should probably exit the YouTube channel. There you go. Okay.
I've exited. One of the points that I wanted to make is that as a wear and carry permit holder, that is just the permit to carry the firearm on your person. I'm a mother. I am a community volunteer. I have been a Maryland resident who went to elementary through high school here, and I've seen our community change throughout the years for the worse, even prior to this state becoming a shall issue state. But it is wrong to state that by the wear and carry permit holders being allowed to go into more places, there is more of an issue of guns being in the stream of commerce, because there's a difference between an HQL, which is a handgun license, which you have to take 8 hours of training, you have to go, do a background check, and then you can purchase a firearm. A wear and carry permit doesn't state that you can purchase a firearm. It just states that you can have it on your person for self-defense purposes. And unlike a HQL license, which I also have, you have to renew it every few years with new background checks, new trainings. So if someone offends within that time, they're going to risk not going up for renewal. And we've all heard today, it's not the law-abiding citizens that are the issue, it's those that commit offenses. So this idea that there's going to be more guns on the market, well, that's not the case, because this isn't the permit holders aren't permitted to purchase by just having a permit. That's a separate licensing. They're just trying to defend themselves and their families like myself. The other point that I wanted to make regarding private businesses is that, like someone else mentioned, private businesses are well equipped to put signs that say no trespassing, no loitering, and no, carrying of weapons on their property. It creates an issue if someone says verbally, yes, you can carry, and then changes their mind, or someone changes shifts and there's a new employee that says, well, I didn't hear that. Now that law-abiding citizen is subject to criminal penalty when something as clear as there's a presumption that a person can exercise their Second Amendment right. And then it's up to the business, if they want to make it explicit, like they do with trespassing and loitering and the like, to just post it on their private business. And then lastly, the sensitive places, because I have a daughter and she's very active in a lot of things. There are places we go, like restaurants. We go to playgrounds that are not at school and not in public parks. There are places that we go that are now subject to this bill that's been, expanding the places that I cannot go and protect her. So I would just ask that the court vote unfavorably to this bill.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Ms. Rose. All right, now we will hear from is Stacy Lennon. Okay, let's do Stacy next.
I hold up, all right. Water. All right. Yes.
So we're not finished with NGO. I heard someone volunteer or pizza.
Maybe we consider, like, if they're gonna testify virtually, we just have them submit a letter of testimony. No, since we're no longer in COVID.
Okay, so here's what we've done. We've admitted all the rest of the folks, so we can just move on quickly. So if we can have Leon Wiley go. And Leon Wiley, can you unmute yourself and turn your camera on, please? Holly Brownlee, is your microphone on? Can you
Yes.
testify? All right, why don't you go ahead and testify?
Okay, thank you. Can you see me? Okay, there we go. Thank you, Chairman, Vice Chair, and honorable members of this committee. I think this is officially the longest Zoom call I've ever been on. Bad joke. I'm a felony trial attorney with the Public Defender's Office, based out here in Talbot County on the Eastern Shore. I've also lived in the 36th District, Queen Anne's County, for most of my life. And I'm here today asking the committee for an unfavorable report on this bill. You already heard from my colleague Natasha on this issue, so I'll try not to duplicate her too much. The Maryland Office of the Public Defender represents thousands of clients every year impacted by our state's gun laws. And that includes situations where the top count is simply carrying a handgun on their person or in a vehicle on a public road. I can also say this includes out-of-staters who find themselves in our state running afoul of our already complex gun laws. All too often, new criminal laws have the hardest impact on the poor communities as well as communities of color. In other words, our clients. And so when a new area of criminal law is passed, I have to ask myself first, who's enforcing this and how is it going to be enforced? In this case, the police will be tasked with enforcement. And with little other tools and guidance, there's a real danger that you're going to see more and more situations where the police are having to consciously or unconsciously look at things like race or economic status to determine whether a particular person out there in public is now, displaying characteristics of an armed person, whatever that might be. And so I think you will see a sharp increase in the number of roadside detentions. I think Natasha mentioned that, but I think also street side detentions of largely my clients or people who will soon be my clients. I also want to assure the committee that this is not just an issue with bigger cities. In Taba County alone, we have many small towns. I think anywhere with a downtown is going to be at risk. In Taba County, we have Easton and St. Michael's, and this law is going to have that same impact on many clients we have in those communities, just as it does on the Western Shore or in the bigger cities. I'm also here to offer an alternative.
Ms. Brownlee,
Yes.
I'm sorry, your time's expired. If you could just conclude very succinctly, please.
Thank you. I think simply amending the criminal trespass statute to clarify that anyone with a firearm who enters a property or place of business that's posted no guns would be guilty of trespass would be a simple way to make sure people feel comfortable and are still able to protect themselves and not have to create this complicated, even more complicated firearm scheme. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And thanks for hanging in there with us.
Thank you.
Thanks. Actually, let's hear from Stacy Len. Stacy, if you could unmute yourself and turn on your camera. I'll see you're in there. Okay. So let's do Dan Basberg. There you go. Yes. Stacy, if you could unmute yourself and turn on your camera. And Dan, if you could turn off your YouTube channel or just close down mute it or close down the browser.
Senator, is this for SB1?
Yep, this is SB1. All day, every day.
I already testified for the bill.
Okay, that's great. Thanks for hanging out in Zoom world for this.
Unless you forget, I'm the one that caused shenanigans, and please send this as quick as possible.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. So Stacy, you're up. Can you please unmute yourself and turn on your camera? I thought we had Stacy already. Okay. Who's this one? Evie. Right then. All right, looks like that's it for the virtual testimony. And if we missed you in Zoom land, my apologies. Charge it to the head, not the heart. I don't know. So with that, that'll be the end of the testimony for Senate Bill 1. Thank you all very much. We made it. No, we're not doing that again. No. All right. So now we'll move on to Senate Bill 86, Senator Walstreicher.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to the members of the committee again for their patience on a long evening and considering these bills together as a package and how they work together to improve public safety in Maryland. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, between last session and this one, there were a series of mass shootings that captured the attention of our nation. They were very different in different places, under different circumstances, but they shared one important thing in common. Let's start in Buffalo, New York. So that's my wife's hometown. It's a city I know and love quite well. Now I'm going to depart from the recent protocol here and use the suspect's name. And I apologize to the victims and their families for doing so, but I pray that they know I'm doing it for an important reason. Peyton Gendron was his name, and he believed in the conspiracy theory of white genocide. He brought an AR-15 modified to accept 30-round magazines to a top supermarket in a predominantly Black neighborhood. I know exactly where that Tops is. He started streaming on Twitch, screamed the N-word at his victims, and murdered 10 people. All 10 were Black. Peyton Gendron purchased the AR-15 legally. He was 18 years old. Next came Uvalde, Texas. That's where Salvador Ramos attended elementary school, middle school, and high school. He was bullied as a child. Later, he had a reputation for live streaming animal abuse, sending inappropriate text messages to women, and posting Instagram photos of semi-automatic rifles. In May of last year, he returned to his own elementary school. He murdered 19 children, ages 9 to 11. That's the same age as my younger son. He also killed 2 teachers. Salvador Ramos purchased his Smith & Wesson and Daniel Defense semi-automatic weapons legally. He was 18 years old. Travel with me now to Highland Park, Illinois, outside of Chicago. Chicago's a beautiful city in the summer, but on July 4th of last year, Highland Park became a nightmare. Robert Eugene Cremo III had a troubled childhood and gravitated towards neo-fascist memes and mass shooter ideation. He brought an MNP-15 and 30-round magazines to the Independence Day parade and began shooting. He injured 48 people and murdered 7. The dead ranged in age from 8 to 88. Robert Cremo purchased the MNP-15 legally. When his permit was granted, he was 19 years old. 3 mass shootings in 3 months in our country just last year. And the common thread obvious to all 3 murderers obtained their weapons before they were 21 years of age, before they could smoke, before they could drink alcohol, and importantly, before they could purchase a handgun. That's right, in Maryland, it is not legal to purchase, possess, or own a handgun until you're 21. But you can purchase a shotgun, long gun, or semi-automatic rifle at that age. And that's nonsensical. Gun violence in all forms plagues our state, and you've heard about that a lot this evening. And as I indicated previously, I support increased accountability for illegal guns of all forms, including the former governor's crime package. But if we're to ensure that Maryland is safe from mass shootings in particular, we must make our long gun statutory framework fully analogous to our handgun statutory framework. So as always, I like to tell you what the bill does, and that's what the bill does, and I like to tell you what the bill does not do. Here's what it does not do. Under current law, there are clear and enumerated exceptions to the law disallowing handguns before the age of 21. It allows a person under 21 to go to the range while accompanied, to hunt while accompanied, to participate in marksmanship while accompanied. It allows for a person under 21 to carry as a police officer or member of the armed services. And it allows for self-defense. Those carve-outs are current law. Under Senate Bill 86, those same exceptions carry over line by line to long guns. And so this bill does not impact our armed services or police officers. It does not impact a dad taking his son hunting, a mom taking her daughter to the range, or a coach taking his student to marksmanship competitions. It does not impact the right to self-defense. Maryland is falling behind in this policy. 7 states, including Republican-controlled Florida, already make their handgun and long gun laws analogous. Now is the time for Maryland to do the same before the mass shooting. The next mass shooting is ours. I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 86.
All right, thank you, Senator. Do you have a sponsor panel you wanted to bring up as well, or?
Yes, so I think the attorney for Giffords, if he is still with us, is scheduled to be on this panel if he is here either in person or virtually.
What's the name? I'm sorry.
I think it was David Fucino,
Oh, Pacino, yes.
if Mr. Fucino,
David Pacino in there.
he may have had to
Okay,
leave.
so he's not here. Okay, great. Anyone else? All right, so with that, then we'll turn to the committee for questions. I saw, we're gonna go with Senator McKay, James, Folden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator, for bringing this piece of legislation. So, you had mentioned about the common thread that these horrendous mass shootings that you mentioned was that they were under the age of 21. But it seems to me that there's more of a common thread, that this was obviously people who were suffering under mental health issues. How does just magically going to 21 stop somebody who has mental health issues? Now, I understand they may not be able to purchase it, but if they're allowed to go with their parents to the range, or allowed to go with their parents, if somebody is, it seems to me that legislation should be getting these people the help that they need, not necessarily throwing, and I hate to use the word, throwing the baby out with the bathwater. There are just as many examples in my district of people belonging to gun ranges that are belonging to sportsman shooting contests. But yet at 18, we can join the armed services, but yet not, I just don't understand. I get the understand about trying to do something.
Sure.
But I'm not exactly sure that this piece of legislation, I get the parity, putting it up to the handgun. I'm not exactly sure I agree with that, but that is what it is. So how do I wrap that around my senior in high school who is able to drive a car, go back and forth on their own, but yet not be able to purchase a long gun or a rifle?
Well, I think the answer is we have a lot of different ages for a lot of different activities, and this is consistent with that jurisprudence. We have different age for sexual consent than we do for driving, than we do for voting, than we do for drinking or smoking or joining the military. These all have different ages associated with it. And we struggled with that in this committee when it comes to criminal liability, when it comes to all the other things that we talk about, where children have judgment that may not be fully developed. For me, because of the inherent danger of the product, the appropriate age is the age that we've decided upon already for handguns, and that age is 21, the same age that we have decided upon for smoking and drinking.
I thank you for that. Respectfully disagree, but understand where you're coming from. Thank you, sir.
Senator, my thought was that the 3 mass shootings are all horrible. The main thing, other than the person's age, was the nature of the gun, and they were all semi-automatic. That's correct, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And my understanding is that in Maryland, we have regulated firearms, handguns, and then a list of, I think, about 29, I'm going to call semi-automatic or rifles that have augmented ways to propel the projectiles. And then I think, so those are all regulated, and I think many are hard to get or even banned. And then we also have a restriction on magazines, I think, so that we are 10 and below. Isn't
That's
that correct? So where I come from in Harford County, and I personally live on a farm, and I have about 24 hunters that come out. Many of them are young. And this is a tradition. They're very safe with their guns. So what I'm trying to understand is they're used to using these guns probably from the age of 16 or 17, certainly well under 21. Many feed their families with it. They don't necessarily come with a parent or a guardian, but they're responsible. And that's a way of life that this would make difficult. And at the same time, I'm not aware that a shotgun or a rifle that's not, either of which are not semi-automatic, are involved in mass shootings. And so I don't see the connection between wanting to deal with those semi-automatic guns, which we've done, and limit the magazines, which we've done, and all kinds of training, which we've done, and how these shotguns that usually shoot, you know, several bullets or more or less, how they have gotten into your bill and what kind of violence you think you're protecting them from, when I don't see them involved in mass shootings at all.
A couple answers to that question. It's a very good one. Thank you for it. First, the bill does not require parental supervision, just to be clear. It just requires supervision from a qualified person, meaning someone over the age of 21 who is otherwise not prohibited, not someone with a criminal record, not someone with mental illness, not someone who is addicted to alcohol or drugs. And so it doesn't
Can
have
I
to-
just say,
yeah.
that where I live, there are men that are married at 18, 19,
Sure.
20,
Yeah.
feeding their families, and they are not needing supervision. And in fact, this is a hardship on them. So how do we just respond to that?
Yeah, well, let me hit the second part,
All
if
right.
you will. So, so we know that some people purchase guns legally and then modify them illegally. And I don't know the exact circumstances of each and every one of these mass shootings, but in at least one of them, well, I mean, all of them, the guns were purchased legally, and in at least one of them, the gun was modified in a fashion that made it more deadly. And so you're right, under the 2013 law that has been upheld by our courts over and over again, under all of its litigation, there are certain weapons of war that are now disallowed in Maryland. In my view, that's a good thing. But there's no question that someone who is so committed could take a legally obtained firearm, a rifle, and modify it to be much more deadly, to have increased capacity and increased danger.
Well, then I'd like you to, other than your concern that that's happening, I'd like you to give us some data, because I am not aware of that happening or happening with any regularity. And then you mentioned, and I was interested, Florida has the same law for handguns and long guns. Now, what is the age in Florida?
21.
And the long guns, you know, we all, myself included, rifles, shotguns. So, you know, in Maryland, we have these semi-automatic or assault weapons. You know, we don't do assault weapons. We list them, which is smart, 29 of them, and copycats. So it's pretty broad to try to get these guns that are not the traditional rifles and shotguns. So in Florida, what do you mean by long gun? Do they define that as a rifle, shotgun, and then all these semi-automatic weapons, all of them?
So I don't have their law in front of me, but I believe it is, I believe they did what I am seeking to do in this bill, that their handgun, long gun dichotomy is similar or was similar to ours. And then they eliminated that dichotomy and treated both in an analogous fashion.
So you'd follow up and just.
Happy to.
Are there other states that have done this as well?
7 states, including Florida.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Vice Chair, for bringing the bill
you.
forward. Looking forward to another lively banter.
Let's do it.
All right, we're going to do it. So you brought up a couple specifics. You brought up 3 specific scenarios. One was Buffalo, the other Chicago, the other in Texas, correct?
That's correct.
Buffalo and Illinois already have, or New York and Illinois have pretty restrictive gun measures in place already, do they not?
They do.
And did that prohibit the law? Did that prohibit either of these shootings from happening? Obviously, it did not, correct?
Both of those gentlemen obtained their guns legally.
Legally, correct. When you mentioned about the one that it was modified in Buffalo, that the young man had modified his AR to accept 30-round magazines. Do you know what that modification, do you know what that is? What that mod is?
I do not.
Don't you think that it would be relevant and important to know the components necessary to function a firearm and how it propels and the gases are distributed to force the projectile down range? I mean, it's an important element. If we're going to legislate things and we're going to do things that are potentially infringing upon one's constitutional rights, we should know the full breadth of what we're engaging in or what we're potentially taking away. Agree?
I agree with you, but
Okay.
just to be clear, the point was, if he had not been able to legally purchase the weapon, he would not have been able to mod it.
I understand, but your comment was that he modified to accept 30-round magazines. The modification was bought a 30-round magazine. That's all it was. Same gun. Doesn't modify the gun. It's the same type of AR that the chairman slung over his shoulder in Afghanistan. It's just the size of the magazine. Doesn't. In the state of Maryland, so in the state of Maryland, can you go, we can't buy 30-round magazines. Can't buy anything bigger than 10.
After the 2013 law, that's correct.
Okay. Is it illegal to possess it in Maryland, or is it illegal to buy it in Maryland?
I don't know the answer to that, but I believe the answer is it's illegal to possess it as well as to purchase it.
No, it's not. So you can possess a gun, the magazine. So you can leave here and drive out through beautiful Frederick County, my home county, and you can go right on into West Virginia. You can go right across the state line. There's a gun store there. You can go right in that store and you can buy a 30-round magazine. Did you know that?
I did not. Please go ahead.
You can do that. And then you can come back and you can have that as a part of your property because you bought it legally. So the state of Maryland does not and cannot, it does not at this time prohibit the possession. You can have it legally. And anything to restrict that would be unconstitutional. Because if Maryland wants to constrict the sales of it, that's what's happened. But to own it as a part of a weapon, it's not illegal. When I went, I want to get back to the shooting in Texas. That was my other point. I've covered Buffalo, spoke briefly about Chicago, which is a whole nother story with illegal guns. The shooting in Texas. Do you know who engaged that gunman? And actually, because the police were told to stand down. You know that? Did you ever get an after action on that? I'm just asking. I'm not being wise. I'm just saying, did you ever see or hear about the after action of that incident? Because I was involved in an active shooter in Frederick about 21 months ago.
Sure.
So
let me, Senator Folden, I appreciate that you want to dive into each of these cases.
I'm just referencing what you brought up.
Common to the cases is two factors. And it's not relevant necessarily what magazine it was or what.
But it is because you brought it up as part of your testimony.
I was telling the story, but what is common here is that each of these gentlemen purchased the gun legally. Each of these gentlemen, when they purchased the weapon, was under the age of 21. And we make clear all the time what ages are appropriate for certain things, and we draw those lines. Are they easy to draw? As Senator McKay showed, no, they're difficult to draw. We have real difficulty drawing these lines, but just because a line is difficult to draw doesn't mean we shouldn't draw it. And what 7 states have done in order to limit the ability of young people, young adults, to conduct these mass shootings that we've seen, where they're always these young adults, is to limit the ability of people under the age of 21 to purchase it, which is the exact same thing we already do with handguns. So this isn't out of the ordinary. It's nothing we haven't seen in another state. It's nothing we don't already do for handguns. It's common sense gun reform, and it promotes public safety.
Okay, so may I continue now? Because I'm just speaking to your point, sir. You bring up points to emphasize certain points that suit your narrative. I'm bringing counterpoints to show that that narrative is not necessarily accurate. Part of that being, as my good friend from Western Maryland said, the common thread is not just their age. I'll say it was their age, but it wasn't just their age. They all suffered from mental health issues. So instead of doing all the things that we're trying to do here and restricting one's rights as an adult in this country, we're looking at restricting their rights and privileges as a citizen and a law-abiding citizen instead of funneling and channeling monies that could be better suited elsewhere for these mental health causes, opening more beds in the state, allowing us to go further into that. So
Let me just take a pause there, because I just want to reject the premise of your question.
you want to
Because
reject what, sir?
The premise of your question.
Okay.
We've heard tonight and in the suicide bill, someone mentioned that we all know people in our lives who have struggled with mental illness. And the people I know in my own life, in my family, friends who struggle with mental illness, none of them have decided to pick up weapons and shoot up a school or a Tops grocery store or a 4th of July parade. Mental illness is not the cause of these mass shootings. They could not have participated in the mass shooting if they could not have purchased the weapon legally at age 18.
So by your statement, you're going to tell me that mental illness is not the root cause, that a sane person without suffering from some type of mental deficiency would still go out and gun down innocent women and children and citizens, men, as a sane person, a rational thinking person who doesn't suffer from mental illness is just as prone to doing these things that you're alleging now. That answer is that narrative is absolutely just, well, I'm not going to say that because I don't want to upset the chairman, but
Mr. Vice, I just want to make sure you have, I'm happy to keep the dialogue going. Just want to make sure you have time to respond. So there's a kind of a good date. So
no need.
Okay, excellent. All right. I just want to make sure he's got an opportunity to respond.
what did he respond? He made a new line, like trying to deviate from the question. The questions are pretty clear. He's just making up he's finding another tangent to go on. Do you know how old you don't know a lot about me. Do you know how old I was when I went in the military? I was 17 and 2 months. My mother signed papers so I could go serve my country. And you know what I did when I got to boot camp at 17 and 2 months? They gave me a gun. They trained me to shoot that gun. They trained me to be responsible. So by this bill, our boys and girls, young men and women that are old enough to go and serve their country, to defend the very Constitution that this bill is trying to strike at, they're okay to go and lay their lives down on the line, to be planted in the fields of stone of Arlington in defense of this country. But by your bill, when they come home from war and they get out, if they're disabled, because I know, when we're all in a protected environment, it's easy to sit there and throw stones and cast stones and be like, nothing happens. When they come home, if they get out and they're disabled, now we're going to get into their medical records and they're not 21. They're not allowed to go hunt and have that solace and that peace in the woods of hunting for recreation, hunting for game. This bill is egregious. It's a blatant slap at everything responsible adult gun and law-abiding citizen, just like SB1. This is not good policy. The policy of money should be directed at the root issue that apparently in your eyes is not the root issue. When I will tell you, I beg to differ. So I just don't understand where this bill comes from. And like my other colleague said, if you're upset about AR-15s, then you focus on that. Don't focus on the broad sweeping paintbrushes. That's terrible policy. And I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I got away from my question because that was just so blatantly disrespectful to the men and women that go and have died younger than the age of 21. These boys and girls coming home in caskets that I've seen.
All right, Senator.
It's a direct slap in their face.
Thank you, Senator. Okay. All right. Senator West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to make an observation and then get your reaction to it.
Sure.
So I've sat through 6.5 hours of Senate Bill 1 and didn't know what I was going to encounter until I sat through the 6.5 hours. And my observation is that most of the people who are in favor of Senate Bill 1 came from the more urbanized counties, principally Montgomery County. And most of the people who were opposed to Senate Bill 1 came from our more rural counties. So I don't know whether you agree with that or not, but that seemed to me to be the case as I listened to all the testimony. So I'm wondering whether or not you considered in this bill and Senate Bill 1, saying that the bills would only apply to a certain part of the state. Clearly, in Montgomery County, a majority of the people, given their druthers, would eliminate the Second Amendment, or do as much as possible to crimp people's rights to have guns. But that's not the case in Garrett County, Allegheny County, Washington County, et cetera, all the way down to Worcester County and the Eastern Shore. So did you ever think of the possibility of applying these stringent anti-gun bills to the more urbanized counties, such as Montgomery County, and leaving the more rural counties with what they appear to be most interested in perpetuating, which is the ability of families to support guns?
Well, two things. First, we're early in session, and so I'm excited to work with you and Senator Folden and members of our committee on this bill and on the two other bills, one you already heard and one you will hear, and work through some of these issues in a collaborative and bipartisan fashion. I would say just, something very obvious, which is we don't have sexual consent ages for rural jurisdictions and urban jurisdictions. We don't have different driving ages for rural jurisdictions or urban jurisdictions. We don't have different ages of tobacco or alcohol for urban jurisdictions or rural jurisdictions. So I'm open to the idea, and I'd like to sit down with you, but I would like to note the consistency with which we use age restrictions throughout the code and how those restrictions are statewide.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you.
So, to be a police officer in the state of Maryland, you have to be 21 years old, I think. Correct?
I know that to be true for correctional officers. I don't know that to be true for every.
I know that there's a bill out there to allow to be hired for correctional officers at 18.
That's right.
And I think the department is considering that because of shortages
Yeah.
and mandatory shifting and those type of things. I know that I believe the state of Florida, you can purchase these shotguns or rifles as long as you're a police officer or a correctional officer. So does your bill address anything with that by chance?
It does. So let me just grab it here. We do have that. So I see the armed services portion down on page 3. And if I am missing, if we did not port over the police officer portion from the handgun law, we will.
Okay. Okay, so that was the one question.
Yep, no, thank you for pointing that out.
And could you explain like the rationale about the mental health issue again? I was very confused at your answer for Senator Fulton that wasn't
so
a common thread that, please.
Yeah, well, mental illness is widely distributed throughout our world. It's an unfortunate part of being human being. Other illnesses are also widely distributed throughout our world. Cancer, heart disease, they happen in Europe, they happen in Asia, they happen in Africa. Same thing with mental illness. Mental illness happens across our entire world. It happens in Asia, it happens in Europe, it happens in Africa. Nowhere else do mass shootings happen like they happen in the United States. It's a deep stain on our nation that this keeps occurring, and that we had 3 of these mass shootings in such a small proximity of time. That doesn't happen elsewhere, but they have mental illness elsewhere, just like we do. The common thread is access to the weapons. That's what's different about us. That's what is different about the circumstances I've talked about tonight in Buffalo and Uvalde and in Highland Park. If you're going to blame mental illness, you have to be able to answer the question, why isn't this happening all the time elsewhere the way it's happening here? And if you can't answer that question, and I urge you to take a deep look and support this bill.
Well, I'll turn the tables right back to you, sir. Are many other mass shootings are not just people that are under the age of 21. How does then dispelling or disconnecting mental health, because now I'm 22 years old and I have mental health, a mass shooting shouldn't happen regardless. Doesn't matter your age. It shouldn't be happening. And I don't understand the purpose of this bill, because I don't believe you're going to net what you're trying to get at if you disconnect the mental health issue. There is no doubt about it. You're 100%. Mental health happens all over the world. And if there is a bigger stain in this United States, it's because we've shunned people that have had mental health issues. We go to a cardiologist because of our heart. We'll go to the podiatrist. But for some reason, we think it needs to be sheltered and not taken care of, and we just put it aside. That's wrong. Well, we don't take an age and say, okay, well, we can fix it now.
I don't think this bill will fix mass shootings, but just because something is difficult and just because you can't solve for all of them doesn't mean you can't solve for some of them. And I think what we've seen is that this bill will help reduce mass shootings.
Now, I disagree that it will reduce mass shootings, because the mental health issue of it, that person who is listening to the demons will find a way. It's not age, by an arbitrary age setting doesn't do that. And thank you for your answer, sir.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Vice Chairman. Thanks for bringing this bill forward. There's been a lot of rhetoric and back and forward. So I'm still new to this committee, but maybe you could just refocus us a little bit and tell me exactly what this bill does, just so we can go back to what the bill actually does instead of the rhetoric that we're hearing.
Well, thank you, Senator Washington, for that opportunity. The bill is straightforward. The bill simply raises the age for the purchase or possession of a long gun from 18 to 21. That's all it does. That's the entire bill. It then ports over the exceptions that we have for handguns over to the long gun section.
And we also have age restrictions on other uses in the state. Is that correct?
Of course.
Can you give me just two that you might know of that are age restricted at all? That said, you have to be 21 in order to purchase, such as alcohol.
Alcohol, tobacco is 21.
Correct. So this is just raising that limit because of what's happening around the country.
That's right.
And
just as 7 other states have done.
Correct. And the Uvalde, I keep messing up that name. The Uvalde, Texas shooter that happened, just turned 18, went and bought a gun.
He waited until he was 18.
Correct.
He waited until 3 days after he had turned 18 to purchase the gun.
Thank you.
Senator James, and then Senator
Senator, I just looked up the Florida law and and I know that we're working our way through it, but as I read it, what it prohibited was someone under 20 from purchasing a gun, but from 18 to 21, you could best possess the kind of guns we're talking about. And even more importantly, you could continue to hunt if you were at least 16 years of age. As I told you, I know you're not familiar with this, but where I come from, and certainly in a lot of other jurisdictions, people well under 21, use these very same guns to hunt and support their families. But anyway, in Florida, you can have it if you're 16 and even under 16, if you're supervised by an adult, and you can also have it at those ages for all kinds of marksmanship and competition and lots of other things. So perhaps the other states are similar, but I think Florida actually accommodates my big concern.
Yeah, let's
with
sit
the-
down and
with the
line
bill
by
as
line
it
up.
is.
Yeah.
And then just to clarify, I do think all the, you'll get back to me, but I don't think any of the mass shootings that you've referenced or any of the other ones that I'm aware of were done by guns that weren't already on our list. In
That's-
other words, I'm not aware of the kind of guns in
Right.
this bill that have been used in mass shootings. So I am struggling with your concern about mass shootings and the fact that the firearms that have been used are already banned in some way in Maryland. So we can talk about
Yeah,
that later.
I
And then
would
I'll
like
look
to.
at the other states when you tell me what they are later.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Came back caffeinated.
I got caffeinated. I'm good. I had a Snickers bar, so I'm not as hangry. So I just wanted to apologize. I owe you better.
No, you don't have to
Hold on, Senator, Mr. Vice Chair, listen, this ain't gonna happen often. So take this. There's a certain amount of decorum that we expect here, and I'm passionate about this. Having served in military and law enforcement, and I believe in this. I believe it is a fundamental right to my core. But decorum is important. And I allowed my frustration to overflow. And I wanted to apologize to you, my constituents, and everybody else here, because it's not fair to allow that to become a part of this. The discussion is important. The pointing out of the differences of our issues is important. So for that, I apologize.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is Mr. McGuire here? And Mr. Pacino is not here. Okay. So let's go. That'll conclude the testimony for the proponents of the bill. Then we'll switch over to the opposition panel. Jason Mooney. Kate Novotny, Art Novotny, and Deb Ray. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, the children. Oh, yes, that would be excellent. Yes, let's do that, please. That's what they were pointing at. Thank you for that. Yeah. All right. All right. Thank you for pointing that out. I
Only waited 8 hours.
Senator is gonna write you a note for school tomorrow. All right, there you go. Hold on one second.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Senators. My name is James Stevens. I'm here today to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 86. I'm a 16-year-old Maryland resident who shoots small bore and shotgun competitively, in fact, actually over at the Naval Academy. I also hunt deer, small game, and waterfowl. I'm a member of the Howard County 4-H Bullseyes Club and junior rifle team for Stemmers Run Rifle and Pistol Club. I have been shooting firearms responsibly and safely since I was 9 years old. With this proposed bill, an 18-year-old, the age at which I'm considered an adult by the state and the country, and for me, only 2 years away, I will be unable to independently possess the firearms necessary to compete and hunt without an adult over the age of 21 being present. Even though at 18, I can make the decision to serve and possibly die for my country. At 18, I can vote and am largely considered an adult in the eyes of the law. But as an adult, I will still need my parents' permission to shoot the firearms I've been practicing with since I was 9. And someone at least 21 years old to supervise every practice that I shoot. If I choose to compete with a shooting team when I am in college, this bill will make it impossible for me to transport my competition rifles anywhere within the state of Maryland. I could face 5 years in prison for simply bringing my rifles home to my parents' house or taking them to a shop for repairs. This is more punishment than someone who illegally carries a pistol or knife into a school property. After spending 9 years learning and practicing firearm safety and participating in rifle and shotgun matches, at 18, I will age out of both 4-H and my junior rifle shooting team. During that 3-year gap before I turn 21, it will be illegal for me to buy, transport, or even fire a rifle or shotgun without proper supervision. Again, I mentioned that I will be a full-grown and responsible adult in the eyes of the law. It will also have numerous years of experience properly handling a firearm. If this bill is passed after I age out of youth shooting sports, it is unlikely that I will continue to participate and even shoot recreationally, something I've enjoyed for the last 7 years. We all know that gun control laws do nothing to regulate criminals and the possession of illegal weapons. It only affects responsible citizens who adhere to the laws. Passing Senate Bill 86 would make it impossible for me to legally continue competing and enjoying the sport I've involved in since I was a child. I respectfully ask you to vote no on Senate Bill 86. Thank you for your time.
So thank you for your testimony. Make sure you connect with Senator McKay. I think you got some pretty good shots of you testifying. All right. Next up.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Kirsten Rader, and I am representing myself, but I am a member and officer with the Howard County 4-H Bullseye Club. The Bullseye Club teaches archery, shotgun, and rifle. When I was younger, I was extremely committed to competitive swimming. My dream and goal was to be an Olympic swimmer. Unfortunately, a few years ago, my health forced me to stop swimming competitively. My health issues also prevent me from playing any other physical sports. I am sure there are other children with similar health issues. I was devastated. My parents and I tried to find a sport I could do. Thankfully, we found the Howard County 4-H Bullseye Club. I found a new passion. My aspirations now are to shoot in the Maryland State Rifle Match and join a college rifle team. I would like to compete if I would like to compete on a college rifle team, but this legislation makes it a felony to bring a rifle home without my parents' written permission, as well as I must have someone over the age of 21 with me. These laws could end youth shooting sports in Maryland. For me, taking away shooting sports is like taking a fish out of water. I joined the Bullseye Club 4 years ago. I have learned and practiced firearm safety, restraint, respect, discipline, focus, and teamwork. My coaches are helpful, responsible, and committed to safety. The bills being voted on will most likely stop my shooting club as well as others in Maryland. I ask that you please consider me and Maryland youth shooting sports and rework the current bills. I have already lost the ability to competitively swim, and I do not want to lose competitive marksmanship. I feel like these bills will be punishing me. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, and members of the committee. My name is Benjamin Roach. I'm from Montgomery County. I'm a recent 4-H alumni and have been a competitive rifle shooter for 10 years. I've competed at the national level multiple times. Through 4-H and Damascus Air Rifle, I've been taught firearm safety and how to safely handle and teach firearm shooting to others. I am also an avid hunter. First, the Senate Bill 86 will restrict my ability to hunt. I spend multiple mornings and evenings each week during the hunting season. Finding someone over 21 who has a schedule that matches with mine will be very difficult. Second, Maryland already has a law restricting any regulated firearms from 18-year-olds purchase, transfer, possession. There are over 29 general types of regulated firearms in Maryland, including all pistols and most semi-automatic firearms. This bill would mean that I cannot purchase my own bolt-action, single-shot competition 22 caliber rifle. Third, the bill would also restrict my ability to practice and compete. As previously stated, I recently graduated from 4-H, and I'll graduate at the end of the year from the club at Isaac Walton League. Between these clubs, I practiced multiple days a week in order to compete at a high level. Last year, I placed 26th at the Junior Olympics. This means that I am the top 30 in the nation for men's shooters under 21. This means to practice my shooting, I must find someone that is over 21, is a qualified instructor, and has hours to practice with me each week. These demands are unrealistic and impossible for me and many others that I know. In conclusion, between hunting and in my necessary practice to be a junior Olympian, I'm often shooting multiple days a week for 3 or 4 hours. Finding a responsible individual that meets these legal requirements of the law will be impossible and without a doubt restrict my scores. I ask each of you if you will support me and many others in my sport and my journey to the Junior Olympics and give an unfavorable report. That's it.
Is this our, oh, there is another one. Who else is over there? Oh, I missed, hello, hello. Hey, thanks for coming down and testifying. How'd y'all get here?
I drove, well, my dad drove me.
Your dad's here?
Yes.
How about everybody else? Your parents are here actively involved? Yep. Hey, thanks for bringing them out and be involved in government. That's really great. You guys have been here for 8 long hours, and I just want to say thank you for coming out. Thank you for being a part of government. It is to be commended by young people like yourselves. And I got a little something for y'all out in the hallway when we're done here. So that's all. Thanks.
Thank you.
Well, I will. I just, again, I'll second that. I mean, look, again, we don't always agree on all the issues, but it's really important. I always like to see when youth come down and testify. It's really, really important. And it makes a big difference. So I really appreciate it. And just the parents that are supportive. It's a family effort. So thank you for hanging in there with us. And that's the nicest I've ever seen Senator Folden beat anyone. So, all right. All right. So we'll just continue on. So the Novotnys could come on up, and is Deb Ray still here? Is Delegate Ray still here? Got it. Okay. All right, go ahead.
All right, good evening. And I'd like to point out, if we just withdrew all these bills, we could have gone home a long time ago. So my name is Katie Novotny. I'm coming to you again from District 35A. Aberdeen, we do live together. It's a little confusing, sorry, a little bit that pops down. So this is a terrible bill. I can't be as eloquent as these juniors. They were fantastic, and I hope that is enough to sway your opinion. But if not, when is someone an adult? You know, we talk about, okay, alcohol, that's been 21 because the feds were going to withhold money for the highways or something like that. Recently, we raised tobacco to 21. Well, you know, we don't like smoking and all the health effects. So really, it's just trying to get people to not smoke. Okay, whatever. Voting. If people's minds aren't developed enough to own a firearm, is their mind developed enough to do something as critically important as voting? To me, no. If you are not competent enough, if this committee says you're not competent enough to have a firearm, you are not competent enough to vote. Lotto tickets. I don't know if we've raised the age of lotto tickets. You shouldn't be able to gamble under 21 if we're going to follow this logic. And I could cherry pick statistics all day long. I could list out 3 mass shootings by someone over 21. So that's, you know, we could do that all day long. You know, we've already talked about, you know, defending your country at 21. What else are we going to strip 18 to 21-year-olds of before we just say, well, you're not a legal adult at 21. You've got to stay at home. Your parents are responsible for, you know, providing, you know, housing and health insurance, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You can't sign a contract. You know, all these things. Where does this end? And, you know, we just keep going further and further. So I request an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Art Novotny. I'm from Aberdeen, Maryland, 35A. America is great, right? I mean, let's face it, this is the best country on the planet. Part of what makes us great is our culture is literally diversity. I grew up under the melting pot. I know we've had a salad bowl analogy, but we have all these amalgams of everything. In theory, all the strengths of the whole world wrapped up. We've got it all right here. The one thing I think we are missing, we don't have a cohesive, homogeneous coming of age ceremony, ritual, whatever, where, you know, you think of the caveman, all right, when you're old enough to go out and kill a bear as a boy, you come back, you're a man, that proves it. And I think that's like the issue that my wife was pointing out. We have, you know, at 18, you can vote, you can go to jail, you can die for your country. More importantly, Uncle Sam thinks you're mature enough to kill for your country, but you can't have a handgun, you can't have cigarettes, you can't have alcohol. And so we need to find something, again, we don't have that one ceremony. We have this just kind of stringing back and forth. Like she said, let's move it all. Or you know what, split the difference, make it 20. 19, you're a child, 20, you're adult. The other little detail that is not covered by this bill, all right, it goes into effect this October, right? What about an 18, 19, 20-year-old now who already owns legally firearms and ammunition? Because I think ammunition was excluded too. What happens to them? Do they have to put it in a trust or something until they're 21? Anyway, thank you for your time. Thanks for sticking out with us. I'd urge an unfavorable report on this bill.
Good evening, Jason Mooney again from Southern Maryland, St. Mary's County. I forgot to say earlier, it's really nice to be here in person again, to see all the faces. It's a great time in America. Good things coming because of beer, in my opinion. You guys maybe not all agreeing with me, but this case will be impacted by beer. I don't know if you've thought about that, but what text in history would restrict 18 to 20-year-olds from having guns back in the founding of our nation? You're not going to find it. They were younger than that. So I urge you to think about that, because this will get struck down. It actually has already been struck down for our handgun law. Our district court for New Jersey, in a New Jersey case, struck down their handgun law, preventing 18 to 20-year-olds from being able to buy guns, handguns specifically. And out in California, that's going on. It's going on all around the country. Florida is talking, you'd like to talk about Florida. We're talking about Florida. They're talking about and, debating in their legislature right now, reversing what then Governor Scott signed into law. So this is completely unconstitutional. It will not stand up in the courts. So I ask for you guys to reconsider and give an unfavorable review.
All right, questions from the committee? Seeing none, Senator Folden has left, so that's questions. All right, oh yeah, he's in the hall occupied. All right, so we'll now move on to the next panel. Is D Fleetwood still here? Is D still here? Hey, there you are. Come on up. Carla Mooney. Benjamin Roche. Oh, we already did you, that's right. That's right. John Jocelyn, I see you. Come on up, sir. Mr. Mohammed, is Galen Mohammed still here? Excellent, okay. All right.
All right, good evening. Thank you for letting us stay in and put in our 2 cents for HB 86. My name is Carla Mooney from St. Mary's County. This one I find unfavorable, mostly because 18 to 20-year-olds are adults. They are eligible for living life like the rest of us, and I don't believe that they should be limited to holding long guns or pistols for that matter. But I ask that you consider them adults just like everyone else does, and find an unfavorable review on this bill. Thank you.
I guess I'll be a little faster, and I think I probably need a Snickers too. I was a little hangry earlier, so I want to apologize, Senator. No hard feelings. I'm Dee Fleetwood. I'm from District 27B, which is PG County. And I'd like to start off by saying that that the approach that the senator seems to be taking is a deny all, allow by exception. And in my opinion, that's really not a good strategy, especially regarding our constitutional rights. At what age does a person achieve its constitutional rights? Are we born with them? Do we suddenly magically get them at 15, 16, 18, 21? I think that that's something that needs to be taken into consideration by the senator.
And all of the cases, I find it interesting that here and for HB 01, all of the cases that have been brought to light, out of all of them, none of them have been in Maryland. So it just appears to me that we may even have less of an issue with some of these mental health issues than other states would have. So, and then my second concern is I wonder if you've discussed any of this with any 4-H leaders who are here and have been here, or also with the Department of Natural Resources, because the DNR hosts many, many youth events. And they already require youth to be accompanied by those 21 years of age and older. A lot of these youths take active part in the purchase of the firearms that they use. They have, if you can go to the DNR website and see all of the events that the youth are participating in, their certificate program, the youth hunts. There's a very large market out there of kids that are already actively participating. And these are events where they're safe. They're taught safety first. So it's not like these are kids like your folks that were going out doing mass shootings. None of those have attended a 4-H event or a DNR event, I'm pretty sure. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak. And again, maybe if the senator will toss me a Snickers bar, it'll be a little better this time. And I appreciate it. Okay, so I get my Snickers. I appreciate it.
Always sort on the job.
Tough act to follow, Senator. John Jocelyn, speaking in opposition to Senate Bill 86. Contrary to what you're told, this bill does more than ban the purchase. It bans the possession. It will make criminals out of 18 to 21-year-olds who possess a shotgun already. There is no provision for compensation. So they have a choice. They can divest themselves of the shotgun, or they can hope that they don't lose their constitutional right to own a firearm, because the penalty is 5 years, and that is a lifetime prohibitor. The bill makes pretty liberal use of some terms like temporary transfer. There's no such animal. If you looked at Todd Lynn Chow case, it's either a loan or it's a transfer. It's not a temporary transfer. Question is, you can have it for self-defense. How do you prove you have it for self-defense? Just say, well, that's what I have it. It's my word against yours. I own this for self-defense. It allows you to take it to another person's house to which you've been invited, but there's no provision in the bill that would let you take it to that person's house. So you can't get there from here. All in all, the bill is trying to solve a problem that can't be solved through legislation. We have a situation here where we've decided that because you're of a certain age, you're therefore irresponsible. I've owned firearms since I was about 13 years old. Always did it responsibly. I was taught by my parents, both parents, a father and a mother. I was taught socialization early on. The problems we've heard today are because people were never properly socialized. This is a technological issue that's trying to solve a social problem, and it doesn't work that way. H.L. Richardson wrote a book called What Makes You Think We Read These Bills? I think we should read this one very long and hard before we do anything with it. I strongly urge an unfavorable report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. John, I really appreciate your argument, but there has to be some age limit on the person's right to own a handgun or a rifle. In Newport News, Virginia, we had that 6-year-old who took a gun to school and shot his teacher. We certainly would not want 6-year-olds to be able to buy guns. And so there's nothing in the Second Amendment about age. There's no mention of age, even though there is an age. Age is mentioned elsewhere in the Constitution, but it's not in the Second Amendment. So how do we delineate an age below which it would be impermissible for a human being to own a gun?
To begin with, Senator, you couldn't buy a firearm at age 6 to begin with. That child in question had serious issues. There were multiple complaints. It's amazing that the child was even allowed in school. And in point of fact, the parents were supposed to be there all the time because of the problems. The child had attacked people, had attacked teachers. Day that happened, the parents were not there. It was an anomaly. It was a tragedy, but still an anomaly.
But don't you agree with me that there has to be some age below which guns can't be purchased by children? And how do we determine what that age is?
We already
and
have it.
comply with the Constitution?
We already have it in statute, Senator. And if we're going to start arguing age every time somebody at a lower age and a lower age and a lower age commits a crime, before we're finished, we're going to ban everything for everybody. And we're going to be in a situation like Ayn Rand's book, An Atlas Shrugged, where you law-abiding people are so difficult to control. So we make you all criminals by passing all these laws. I think Ayn Rand in 1957 was well ahead of her time.
I can be clear on the answer. So is it 16, 17, 18, 19, 20? You said it's already established. What age would, because I'm really
18 is the minimum age.
18. Okay.
Yes. I bought my, if I could have a moment, I'll give you my history on firearms.
Just
You
enough
just-
so I can know. I know you, so we know each other.
Owned since 13, purchased one on my own at 16. The law changed. It's now 18.
Gotcha. Thank you for. No, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, John, I was looking at the Google machine and, it mentioned about mass shootings. We've heard some testimony that this is only happening in the United States. Isn't it true that mass shootings have happened in Great Britain? And I believe it's by the Google machine 3 different times in the last 8 years.
It's happened in Great Britain. It also happened, I believe, on an island in Finland several years ago. They had a mass shooting. You have to understand our culture is young. We don't have the structure in our culture that we have in the European countries. You can't compare the two cultures at all because they're radically different. We have a culture here that it's all about me. It's Facebook. It's what I'm doing. You don't count, it's me. You see people around, they're on their phone all the time. They don't know how to socialize. They've never learned to cope with the things that we learned as youngsters, and we learned it first from our parents. So you can't just say, well, we'll pass the law. We're going to make it better because we passed the law. You have in your documentation that I sent you the track record of homicide since 2013 when we passed the Firearms Safety Act that was supposed to save us all. It's been a disaster. It didn't work. One more law isn't going to work. We have a social problem, and until we recognize that and go right back to the root causes, which is family structure, which has crumbled in this country, we are never going to make any progress. We can go down here and we can talk about these bills until we're all old and gray, and I already am because I've been doing this for 30 years. And the only thing I can tell you is nothing has changed because criminals don't pay attention to the law. They don't play in the arena. You can't apply your standards of law and order to someone who has no standards whatsoever. And I'm sorry I was on my soapbox. I get carried away.
Thank you for being honest, forthright, and articulate for that subject, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. John, thanks for coming out. Always appreciate your candor. I just want to make sure that we are very clear. There is already a law on the books in statute of an age to buy these type of guns.
Yes.
Okay. And that is 18.
18.
Okay. And I know you don't know the answer to this one, but I'm going to proffer a question so that I can give the response or I'll be in trouble by the chairman. Do you know how old the two young ladies were that came up here and testified with the 2 young men?
I think they're in their 10, 12, or young teens, I would guess. But no, I don't know the answer to that.
12 and 13. 12 and 13, shooting competitively and enjoying the art of their craft. So their responsible gun possession, not ownership, started very young, and they're still honing that craft. And we would be basically, in essence, taking away something. I mean, I don't hear a lot of mass shootings from people with 22 long rifles that shoot competitively.
That is true. Senator, when I was in high school for 3 years, I carried a rifle to school
in your back window?
No, I wasn't able to drive yet. In a case, walked into Calvert Hall, put my rifle in my locker, got my books out, went to classes. After that, put the books back in, took the ones I needed for homework, grabbed the rifle, and we all went over to the National Guard range and we practiced. I did that for 3 years. Never once did it ever enter my mind to harm anyone.
I appreciate that. And I agree with you that we've tried to attach an age to too many things, smoking and the like. I mean, that's a long-term effect and that's a different, we can go down the rabbit hole in that, but we keep trying to attach an age and we're going to try to, by doing that, vicariously trying to eliminate parts that are an integral part of our society, which is, and our republic, which is the Constitution. So I appreciate you coming out. I appreciate your words. Thank you.
Yes, the rabbit hole we're running down here, right here, is akin to if you're too young because you're not responsible. At what point as we age, and I say this because I'll be 75 this summer, do we decide that you're now approaching the age where you're no longer mentally competent? And maybe you ought not to be able to have a firearm anymore. Are we now going to be looking at legislation of that next session?
Are you asking me to submit that? No, I just didn't thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, thank you all. Thank you very much. All right, next we'll hear from, is Randolph Stena here? There you are. Daryl Hodge. Brooke Larimore. Justin Lee. Chris Peabody.
Hello, once again, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Randy Sena from Charles County. Maryland's general provision, of course, sets the age of majority at 18. With that, as I read it, it said, has the same legal capacity, rights, powers, privileges, duties, liabilities, responsibilities prior to July 1973. Yet that did not abridge the federal gun law, which set 18 as able to possess a weapon or buy a weapon, things of that nature. When we talk about age, what is the proper age for guns or having children use guns, things of that nature? Early in our history, Revolutionary War, continental US enlisted 16-year-old or 15 with permission. UN right now has the Convention on Rights of Children, prohibits recruitment of children under the age of 15. So we're talking about 15-year-olds being taught to be soldiers, to kill people, right? Use weapons. So just recently, 2021, the youngest Olympians participating in the shooting sports, 15. So I think there's some precedent to have some age, but what is the proper age for rights? Are we not born with those rights? So I would pose that and ask for an unfavorable report on this. Thank you.
Hi, good evening again. I'm Brooke Larimore from Talbot County, and I would like to oppose this bill. If children, if we're calling them that at 18, can have to sign for registration and to vote at 18 years old, and possibly the draft at 18 years old, I don't see why they can't use a hunting rifle, why they can't be educated, why they can't have their rights to use that weapon in a legal abiding way. We're free in this country. Our 18-year-olds are free in this country. We're born, as he said, we're born free, and we shouldn't have those rights taken away out of fear and uneducation on these weapons. Thank you.
Good evening, Senators. Thank you for the time. My name is Daryl Hodge. I'm a resident of District 33C.
Sponsor of the legislation cited 3 recent mass shootings as justification for this, and said that the common factor was that the shooters were under 21 when they purchased the guns. I submit that there are other common factors that are at least as important. And I wish they were earlier, and I could have done the a little more research, but I'm tired and I'm not doing the internet research necessary. One of the things that I have found that is common among mass shooters are 2 things, and this goes back to Virginia Tech, where I attended. The common thing that I see among mass shooters are absence of a father. And I know that was the case in Uvalde. I'm not sure of the other ones. The other thing that is common among mass shooters often is the use of psychotropic drugs. And I don't know if that was common with these. But the other thing that the sponsor brought up is a vigorous reason to oppose SB 1. Now, the Uvalde school shooting, separate case, already prohibited. But boy, if I were attending a parade in a downtown area, or if I were shopping at a grocery store, I would really like the ability to carry a concealed weapon. I think it would have been very useful in this instances cited. 2 weeks ago, the state of Tennessee entered an agreed order in federal court with gun rights advocates who sued over its prohibition on adults under the age of 21 carrying firearms. The order stipulates that the state's previous ban for young adults was unconstitutional. It forces the state to pay nearly $50,000 in legal fees, and that was the right to carry a gun. The right to purchase is inferred. May 22, before Bruin, let me get this straight. The Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals in California said that it was unreasonable to prohibit 18 to 20-year-olds from buying centerfire rifles. Thank you for your time.
Chris Peabody, still live in St. Mary's County. Still raise my 4 kids to use firearms. As I think about this bill, and I think about the testimony we heard, and I think about the people who gave the bill to the sponsor, we're in 2 different worlds. I'd love to go have lunch with these folks and explain, how they're law-abiding people in the country who are safe with guns. You've heard about the hunting. You've heard about this youth sports. I think the sponsor, I would ask you to reach out to DNR and ask them to submit testimony for this bill and how it will affect them. I know how it would have affected my now young adult children if this bill passed when they were in that window. I still have one in that window, and that's my precious daughter, who's 19, who lives in an apartment. If this bill passes, she's got no way to defend herself. You mentioned it allows for self-defense, but I don't know how she could defend herself with a shotgun that she could legally own today, but not after you pass the bill. If she can't have that shotgun, she can't have that ammo. That's who I think about. I also think about the kids and what they want to go do, but I think about my daughter's safety. And the people who brought this bill forward didn't think about the safety of those young women who can't own a handgun by Maryland law or federal law. But right now, they can protect themselves in their homes with a shotgun, but you pass this bill, that's gone. That's all I got. Thanks.
All right. Justin Lee, you are not here, is that right? Officer Lee. Okay. Mr. Pennick. Is Daniel Carlin Weber still here? Walt Freer, Lindsay Freer. John Belizek. James Andre Cooper. There we go. Randall Morris. Willie Coleman. All right, come on up. Yes, sir. We'll do that and then we'll start up. Then Mr. Pika and Ari, you're up next afterwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. So point of clarification. There is no state in this country that bans the possession of long guns by 18 to 20-year-olds. States that were mentioned that made it the same requirements for 21 are bans on sales. This bill bans the mere possession, and that's the most radical form of restriction there is under law. I would like to also bring to your attention the Fourth Circuit. That's the United States Court of Appeals for the Fourth Circuit. That's the federal circuit that governs Maryland. Holding in Hirschfield versus BATF in 2021, invalidating the federal restriction on the sale of handguns to 18 to 21-year-olds. Court held that 18 to 20 years old have Second Amendment rights, and that a flat ban on the sale of handguns on the sale, no less, was unconstitutional. That was before Buren. Now, the analysis undertaken by the court on step one of the prior two-step analysis is still applicable because Buren abolished step two, but did not necessarily change step one. And the court employed this analysis at step one of the test, which is, what does the history show with respect to 18 to 20-year-olds? And the history shows that, in fact, in the time of the founding, the militia was principally composed of people 18 and older. So the United States District Court, in the case called Firearms Policy Coalition versus McGraw, invalidated Texas's ban on the concealed carry for this age group. This legislation would ban the mere possession. A fortiori, this legislation will not survive review in the Fourth Circuit, will not survive review in any district court that I know of, because there is no state, even now, that imposes this ban. So I would urge you to destroy this. Thank you.
Good evening once again, members of the committee. My name is Daniel Carlin Weber. I am a qualified handgun instructor for the state of Maryland, also certified firearms permit instructor for the state of Utah. I am also I'm the chair of the board of directors for Maryland Shall Issue. I'm a proud Baltimore City District 46 resident. I'm testifying in opposition of SB 86. You know, I was 19 years old once. I think all of us in this room were, fair to say. At one time. I had if this bill were law then, I would have absolutely no ability to protect myself and my now wife. I've been happily married for quite a long time, and I've been with the same woman for 17 years, whom I love very much. I would have no means to be able to protect her. We were living on our own at 19. And this bill does affect self-defense. So I will counter what the sponsor had indicated, because it bans the mere possession of any long gun at that age. And it would have imperiled anybody who currently possesses one right now with imprisonment of up to 5 years. They would have absolutely no right to self-defense. A core holding of Heller was that the Second Amendment, the self-defense is core to the right. While handguns are restricted to young people right now, they no less have a Second Amendment right. And those issues, as you heard previously from Mr. Pennick, are being litigated right now. Some of those issues were litigated before Bruin, and now they have to deal with the history that Bruin requires them to look at. And yes, if you look at early revolutionary law, and around those times, yes, 18 was the age, and that's when people were expected to be able to keep and bear arms. I will also note real quick, there are only very, very few. There are 17 states, and I think the District of Columbia, that restrict handgun access to people under the age of 21. There are only California, Florida, Hawaii, Illinois, and Vermont that restrict possession in some way to young people. And it's, as you heard, it's transfers, not necessarily mere possession like this bill would do. Maryland would find itself in an extreme outlier of states that does not look good for upholding the constitutionality of those of the law that we're trying to get here. I strongly urge an unfavorable report. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, we've got a question from Senator West.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm confused. The sponsor of the bill clearly stated that in Maryland, it is illegal to possess a handgun before you're 21 years old. Mr. Pinnick talked about how the Fourth Circuit heard a case on that and concluded that such a law would be unconstitutional, that you have a right to own a handgun at the age of 18. So who's right on this?
So thank you, Senator. So there's a federal law that bans the sale of handguns to persons under the age of 21. And the Fourth Circuit invalidated that law on grounds that it would violate the constitutional rights of 18-year-olds to 20-year-olds. Now, Maryland, you're absolutely right, does ban the possession of handguns by 18 to 21. And by a logical extension, that ban is probably unconstitutional. So that's going to be litigated at some point. I may do it, but at some point, you're certainly not going to have a ban on the possession of mere long guns, a bolt action 22 rifle, no less, and find that to be constitutional. So it's not going to fly.
If the Fourth Circuit held that it's unconstitutional to ban the purchase of handguns
Correct.
after the age of 18, but between 18 and 21,
Yes.
it would logically follow that it's unconstitutional to ban the possession of the handguns that you would have purchased.
Exactly right.
Okay, and if that's the case, then the argument that because you can't purchase or possess handguns between 18 and 21, and that's why we should pass this bill to make sure the long gun law is the same as the handgun law, that doesn't follow.
Doesn't
right?
follow.
Okay.
Because if it's unconstitutional for you to ban the possession of long guns, it's certainly to ban the purchase of handguns, it's certainly unconstitutional for you to ban the possession, even more stringent restriction for long guns, which are generally unregulated. So the federal law at issue here permits the sale of long guns to 18-year-olds. It's right in statute.
Thank you for clarifying that. I
Yes.
appreciate it.
So that's 18 U.S.C. section 922B1. So that also had a restriction on the sale of handguns, which was in turn invalidated. So Maryland's ban on the possession of handguns, mere possession, not sale, mere possession is likely not going to stand. So that's just a fortiori, because a ban on possession is far more restriction than the ban on sales. I mean, you could at least make an argument as to sales, and one was made, but the Fourth Circuit rejected it. So now that was vacated as moot in all candor. So all the citations are all in my written testimony, but it's still very persuasive precedent, and it's going to be followed in this district. So this is a moot point. It isn't going to survive.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hey, thanks a lot for coming out again, both of you. Excuse me. What was the case do you know the actual case that was reviewed in the Fourth Circuit?
Yes, it's cited in my testimony. It's Hirschfeld versus BATF. It's a 2021 decision. There's a link to it in my written testimony, and you'll see that whole long discussion in there. And I think it was written by Judge Richardson.
Great. And I just I'm trying to help my good friend here from Hartford County out. You were so fast on this section.
I can give you a citation now.
Can you just say it again so she can write that down? And
sure.
She's very analytical.
Citation is Hirschfeld, that's HIRSCHFELD versus BATF, 5 Federal 4th, page 407, Fourth Circuit, 1921. So 2020.
You referenced a certain section, that it was under a certain section of the law.
So that's 18 United States Code section 922B1.
922. You got it?
922B1. So
thank you.
And you want to go further on this, there's a decision of the district court in a case called McCraw, which the Texas didn't appeal to the Fifth Circuit. They vacated their appeal, which actually said that there was a constitutional right for 18 to 20-year-olds to carry, which is even more expansive than the ban on possession. So that's where the law's going. That was amended under Buren. So the idea that this body, with all due respect, can ban the possession of 18-year-olds of long guns is ludicrous. Sorry.
Thanks, Mr. Panic. I always appreciate your candor and wisdom. Thank you.
I always say, let's just stick to the Fourth Circuit jurisprudence. That's controlling enough, but you're such a show off, man. All right. All right. Any other questions? Great. All right, Mr. Pika, Mr. Cloud, and then is Colby Ferguson still here? Oh, here we go. Hey, what's going on? Sitting right in front of me. Jonathan Norris. All right.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. John Pico on behalf of National Shooting Sports Foundation. It's America's trade association for hunting and recreational shooting sports. You know, what happened in Buffalo and Illinois and Texas, those events are very tragic, but they're really irrelevant to this bill because what was purchased in those 3 states would be illegal in the state of Maryland, both the firearms as well as the magazines. I have all these great things I was going to say, but this gentleman right here from St. Mary's County said it best. We live in 2 different worlds down here. And we don't see any legislation coming out of this committee or this legislature that expands the constitutional rights of individuals. All we do is restrict the rights of law-abiding citizens. And we want all of us to respect each other's cultures. But I watched 2 children of Senator Bailey testify in front of what was then EHE committee. And they were, I believe, 8 and 10 years old, or right in that range. And they talked about getting a rifle for Christmas and hunting and how much they love that and how passionate they are about that sport and that hobby. That's what people we drag down here every year that want to protect their own rights. We drag them down here for bills that continue to chip away at the rights of law-abiding citizens. And I think it's wrong. I think it's unfair. I think it's politics, but it's unfair politics to them. So that's all I have to say, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, honorable members of the committee, my name is Ari Plout, and I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Licensed Firearms Dealers Association and the NRA. We respectfully oppose Senate Bill 86. I'll try to be quick and I'll try not to be repetitive because I know it's late. 18-year-olds in this country also have Second Amendment rights. The law in Maryland interprets 18-year-olds as competent and as adults. The bill even creates an exemption for those in the military. On page 3 in lines 20 through 30, the bill states that it doesn't apply to, quote, those performing official duties. So if we allow those to carry in their official duties, why would you strip the right away on their non-official duties? We don't believe this, and the second point I want to make is, we don't believe this type of legislation will accomplish the intent. And obviously the intent, as Senator Wallstrecker stated, is to reduce the crime. Preventing law-abiding adults from purchasing shotguns and rifles will not reduce violent crime. And in conclusion, we respectfully request an unfavorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. Colby Ferguson here on behalf of Maryland Farm Bureau, here in opposition of Senate Bill 86. Everything's been said pretty much through. I do want to put out that one thing that hasn't been said is that currently, even though you can purchase one at 18 years old, that between the ages of 18 and 20, there's a 10-day hold on the purchase of that shotgun or long gun for the FBI to do a background check to verify there's not any glaring issues. And that was because of some of these mass shootings that's happened over the last few years. So there are protections put in place to prevent those that are under the age of 21 to do that quick check. It doesn't get into the full blown and do a psychiatric survey of that young person, but at least looks through social media and things like that, just to verify that there's not anything glaring that this person's going to go 3 days later and shoot a bunch of kids. And so, you know, one thing that Maryland Farm Bureau, our motto is to protect Maryland farmers and preserve our rural way of life. And this is a hit on our rural way of life. Not that you want to, if I wanted to buy a a shotgun for my kids and give it to them for Christmas, the way this bill is written, that after I give it to them, they are now criminals because they're not over the age of 21 unless I'm with them. So when they leave home at 18, they can't take the gun with them because it makes them illegal. So with that, we'd ask for an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 86. Thank you.
All right, seeing no questions from the committee, thank you both. Next is Jonathan Norris here. Is Nicholas DiTello still here? There you go. County Executive Hornberger is gone. Elijah Taylor. Thomas Kasuba. Nicholas Andraka. All right. Whoever would like to go first.
I won't raise my voice. Nick Andraka from Calvert County, Chairman, Vice Chairman, Senators. What we're seeing here is a huge cultural divide. In the urban areas, youth hunt. In the urban areas, the youth don't hunt or learn the firearm safety. They spend their days playing violent video games, whatever. My kids grew up different. I'm on agricultural property in Calvert County. My kids learned to hunt with me. They were out in the woods sitting with me at 5 and 6 years old. By the time they were 8, they had taken their own deer. But when they're 16, they're hunting on their own. My kids own their own firearms. They've had no issues. The deer they shoot, the typical day would be my kids 16, 17, 18, junior, senior in high school. Our property abuts other agricultural families. The kids would come home, their buddies, they'd head down to their stands and they deer hunt. The deer they bring up, we clean, we process. That's a way of life. It's just a cultural divide. One of the common threads with those mass shooters is none of them were hunters. None of them grew up rural and hunted. So for decades, firearms could be bought at the hardware store. Kids could go in, 16-year-olds, buy all the ammo they wanted, buy a 22. There were no mass shootings. So that logic tells you that it's not the firearms. We have a cultural problem. We have cultural rot, and nobody wants to address that. You want to take the easy route. We don't send you here to do the easy thing, but you always want to take the easy route. Someone does something with something, let's ban that something for everyone. And that's honestly not why we send you here, to take the easy route. And honestly, what you don't understand, you want to ban. You don't understand. I don't know if you've ever been on a farm or understand the rural lifestyle. It's how my kids grew up. And for those reasons, I oppose this bill. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Nick DiTello. I want to start here with Senator Wallstrider. You brought up consistency in the age of law. 18-year-olds having full autos in Western countries in our own military, you know, it's overseas, out of sight, out of mind, totally okay. Hell, the same full autos are in the hands of 18-year-old Taliban that we handed them, we gave it to them. But it's not okay if it's our own people, our own citizens, our own adults. We're talking about adults. In regards to the alcohol and tobacco ages you referenced, those are arbitrary and ugly symptoms of the Prohibition era. They're also not constitutional rights. This bill, if passed into law, would imprison otherwise law-abiding, again, adults for up to 5 years and a $10,000 fine, which seems a little bizarre because the law that it's going to be changing is 3 years for people that are disqualified to own firearms. So we're going to be adding 2 more years for people that weren't breaking the law before and weren't hurting anyone, which makes me question what the motive here is. Senator Wallstrider, like your other bills, I believe this is an overreaction. And just like Senate Bill 1, Senate Bill 86 will punish those less fortunate and privileged than myself. Those who have experienced bigotry, poor neighborhoods, high crime, which lead to additional interactions with law enforcement. Those people will be hurt most. We need to stop giving law enforcement tools to imprison people like that. They're just trying to live their lives and very likely need a long gun more than someone like me. So for all these reasons, I ask you to find an unfavorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Eli Taylor. I'm from Queen Anne's County, and I'm here on behalf of my children and my 18-year-old who's here today, as well as on behalf of all of those generations who follow behind us who aren't aware right now that their constitutionally protected, not provided rights are actively being infringed upon. And if I thought that we were operating in good faith with this bill, I would think that this conversation would bear fruit. But as we see year after year after year, it's just one more ratchet. We're only heading one direction, one more ratchet towards infringing upon constitutional rights. I just want to speak briefly to the justification that Senator Waldstreicher gave for this bill. My son chose not to testify, and that's fine. Contrary to popular belief, we don't only talk about guns in our household. It's not the only thing we talk about. So I appreciate your right to not have to speak tonight like I forced you to. But however, he leaned over to me several times as you were speaking and said, that doesn't seem to jive with what he just said a second ago. Well, that seems to contradict what he had just said. And James, that's because we have violated a very basic logical tenet tonight, which my kids are tired of hearing about at the dinner table, which is correlation does not necessarily equate to causation. Because things were correlated and happened at the same time, that wasn't the cause of those things. And I'll just speak to that just for a second. You listed 3 cases, of all of which the people were underneath of the age of 21. And you said, and I quote, if he hadn't have been able to buy the gun, then he wouldn't have been able to commit the shooting. That's such a ludicrously uninformed statement that discounts the majority of the other cases in which people committed crimes with guns that they were not that they were prohibited from possessing. So it just doesn't make, there's like a huge logical disconnect here in the basis for the bill. What feels good versus what does good. Dennis Prager is good at saying this. The one side will say, what does this bill feel good versus does this bill do good? There's no correlation between the stated desire of the outcome, which is to prevent mass shootings, and the justification given for the bill on top of infringing upon a right. I strongly oppose the bill and would encourage you not to move it any further.
Hi there, Thomas Kashuba, Ellicott City Registered Democrat. I oppose this bill. One of the commonalities we talked about, well, the one that was glaring at me was they were all male, but we decided to cut these pies via age. My daughter is 18 and she's a competitive shooter and has competed at the national level and is placed at the national level. Recently, she's begun talking about buying her own competition rifles. So this bill has me very worried and its impact on an 18-year-old girl with extreme talent. The other thing that I'd like to remind everyone is when these tragedies happen, the enormity of the population of the United States. And I would like to remind people that, yeah, these are tragedies, but the population of the United States right now is greater than the population of Earth in the year 1000. And with that, provided unfavorable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The gentleman that was, yeah, you. Thank you. What's your son's name?
James.
James?
Yes.
Hey, James, would you mind coming up to the mic? So since you wouldn't do it for your father and you sat here all day for now 10 hours plus, I would like, if you would like to share, to hear your position or your opinion on this very important piece of legislation.
Absolutely. I will say I did not plan on speaking at all. More so came out for the first time to get to have this experience. So I'll probably stumble all over myself.
Perfect.
But I'm actually kind of happy to be up here now. I would say in 2 days' time, I will be getting little side note, but it'll make sense. In 2 days' time, I will be getting on a plane, flying 19 hours to New Zealand and living for the next 5 months there and then abroad in the Pacific. I just turned 18 in March and leaving my whole family going somewhere I know absolutely no one, always having the note that when you hit 18, you're an adult. Getting my license, doing taxes yesterday morning with dad was long, but it was fun. Not owning a gun myself, but wanting that desire, and I don't see why maybe a couple issues would need us to push back this, even this younger kids that were out here before me, you know, competitive shooting, hunting. I don't understand, you know, I don't see why a couple people who might be using guns for a bad purpose and the age that they would have been when they made those choices, made those purchases, would mean that all of us would need to suffer from their poor choice. That would be my opinion on it. So
I appreciate your ability to come up here and stump and give us a good statement and your candor. So thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
thank you very much.
Mike, he just called me.
Sorry, let me get on the mic. Mike Zoldek, Mike Burke, Gene Kohler. Is Georgianne Roberts? Yvette Harris. Oh, that's virtual. Sorry. All right. Go ahead.
Chairman, Chairman, thank you again for letting me speak here. This time I will try and keep it under 2 minutes. Gene Kohler again from Annapolis. I stand against this bill. 18-year-old. He can go and join the military without his parents' permission. He can, and as part of that, he will hump around automatic weapons, real assault weapons, not civilian semi-automatic wannabes. He'll come home from a 6-month deployment to Okinawa, where he's been humping around a squad automatic rifle. And he comes in and he can't go hunting because his dad's working and all his friends are off to college and he can't be in possession of a firearm. 18 years old, he can vote. 18 years old, he cannot possess a rifle. To me, that doesn't make sense. At 18 years old, voting is probably way more important, takes way more mental ability and thought and deliberation, and is way more important to the nation than whether he possesses a shotgun or not. An 18-year-old. There's, although scientific studies have shown that the brain of a human doesn't fully develop till about 25, it doesn't seem like we're picking our ages based on brain development, IQ, or anything else other than an arbitrary date. Thank you. We're almost done on the home stretch.
Mr. Chairman, Senators, thank you for your attention. Michael Burke from Baltimore. As before, I've been in law enforcement. I've been 21 years in the military. I've been instructing individuals on safe handling of firearms, long guns, shotguns, handguns, fully automatic weapons, cannon, and other artillery as well. So I am a little bit of an expert on the subject. I've also trained police cadets who are able to serve at 18 to 21, even in the state police. I was hunting at the age of 6. I was out shooting, handling rifles and shotguns that high. because my family trained me to do it safely, effectively, and efficiently. And many times when we were young and poor, what we ate was what we caught, what we hunted, what brought home, fed the family. A lot of people in Maryland are in that case today. In this bill, you want to ban mass shooters. Well, you're misinformed. 75% of the mass shooters in US history over 21. The vast majority of mass shooters, and I've been studying this for 40 years, are not that age group that you're concerned about in this statute. Second, mass shootings are common across the planet. They simply aren't reported by the mass media. There are more mass shootings in Mexico, Russia, Paris. They just don't get covered here, so you don't know about them. 3 mass shootings were cited out of 330 million people in the United States, a lot of whom own shotguns and rifles, perfectly benign reasons. This bill doesn't achieve the goal it seeks. The military exemption you have doesn't apply to a Maryland National Guardsman who comes home from basic, is not drilling. Now he can't go to a range and train for the qualification he's going to do once a year at Fort Meade or down at one of the other bases. So even the military can't train 18 to 21 on their time off.
Excellent. Thank you very much. All right, seeing no questions from the committee, thank you all very much. Thanks for being here with us. Okay, so we're gonna go to our virtual witnesses. Everyone's in. We'll start with Ms. Hannon. Hopefully the connection is stable and you're up.
Great, thank you. Wendy Hannon, Baltimore City, firearms instructor. My concerns for this bill are, as others have said, immediately criminalizing 18 to 20-year-olds for doing something that they've lawfully and safely been engaging in, sporting, hunting. My other concern is the unintended consequences. Like, what constitutes possession of a firearm? If a 19-year-old adult has a 21-year-old roommate who legally owns a shotgun that's accessible in a house, is that considered possession? Regarding possession of ammunition, if there's half a box of ammunition falls out of my gun bag and my child under 21 is stopped for a traffic violation, is he going to jail? It's those kind of things we've got to think about. And one thing I was curious about is why the antique firearms or the curio and relics were specifically excluded from this law. They're not any less lethal, but I'm wondering if it conflicts with the federal curio and relic. And I'm definitely in opposition of this flawed bill. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Hannon. We'll now hear from Mr. Armenball. Brett, you're up. You're up, Brett.
Thank you. I got my video working. So I have 3 daughters. One's 9, one's 11, one's 18. The question that I would like answered, preferably tonight, but definitely before it gets voted on, is if my 18-year-old has already legally purchased a long gun or a shotgun, what is she expected to do if this passes? Does she get deprived of her property without due process? Or what's the expectation? I was going to bring up the curio and relics thing, but the person before me also brought that up. I checked during the testimony of this. Right now online, there are 6 firearms that are centerfire rifles that are curio and relics that I can buy that would still be able to carry out mass shootings with. Not that I'm going to, but under the hypothetical of this testimony. 3 of which are SKSs, which fire the same round as an AK-47. So I don't understand the logic in the curio and relic that the previous one had the same problems with. So then I guess my final point is, if my daughters are living on their own and they're under 21, This robs them of any right they have for self-defense. For all of those reasons, I urge an unfavorable vote for this.
Excellent. Thank you very much. All right, next we will go to this is Gregory, Jay Gregory. What's that? Is that Jacqueline? Miss Gregory, you're up.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it. Good evening, Chairman and esteemed members of the Judicial Proceedings Committee. My name is Jackie Gregory and I reside in Elkton, Maryland. I'm the president of the Cecil County Council, and you also have written testimony from Cecil County government in opposition to SB 86. I request an unfavorable report by this committee for SB 86. This bill criminalizes legal adults for a right which is guaranteed in the Constitution. This would make it impossible for these legal adults to even hunt without the supervision of someone over the age of 21. 18-year-olds can go to a foreign land with a gun and defend our Constitution, yet this bill would rob those same individuals of their constitutional rights on our own American soil. That is a slap in the face to those young people who put their lives on the line to protect us here at home. This is an unreasonable, unlawful, and unnecessary restriction on the Second Amendment, and I urge you to pass an unfavorable report on SB 86. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Miss Gregory. We'll now hear from Mr. Blasberg. You're up. Welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dan Blasberg, registered Democrat, College Park, Maryland, District 23. Sorry I can't be there in person this year now that we're open back up due to COVID, because guess who's got COVID? I do. With that said, I would urge a favorable report on this for the simple fact that based on ruling out of the Fourth Circuit, as was mentioned by Mr. Pennick, this law is dead on arrival. It is completely unconstitutional. So please pass it out of committee as soon as possible. Please have the House do the same thing so that then we can take it to court. Mr. Pennick can sue you. He can win and we can collect 1983 fees. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
All right, thanks a lot for your testimony. Get well soon. All right, do we have anyone else? William Turner, is William Turner?
Think so. You got me?
We do.
All right. I'll try to keep it brief. I'm William Turner. I live in Dorchester County. I am testifying unfavorable for the bill. I had submitted written testimony explaining how it affected my 4 children who hunt our property and have, for quite a while. We have quite a history of that. But you have 4 young shooters testify that said it much better than I could. And I urge you to, possibly, rethink their testimony or give it some more thought. I'd also like to reiterate what a couple of people have said. As a 17, I joined the military at age 17. I turned 18 in boot camp. My parents did have to sign for me to join. I do find it somewhat insulting that our young men and women in Maryland who will be doing the same thing will, in essence, be told that they can defend our country with their lives and still not be able to defend themselves. I'd like to just add one other thing. It's been said several times about we have a 21-year-old drinking age and we have 21-year-old tobacco age. They're not constitutional rights. This is a constitutional right that you can't apply a driver's license, a use of tobacco, or use of alcohol to. The Constitution was written so that would not be something you could do. So I ask for unfavorable and appreciate the time. Thank you.
Excellent. All right, that looks like the end of the virtual participants. Mr. Boston, would you like to come up?
Yeah, I'm signed up virtually, but I'm here.
There you go.
Yeah. I'll be brief. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm Frank Boston III here on behalf of the National Rifle Association, the NRA, and the Maryland Licensed Firearms Dealers, the gun shops. 18 to 20-year-olds have the Second Amendment rights as well. At age 18, citizens are eligible to serve in the military, be drafted, and vote. 83% of the United States Marine Corps enlist enlistees are 20 years or younger. At age 18 to 20, you can be tried as an adult for a crime in state and federal courts. Young adults can serve in law enforcement at age 18. Moreover, these adults may generally serve on a jury, enter into a contract, sue and be sued, get married, own property, and actually obtain an abortion without parental consent.
Hello? I'm sorry, is anyone there, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chair? I'm not able to see you or hear you, if you can hear me. I'm sorry, Hello? If you can hear me, committee, I can't hear or see you.
This bill simply puts the gun manufacturers in the same position as every other manufacturing industry. The
Well,
opioid manufacturers,
actually-
manufacturers of tobacco, manufacturers of vehicles, manufacturers of anything.
Are those three examples you gave protected by the Constitution?
None of them are protected by PLACA, but PLACA
So
specifically.
that's my,
allows-
so in the Constitution, it doesn't say I have the right to plant, cultivate, sell, and smoke tobacco. It doesn't say that I have the same rights to do that with opioids. The reason tobacco and opioids were brought into this is because the manufacturers knew that exposed long-term effects could have catastrophic effects on the person's body, addictive traits, and could result in death with overexposure. Isn't that the case for those?
Under your theory, Senator, PLACA wouldn't have been necessary because the manufacturer immunity would have been constitutionally protected. It's not. That's why they passed PLACA. But PLACA also provided the states the opportunity to do something different. And that's what you have in front of you.
Okay, I'm gonna ask the question again because it didn't get answered. Under your theory, under your bill as brought forward, opioids and tobacco were sold by the manufacturer. They were manufactured and sold knowing that they had addictive qualities and had long-term exposure to these items could end in the result of death, and they chose not to share that. Isn't that the case?
It is not.
It's not. Okay.
So that's it. That's all right. There you go. You got the,
We got Sam.
yeah, we got Sam on.
I'm happy to help Senator Folden. I'm back.
Hey,
you're back.
just in time. I can
So let's
look at you now.
There you go.
Hi.
All right,
Hi,
so
everybody.
hey, Sam, welcome back. Sorry about that. Technical difficulties there. If you have testimony you'd like to provide, let's go with that first, and then we can go to the line of questioning.
Sure. And thank you all for addressing the Zoom hookup. It's good to see you all again. Thank you for a very long day and putting in the time on all these important bills. Much appreciated. Sam Levy, as you remember from Every Town for Gun Safety, I'm here to urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 113, a bill that would create a pathway for accountability for victims and families in the state of Maryland who suffer harm and are injured as a result of misconduct and dangerous misconduct by members of the firearm industry. For far too long, as you all were just discussing, federal law has provided a unique immunity shield to members of the firearm industry, that's manufacturers, wholesalers, and retailers, that shields them from liability in instances where the products that they market and sell are later misused and cause harm to individuals anywhere in the country. And that's the case even if their misconduct contributes to that harm. As long as they comply with the letter of the law, they're shielded from any liability. And as you just heard the vice chair explaining, I think in the few seconds that I caught, that's a unique protection afforded to this industry that no other industry gets. And as a result, since its passage about 20 years ago, it's effectively halted what had been a rather significant crush of litigation that would have had the effect, I suspect, in the 20 years since of the changes we've seen in opioids and automobiles and tobacco, which is the risk of liability and the risk of accountability and the risk of incurring financial loss that brings about changes that ensure products are made more safely, that they are marketed more responsibly, and that reasonable steps are taken to ensure that the harms those products cause are mitigated whenever possible. What you have instead is an industry that has operated with complete impunity, that continues to make it makes its products more deadly, more untraceable, to exploit gaps in the law, that refuses to adapt a reasonable and available safety features, that refuses to stop doing business with dealers and wholesalers who they know are trafficking guns into the illegal market. And that behavior is continued because they face no consequence when they do it. And so what this bill does is to work within the structure of the federal law to ensure that pathway is created for victims and their families in the state of Maryland. I urge a favorable report.
All right, thanks. Questions from the committee? Senator Folden.
I didn't get to finish mine, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Hey, welcome back, Sam.
Thanks, Senator. Good to see you again.
Always good to be seen, right?
Indeed.
So, like I was started to speak with Senator Waldstreicher about the difference that we're referencing here when we're talking about tobacco, opioids, as well as even the vehicle manufacturers, since we brought that back into the field of play. There's a difference between negligence or malice where those industries, the tobacco, well, first of all, none of those are protected by the Constitution, correct?
Well, true, but neither is that. Neither is
Okay,
neither
well,
is
hold-
neither is selling guns.
Well, hold on now. So what I would beg to differ with you, because the selling of guns, maybe we don't need to sell them, because in the Second Amendment, it is very specific, necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Thereby, in its own statement, it is saying that the citizenry is allowed to have arms. To have arms, there must be some type of manufacturer that sells those arms. So by the statute, by the simple statement within the 2A, it automatically allows for the for the manufacturer of said products to be owned by the citizens of this country. No?
No, well, respectfully, I direct you to Justice Alito's language from Heller, which is reiterated by Justice Kavanaugh in Bruin, which is that, like most rights, the rights secured by the Second Amendment are not unlimited, and that the amendment itself doesn't cast any doubt on laws, quoting now, on laws forbidding the carrying of firearms in sensitive places, such as schools and government buildings, or laws imposing conditions and qualifications on the commercial sale of firearms. So there is no question that the longstanding federal laws and historical laws that regulate the marketing and sale of firearms are independent from the right to keep and bear arms and are not protected per se by the amendment.
They may be independent, but they are intertwined for sure.
That's fine, but I raised the point only to say that they certainly are subject to regulation, and that's exactly what this bill would do.
And then the other point I wanted to make is tobacco and opioids. Again, those were manufacturers that got brought in and and put on the hot seat because they had addictive qualities and they knew the risks and they failed to reveal them because of the long-term effects could result in cancer and or death, addictive qualities resulting in overuse or death. Is that correct?
Sure.
Okay. So
Go ahead. No, I was going to say the analog, right? Knowing that their products are harmful, knowing that they're addictive, hiding that information. Gun manufacturers, right, and gun wholesalers receive millions of pieces of data every year from guns that are traced that turn up at crime scenes. They know exactly how many of those guns come from which of the distributors and which of the retailers that are a very small portion of which. And again, I should stop and say this bill is not about going after the gun industry full stop. It's about going after bad actors in the gun industry whose misconduct causes harm. And so our concern is not with the industry writ large, it's with people whose misconduct, example, continuing to provide guns to wholesalers who are fueling the illegal market, who are selling to straw purchasers and traffickers. That's the same, that's the same sort of problem. That's creating.
There's already a law for that. There's already laws that prohibit such actions. So why are we trying to make the manufacturer accountable when we already have the law on the books for straw purchases and the other example you gave? There's already things there, and it doesn't go to the manufacturer. You're talking now about simply the sales at the gun shop at that point.
All right, just real quick, Mr. Levy, before you respond, just again, just if there's a question that's asked, please give the witness just an opportunity to respond instead. All right. Mr. Levy, would you like to respond?
Well, no, I get the point. The point is indeed to reach everywhere, right? If there's a dealer, for example, if a retail dealer who has someone come into their store and, fills out the paperwork, fills out the 4473, but is muttering about, how he's finally going to settle the score, right? That's a person who's likely to use that firearm to harm themselves or someone else. That's not illegal to consummate that sale. It's irresponsible. It's really dangerous. And if a state creates a law, and I should say, like the structure of the bill, as I'm sure the vice chair explained during the introduction, just creates a standard of care, right? It creates a standard by which any manufacturer, wholesaler, or retailer has to operate in the state to ensure they're not creating a public nuisance or failing to put in place the kind of safeguards that you would want to ensure you're not selling guns to traffickers, dangerous people, prohibited people, people who are likely to cause harm. So yes, there's a whole bunch of illegal conduct under federal law and state law that if it's violated, gets you out from under the PLACA shield. But that's the whole point. The whole point of PLACA is it's called the Protection of Lawful Commerce and Arms Act, right? There's no one in the industry wants to be engaged in illegal conduct. These are responsible people, but there are unfortunately bad apples and bad actors in that group whose conduct is driving a disproportionate amount of harm and fueling gun trafficking and cycles of violence that perpetuate the kind of problems that you've been talking about all day in Baltimore City and cities across the country that they know full well there are ways to stop and that they fail to take action to remedy. That's what we're trying to get after.
Okay, so
All right, let's, couple more questions. I know you want, right, but
we've been here 11 hours, Mr. Chairman. These last two questions are gonna kill us.
go ahead, go ahead. Go ahead.
The standard of care that you reference is not a measurable standard. That's where we have a problem. Because this is a civil, and you're not handling this in a criminal nature, we're handling it in a civil nature. It lends itself to be biased by the district in which a trial is heard, because it's not a measurable defined standard. It's a preponderance of evidence. And that in and of itself is subjective. Is it not?
No, I mean, it's a feature of our law dating back to the common law era before the founding, right? Civil law exists. Nuisance is a concept older than many states in the union, right? There are processes in place. If you are a chemical plant and you dump chemicals into a river and people get sick and you can present evidence as to that you're causing that harm, that's a nuisance. I don't think, bias plays into it. If you have the evidence that someone's misconduct is contributing to or causing that dangerous situation, that person should be held accountable.
Correct. The person should. So in the situation you just gave, the example, should we go back and sue the manufacturer of the chemical that was poured into the water?
Yes.
How is that even remotely acceptable in your eyes by what we're doing here? So you're saying that anything that would be put in there that could harm anybody, we should be able to sue people for?
I'm saying if you're the president of a chemical company and you know that your practice is to dump chemicals into a river.
No. You just made it as though an individual poured something, not a company, an individual poured something into a river. And I asked you if that subject, that person that did that act, because he should be held accountable, he or she, not the chemical manufacturer, because they were allowed to possess that. And your response is that they should be allowed to go back and sue the chemical manufacturer.
Yeah, they should both be held responsible. If you're contributing to harm and hurting people, you should be held to account.
Without knowing it, because in the example you gave, you said if someone pours a toxin into a river, a chemical, that has nothing to do with the manufacturer of it. Just like the possession or ownership of a gun and what that person does with it, as long as it's not manufactured improperly, it's functioning as it's supposed to. Why would we not? Why are we trying to make something that this is just making risks to manufacturers exponentially higher, thereby the higher risk equals higher costs to insure and insulate those manufacturers. It's just another effort to erode the very protections of what this society has been founded on, which is the Second Amendment right. And this is just another chip away at that. So I appreciate your time, but I'll respectfully agree to disagree.
All right. Senator James has questions.
But so I'm really going to ask some questions that I'd like you to get back to me on, because it is late. But I'm reading some literature about this, and I just note that there's a very recent New Jersey case in which a judge has enjoined this cause of action under the statute. And then there was another state where the same thing is going on. So while these laws may have been passed, I'm not sure they're going to withstand legal scrutiny. But here's just a little paragraph that you can respond to later. It's talking about, this is exactly why normal rules of tort law hold that a party is not responsible for the criminal acts of a third party unless some special relationship existed between the party and the criminal, such as employer-employee or the party and the victim. And so I'm trying to understand that is generally tort law, how this can withstand that kind of general prohibition is.
So if I may, your
Sure.
point about, I'm sorry. First, to the New Jersey holding, yes, that's a lower court that has stayed the enforcement of the law. We're confident that'll be overturned on appeal. The New York law has been upheld by a similar challenge. So yes, time will tell how it all plays out. But in this instance, the point is there has to be some other misconduct, some other illegal or knowingly, an act that knowingly violates this very specific state law. It can't just be the the end harm caused by the illegal use. It's somebody in the chain of that gun going from manufacture to sale to the illegal use, having engaged in conduct that violates this, what is described in this bill. It's not just describing, it's not extending liability for somebody else's violent act with a firearm. It's tracing back to the source of that firearm to ensure that if there was other misconduct, other knowing illegal conduct in violation of what's described in this bill, then the parties who engage in that conduct can also be held civilly responsible.
All right, well, we'll discuss that later because I don't think that's how it's drafted or how to be applied. Thank you very much. And I have some other questions we can talk about offline because it's late.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Senator James. Senator West has a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you please explain why this bill is permitted under the TLCAA statute?
Yes, absolutely. So when the PLACA was drafted and enacted, it contained a number of enumerated exceptions. One of those exceptions is known as the predicate exception, and it says that if there is a state law, a predicate law, a law existing prior to some alleged act of misconduct, and the gun industry member's conduct violates that law, then the gun industry member who violated that law is not entitled to the protections of the PLACA. It basically removes you from the immunity shield. So if there is a state law applicable, for example, in Maryland, if it's illegal to sell high capacity magazines, for example, if someone sells a high capacity magazine in Maryland in violation of state law, and that high capacity magazine is used to commit a crime, they could be held responsible because their conduct violated a predicate statute, a statute in effect in the state at the time that was applicable to the sale and marketing of firearms. And that's exactly what this bill does. Creates a predicate statute that can be relied upon to bring suits despite PLACA.
So the exception that's in PLACA, it's not just a grandfather exception. It gives the right to any state to enact a law which allows the manufacturers or distributors, dealers in guns to be sued.
That's correct. It doesn't talk about in effect prior to the passage of PLACA. It's not time delimited. It's just if your conduct is violative of a state law that's applicable to the sale or marketing of firearms, then you can be held accountable despite PLACA.
Okay, thank you.
All right, seeing no further questions from the committee, thank you very much. All right.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thanks. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging in there with us. All right. Lori Morrow, Peter Benjamin, James McGuire, Leslie Meek.
Here, Leslie left.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Welcome.
Thank you. So my statement says good afternoon. I'm going to say good evening and see how quickly I can get through this. Good evening, Chair Smith, Vice Chair Waldstraker, and remaining members of the committee this evening. My name is Lori Morrow. I'm a resident of District 23 in Bowie, Maryland, speaking today as both an individual and a member of the Prince George's County chapter of the Moms Demand Action. I am here tonight in support of SB 113 and ask for a favorable report. 7.5 years ago, a bullet entered the wall of my living room less than 10 feet away from where my 7-year-old sat on a couch. We were fortunate that day no one was injured. The parties involved were arrested and physical damage was minor. However, it's been a reminder that no neighborhood is immune to gun violence. We all have heard too many stories today that have ended with tragedy instead. As a parent and volunteer in our public schools, I'm tired of reading news stories about students or family members killed by gun violence. I'm tired of letters from principals about loaded guns that have made their way onto campus. I'm tired of endless debates about the need for additional security, weapons detection systems, and active shooter drills. There is no level of the security that can prevent all gun violence without addressing the manufacture and proliferation of guns on the supply side. I am also an Air Force veteran and wife of an Air Force retiree. My husband and I received weapons training and fired guns during our service. I do not have a problem with those who choose to own guns and operate and store them safely. But I also believe the gun industry needs to be held accountable when they skirt safety measures, market products irresponsibly, or work with irresponsible dealers. It is time for them to be held accountable when they are choosing profit over measures that could prevent use by criminals or children. I support Senate Bill 113 and hope that it will be a step towards a safer future for families across Maryland. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for hanging in there with us. All right. So David is not here. All right, so that appears to be it for the proponents of the bill, unless I've missed anyone. Have I missed anyone? Okay. For the proponents. Okay, so that's it. So now we'll switch to the opposition panel. And we'll hear from Jason Mooney, the Novotnys. D. Fleetwood, still here? All right.
Wow, it's been a long night. Good evening. Jason Mooney again. This time, not just coming to you from St. Mary's County, but also Calvert County, where I represent J2 Defense today. We're trying to get around PACA, or the Protection in Lawful Arms Act, right? It's the key word being lawful. If we were to do something unlawful, then we wouldn't be protected by it at all. We don't need this bill at all to protect you from that. So why don't we cut to the chase? In the high capacity, the standard capacity magazines that was used as an example, for example, if I were to sell illegal magazines to somebody in the state, we don't need this bill passed for somebody to come after us for doing that. We broke the law. So don't try to sell me that. No, I'm not buying it. Let's cut to the chase. The Protection in Lawful Arms Act was put in place by Congress so that the gun industry wouldn't die by 1,000 cuts of frivolous lawsuits, and that's what you're trying to do here in Maryland. Let's not mess around and call it for anything other than it is. You know for a fact that it will have an onslaught of frivolous lawsuits against the biggest companies that are firearms industry related here in Maryland, just so that it's pretty obvious now that I put it all together here. All three of these bills are just to attack the gun industry and gun owners who are lawful citizens. Let's stop pretending. You're not trying to do anything good here. First one, Senate Bill 1, that doesn't protect anybody. It actually makes gun-free zones and more victims, more target-rich environments. This one here is no better. Obviously, I asked for an unfavorable report.
Good late evening. We haven't hit the record we did in Judiciary 4 a.m. next time. Yeah, let's not do that. So again, Katie Novotny, District 35A. We're gonna have, some gun dealers and stuff that are able to speak on some things that I don't, but it is obvious that the intent of this bill, what we're being told and what it is are two very different things. We hear stories about, things that happen to people, and this bill is the answer to people doing criminal things. And that's just not true. As, Jason said just ahead of me, if a dealer, manufacturer, whoever does something illegal, they can already be charged. This is 100% an attack on the gun industry in an attempt to sue it out of existence, because there are people who do not think the gun industry should exist because they don't think we should be able to own firearms. And if they can get it sued out of existence, then the problem goes away in their minds. And that is just simply not true. We don't sue Ford or Chevy for drunk drivers misusing their items. We cannot sue firearms manufacturers, etc., for people misusing their things. And we talk real quick about advertising. Unless you're watching Wednesday Night at the Range on Sportsman's TV or have a subscription to Shooting Illustrated, you're not getting ads for guns. This isn't the days of, the cartoon camel on the billboards as you drive down the road. These aren't being advertised to children and, advertised in kinds of ways. You're not seeing these ads unless you're looking for them, and they're marketed in places that firearms owners are already looking. I request an unfavorable report.
Hello again, Art Novotny, Aberdeen, Maryland, 35A. I said in my written testimony, I don't fully understand this bill, and honestly, I understand it even less now. Is the problem being addressed, guns that are extra dangerous, or is it guns that are going through the distribution process recklessly, ending up where they shouldn't? I don't fully understand that. But the only point I want to bring up is I don't know if that matters, because my understanding is any firearm that comes from a manufacturer and goes to a citizen in Maryland, that transaction, whether it's rifle, shotgun, handgun, that is regulated by both ATF and the state police. So if that's allowed to happen, don't those regulating agencies bear some responsibility too? And if we're talking about, firearms that are especially dangerous in terms of handguns, we also have the roster where any modern handgun that's sold in Maryland has to be approved by this roster, and that it verifies that it's safe, that it's not, negligently constructed. So I feel like, it's not fair to compare the firearm industry to other industries, because no other industry is really regulated to the extent that the firearm industry is. Like I said, we have ATF and state police. We don't have face-to-face transfers anymore of anything. Any firearm that's coming from a manufacturer going to the public, that's being regulated. So they should be doing their job and regulate it. That's all I have. Thanks for sticking around with us.
I guess I get to be last. And I ate all my Snickers, so. Oh, there's plenty more people. Oh, more. Okay, good. I guess I had issue with really trying to understand what the problem is that's trying to be addressed by the bill. All of the other comparisons in my mind were apples to oranges. The opioids, as we stated, opioids, tobacco, they all knew that these products were addictive and were a problem. We also have an issue with diabetes in this country. Are we going to sue sugar manufacturers? That's a huge market. As soon as you try to do that, guess what happens? The sugar producers are like, oh, no, you're not going to do that. It's a huge money-making industry. Okay, why? That's my issue with trying to get my arms around why the firearms are being compared to these other industries, that there's no comparison. We already have a tremendous amount of regulation and legislation around the production of firearms and around the sale of firearms. Even as a purchaser on the other end, I need to sign liabilities, waiver liabilities. When I purchase a firearm, my training that I get tells me that I'm responsible anytime a firearm is within my purview. I am aware of that as a gun purchaser. It seems to me that what we're having issue with are illegal gun purchases or acquirements that's creating this epidemic, and we're looking for somebody to blame. And I get that, but I don't know that this is the right way to do that. PLACA was written with a couple of obvious clauses in it, in obvious cases, and I think that really needs to be revisited and fully understood. Because I think that this legislation is probably covered under what is already written into PLACA, I believe, from my just overall reading. And again, I'm not an attorney, I'm just a general citizen. And thank you all. No more Snickers required.
All right. Thank you all very much. Seeing no questions on the committee. Is Carla Mooney? We call her already? Carla Mooney. John Jocelyn. Mr. Mohammed is not here. Is Bruce Morgan here? Brooke Larimore. Chris Peabody. All right.
All right. Good evening, Carla Mooney, St. Mary's County
I also represent J2 Defense. I'm a firearms instructor there and often sell firearms out of the store. The regulation and requirements for anybody who manufactures, buys, sells, trades, any of that is massive. It takes more information than I can even talk about at this hour in the night to just make it happen. On top of the fact that the rules and regulations for each purchase are covered by the ATF, covered by the Maryland State Police. There are so many people involved. I don't know how you can go back to the original manufacturer or the original person that sold the firearm with any assumption that they had any idea that it might be used or could possibly be used. No, I'm sorry. There's too much regulation required to even make that single thing happen. And in our case, it could take an hour if you go in and out of a store to even decide you wanted to finalize a sale. It's still going to be another hour. There's nothing easy about it. So I just request an unfavorable report to this because I think you're trying to find a result to a problem that is not a problem.
Hi, good evening. I'm Brooke Larimore. Again, thank you all. It's been a long night and I do appreciate everyone's time, especially my supporters and the ones that are in support of your bills. I am requesting an unfavorable report. I feel that there are many holes in all three of these bills. We have all seen that this evening, even when answering questions, the senator struggled to find his own words with his own bills. How can we sue someone when they use an illegal gun that comes across our borders, when no one's taking care of our borders to shut down those weapons? How can we sue a company that manufactures a weapon that may have been modified? How do we sue someone that got a 80% lower and built a Glock 19 or an AR platform and used many different forms to build these weapons? You can't regulate that. You can't sue every person that makes every part of a weapon. It's just not possible. So this bill just is dead in the water, in my opinion. It just doesn't flow. Thank you.
So it's pretty hard to follow the bouncing ball through all the testimony there. Trying to explain to us what this bill does. The only thing I heard was, hey, we got distributors that sell guns directly to bad guys. Okay. There's a federal law to take care of that. So this whole thing didn't, and that came from Mr. Levy, the lawyer who is pushing this bill. So then I kept listening for what's happened in Maryland. What's an example of something in Maryland? And I didn't hear it. Still haven't heard it. Probably won't hear it 5 years from now. But what I did hear is guns are bad. And guns are evil. Guns are dangerous. And then I thought back to where I live and I read the newspapers every day. Covers St. Mary's, Calvert, Charles, Southern Anne Arundel, PG County. What I do see every day is people using guns illegally, stealing the guns, making them illegally, and going and committing crimes. But with that, every time I see that police report, the person was already a prohibited person. So that's not being dealt with. That blatant, obvious, overwhelming problem is not being dealt with. We've been here for a long time today, shorter than most of my missions in the P3, so I'm still going. It's been painful, but not as painful as the two SEER schools I graduated from. But what I really need this body to do is deal with the crime that's happening now, the violence that's happening now, and not come up with new things that aren't going to address the problem. Thanks. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the committee. In opposition to Senate Bill 113, this bill is state authorized, supported, and sponsored economic warfare against a legitimate industry that operates under strong regulation. To give you an idea how far-reaching and absurd this bill is, it covers liability for product accessories. Plastic muzzle cap, that falls under the bill. Scope lens cover bikini, covered by the bill. Trigger guard for an M1 Garand, covered by the bill. A sling, covered by the bill, all subject for nuisance suits. And best of all, a gun safety lock. It's a firearms accessory because it attaches to the firearm. Because it attaches to the firearm, it's a firearm-related product, and therefore anybody who handles this in distribution, sales, anything along that line is a member of the firearms industry. So that means that this safety lock that I give to my HQL students, which I get for free, it's processed from the National Shooting Sports Foundation, where they give these out for free for safety. I obtained this lock from the Baltimore County Police Department for free. That means that the Baltimore County Police Department and the officer are now members of the firearms industry and subject to litigation under this law, under this bill. The gun control pond is so fished out that the few gun control fish that are left are all inbred and not worth having. And this is one of those examples of an inbred fish. I suggest you throw it back. We ask for an unfavorable report. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Clearly, this bill is Mr. Levy's bill because he's the only person who could explain it. And when I asked him about the PLACA, he said it was enacted by Congress some years ago, and that there is a specific exception in PLACA which allows any state to pass a bill which is totally contrary to PLACA, and therefore PLACA really doesn't apply to any bill passed by any state. So his argument is that this bill would be okay because the state would be passing this bill and it would not be prohibited by PLACA. Are you familiar with PLACA sufficiently to discuss Mr. Levy's theory that the state of Maryland is within its rights to pass this bill despite the existence of PLACA? I'm not familiar with that particular exception. I would have to research it for you. I will do that and get back to you with an answer. Okay, thank you very much.
Could I point out something on that?
Sure.
I'm not familiar with it either, but how you just phrased that isn't what he said.
Okay, what did he say?
So he actually admitted that it's not settled law yet, and that there are cases where it's not resolved, and that those other states' laws may not stand review. So that exception, he clarified later what was said by the vice earlier. So I don't think that that's a good, accurate capture, and probably need to.
I'll have to go back and take a look at the tape. Thank you very much for pointing that out. And I forgot to mention that FedEx would also be a firearms industry member because they handle distribution.
Yeah.
Okay.
Daniel Carlin Weber still here. Weber. Ari Blount. Tim Gargana. Mark Panek, you still here? There he is. Frank Boston. And Mr. Pika.
Yeah, I'll go first. Yeah. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Frank Boston. I'm here this evening on behalf of the Maryland Licensed Firearm Dealers, the gun shops, and the president and vice president. This is so important to them. They're sitting right here in the back of the room. You know, they do everything in their power to do it right. They have respectable shops. They abide by the laws. We were here last year to deal with the whole security issue. We participated. We did everything that we're supposed to do. They follow they're regulated by the federal law. They have the state law, the state police, and they have their own personal interest to make sure they do everything right because they're in the business to make money just like any other business in the state of Maryland. You know, I'm here to tell you that this bill is just too much and it's totally not fair. You know, you go to page 4 of the bill, the very first paragraph, you know, it basically says that, you know, it doesn't matter. Anybody in the chain of the custody of that gun from the manufacturer on down is able to be sued and will be sued. You go to the last page, which is very striking, and it says, you know, section C, page 5, a party seeking relief under this section is not required to prove that the firearm industry member acted with the intent to violate the subtitle. So the bill is strict liability. That's exactly what it is. Then, you know, I get it, you know, if there's some sort of, you know, big class action, usually the attorney general brings the case. But this one gives a private right of action as well. So you have the AG who brings the case. You have a private right of action. And if the private right of action brings the case, the bill says you got to notify the AG so that they can jump in. It's just totally unfair. And oh, how could I forget punitive damages? Punitive damages, strict liability to responsible gun shop owners who are trying to do the right thing. And they get caught up just because they're in the chain of the command from the manufacturer to the person who did the bad act. Is that fair? I profit to you that it's not. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Mark Pennick, President of Maryland Show Issue. So this state may not repeal FACA. FACA insulates the industry from the bad acts committed by third parties. This bill defines proximate causation, and it's right on bill. It says, notwithstanding intervening actions, including criminal actions by a third party, the conduct of a firearm industry member is the proximate cause of harm to the public if the harm is reasonably foreseeable. That redefines proximate causation that's contrary to the common law of Maryland. And you don't have to take my word for it. We have a case on point. A case on point is the Valentine case, and you'll find it in my written testimony on page 8 of the written testimony. And there's a lot there. But Senator West, if you want a discussion of PLACA, it's right there in my written testimony. And the Valentine case was a situation where a dealer had left the gun out such that it could break the window and steal it. And the suit was brought against the dealer for supposedly negligently, foreseeably leaving the gun out where it could be stolen. And the Court of Appeals of Maryland held that there is no duty, no proximate causation because of the intervening bad acts of the guy who stole the gun and thereafter harmed someone. And the person who was armed sued the dealer. And the Court of Appeals dismissed that because there was no duty at common law. There was no proximate causation. The bad acts of the criminal who stole the firearm was the intervening cause. This body is not empowered to change the definition of proximate causation in a way that contravenes the common law embodied within PLACA itself. The supremacy clause bars that. Congress expressly relied on the proximate cause of common law. You'll see it in my memorandum, it's indisputable. So it simply doesn't lie within the power of this body to redefine the common law in such a way that to make the industry member liable for the bad acts of third parties. Simply barred. No suit may be brought under that theory in the language of the statute. Civil suit in any court. You're done. This is going to be barred by PLACA. And by the way, the only statute that's in existence in the United States that's even close to this is the New Jersey statute. And if you look at my memorandum, you'll see that the New Jersey statute was joined as contrary to PLACA on the same rationale. And the case is cited there on, I think, page 4. We'll override it to page 5.
Thank you.
Go
Mr.
read
Grant.
it.
We will. Thank you very-
I urge an unfavorable report.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, honorable members of the committee. My name is Ari Plout, and I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Licensed Firearms Dealers Association in opposition to Senate Bill 113. This bill is a major concern for us. The bill in its current form would essentially allow the public and or the Attorney General's office to pursue civil actions against a legally operating gun shop or firearm shop for actions by its customers. An analogy to this would be if your legislative body sponsored a bill that would deem car dealers liable and allow the public to file suit against these dealers for drunk drivers, for vehicular manslaughter, but also for mere nuisances like a loud engine or even speeding. This is not a law because it would be an undue burden on dealers because they would be responsible for actions that are out of their control. Why should we put the same burden on licensed firearm dealers? We are already a heavily regulated industry and must comply with both federal and state laws. We already engage in lawful conduct, but quote, unreasonable conduct under the totality of circumstances is far too vague. Also, a deviation from quote, reasonable conduct, the bill is just too vague. Public nuisance is a legal term that is essentially just that. It's something that interferes with a member of the public's enjoyment. Proximate cause, something we've heard a lot about, is an element that is required in a civil action. But this bill essentially states that proximate cause is satisfied if it is reasonably foreseeable effect of the conduct. This standard is too low. It may deem any conduct resulting from a firearm to be considered foreseeable. It's just not fair to craft legislation this open-ended. So in conclusion, this bill is far too vague, far too low of a standard, and not fair to law-abiding businesses. I ask for an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair. Again, Vice Chair Waldstreicher, members of the committee. For the last time tonight, my name is Daniel Carlin Weber. I'm a firearms instructor. I'm also the chair of the board of directors for Maryland Shall Issue. I come before you in a personal capacity to testify and urge an unfavorable report of SB 113. I thought I'd bring to your attention, there's actually case law on this right now that's still developing in Maryland through the federal courts and through state courts. It's a case called Brady v. Walmart, in which the estate of a man sued a Walmart in Prince George's County who sold him a shotgun after he exhibited signs that he was potentially suicidal and he was potentially inebriated when he wanted to initiate the sale. The family, well, unfortunately, the man took his life shortly after purchasing the shotgun. He passed a background check. He went out and killed himself with the shotgun. The estate sued Walmart with the help, if I'm not mistaken, the Brady campaign. The Walmart had the case moved out of state court, had it removed to federal court. And when that happens, because PLACA is invoked here, the plaintiffs went after PLACA itself as a part of this case. The federal government intervened. So the Department of Justice describes PLACA just as Mark said. No suit can be brought in federal or state court. That's from a qualified civil liability action. But what you haven't heard of, there's exceptions to PLACA. PLACA is not a full umbrella that protects the firearms industry incompletely. The Department of Justice describes it this way. PLACA contains various exceptions that permit the filing of certain cases of actions that would otherwise be preempted. These include claims for negligent entrustment and negligence per se, claims for breach of contract or warranty, and claims based on defective products when not caused by a volitional act that constituted criminal offense, and claims based on knowing violations of statutes applicable to the sale or marketing of the product where the violation was a proximate cause of harm, which relief is sought. The judge in this case, I understand my time's about to expire. The judge in this case issued an opinion over the summer that dismissed the claims that swung at the PLACA, but he allowed the case to move forward because there's evidence that the seller was negligent in selling the shotgun to this individual because he was exhibiting signs that he was a danger to himself. So PLACA does not prevent those sorts of suits from being sought. This is unnecessary and it's just trying to imperil more businesses in Maryland. I strongly urge an unfavorable report. Thank you so much for your time.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, John Pico on behalf of the National Shooting Sports Foundation. This bill is unreasonably vague. It ignores federal preemption. It has conflicting legal standards. It sets a very dangerous precedent, and it contravenes a decision by the federal U.S. District Court, in New Jersey just about 10 days ago. This bill does not fall entirely within the tort system, as you were told tonight. In fact, it violates the tort system. What does fall within the tort system is the PLACA Act, because it states that the subsequent act of others with whom the seller has no privity or no privity with is not liable for the criminal acts of other people. So in a tort case, you have a legal duty. The breach of the duty is the proximate cause of injury, and that is traditional tort law. This bill flies in the face of that. You can't compare this to tobacco lawsuits, or you can't compare it to opioids. The tobacco lawsuit was against defendants who engaged in deceitful and fraudulent conduct that resulted in death and cancer to others when they knowingly concealed material information. And that wasn't a civil lawsuit. That was a suit by the states to recover Medicaid expenses that every state spent to care for individuals who were on Medicaid. So it was to recover Medicaid payments. Opioid lawsuits were the same thing. Several thousand lawsuits were lodged against or filed against states and local governments for the money they had to spend to take care of opioid patients and the deaths and the illnesses, as well as the Medicaid expenses. So there's no comparison to tobacco. There's no comparison to opioids. And if anything, this bill violates tort principles. I ask for an unfavorable report, Mr. Chairman.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Senator. All right, we have Senator Sidnor, then Senator West.
Thank you. Oh, if we're not talking about tobacco and all those other things, I'd like to ask about this case that was filed in 2021 by the Mexican government against U.S. manufacturers and distributors for gun trafficking. Does anyone have an update on that? Because again, I think from looking at the bill and listening to the sponsor's testimony, this bill is about essentially a misuse of a legally created product.
Correct.
That's causing havoc not only across this country, but obviously in Mexico. And what I'm hearing you all say is, hey, we have no responsibility here. Leave us alone.
Well, what we're saying is that the manufacturers and the sellers are not responsible for the bad acts of otherwise a lawful bit of commerce. So if you sell a gun to someone legally, and that's perfectly legal, and that person goes off and commits a crime because of that sale, PLACA bans the suit against the manufacturer as a result of that crime. PLACA couldn't be more clear on that. And all you have to do is read my testimony, and you'll see the language and very clearly in the statute. And that is consistent, that bar of liability is consistent with the general tort law that the Maryland courts have recognized over and over again. This says that the bad acts.
So I know it's getting real late. So and I'm tired.
Me too.
I want you to answer my question. What's going on with this case? Do you know?
So are you talking about the Walmart case or
this case with Mexico suing gun manufacturers up in Boston?
There was one in Arizona that was just jointly dismissed for failure to state.
I'm talking about this case,
My recollection is that that didn't get any further either, but I'm only relying on my recollection there, so I would have to look that up.
would a gun manufacturer have any liability in your mind for selling large bulk gun sales to criminal syndicates?
For sure, under federal law, absolutely. But that's a knowing violation of federal law to sell to criminal syndicate.
So with all of the gun trafficking that's going on, I'm trying to understand.
All that
the
violates existing federal law. Absolutely.
And
criminal law.
and what responsibility do gun manufacturers have in this gun trafficking?
Well, again, if they knowingly sell to a dealer that knowingly sells, and they all know that because the statute requires a knowing sale and a knowing violation of law, then they can also be criminally charged. This is major federal felonies. And they are being
that
charged.
for some reason, we haven't been able to figure out over decades.
Well, no, Senator. I mean, this has been enforced by the Department of Justice where I worked for 3 decades on a routine basis. They catch these guys, they prosecute them.
I don't know, for some reason, this country seems to get these small folk, but then when you get to the higher ups, we just don't seem to really do anything about it.
Because the statute requires a knowing violation. I will tell you that the manufacturers stay far away from people. They don't want to be accused of a criminal violation either. So the major manufacturers in this country that this bill would affect aren't engaging in that conduct. So to the extent that a dealer is engaging in that conduct, they're violating federal law and committing federal felonies. And I hope they're prosecuted to the full extent of the law. And they should be. But that's not what this bill does. This bill inflicts unknowable civil liability for unreasonable conduct, regardless of the intervening acts of a third party, which is directly contrary to a whole body of Maryland case law. The Valentine case, the Marr case, they're all cited on page 8 of my written testimony. Read that, because it doesn't matter that it's foreseeable under that case law if it's an intervening act of a third party, because that's an intervening cause. And this bill disregards that completely. It says that you're liable regardless of whether it's an intervening cause.
And why can't we change that?
Because it's a matter of federal law that incorporates the proximate cause of common law. When Congress said it has to be the proximate cause, and it's right in the statutory language, Congress was invoking the common law's definition. We know what the common law is because the Maryland Court of Appeals and every other court of appeals have employed the intervening cause as a severing of proximate cause. So if there's an intervening cause, there is no proximate causation. That's the common law of the United States. It has been for centuries. So Congress relied on that existing body of common law. It's in a federal statute expressly. This body doesn't have the power to change federal law.
So the common law that you're talking about is federal common law?
So what this federal law did was incorporate the common law that has existed at the time the statute was enacted. And at the time the statute was enacted, and even as to today, the common law did not impose liability where there was an intervening cause. And this statute expressly abolishes that intervening cause defense. And that it may not do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So today I've gone from never having heard of the phrase PLACA to knowing more about it than I ever thought I would dream of knowing. But I'm still uncertain on one point. So earlier on, Mr. Levy and I had an exchange. And he asserted that there are exceptions to PLACA. And somebody tried to correct me in my recollection, but I'm going to once again assert my recollection. I'm going to go back and look at the tape tomorrow, not tonight, to see whether my recollection is correct. Yeah, no, well, I'm not going to do it in 4 minutes.
There are exceptions. Absolutely.
So they said there are exceptions to PLACA.
There are.
And one is that any state that wants to can enact a law like the one contained in this bill, and it's perfectly permissible under PLACA.
That's wrong. Well, if the state enact a law that regulates the firearms industry, but it can't impose liability even under that permissive by eliminating the intervening cause requirement that Congress has otherwise set. So this bill contravenes the common law rule just on the proximate causation. Now, Congress also delineated the exceptions quite clearly. For example, an unlawful action on a sale is an exception. One that's a knowing entrustment is an exception. Sale that in violation of section 922N and G are exceptions. So the Congress actually enumerated them. It's all laid out in my my written testimony if you want to.
Yeah, I've got it, and I will definitely read it carefully and look at the cases that you cite as well.
So
But
I would encourage you
bottom
to.
line is you're saying that PLACA does not authorize the state of Maryland to pass this particular bill.
Absolutely,
Okay,
not
thank you.
even close.
Okay.
And I would particularly urge you to read the Valentine case
will.
cited on page 8, where the Maryland Court of Appeals talks about intervening cause versus regardless of how foreseeable it is. I mean, that's the common law in Maryland and always has been.
Yeah.
And it is today.
Your memos are always very well written, and I rely on that you've got the law right. So I'll read your memo tomorrow.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. All right. Seeing no further questions to this panel, thank you all. Is Timothy Gargana here? I think just one more time. All right. Walt Freer. John Belizak. See you later. Have a good one. Have a good night. Thank you for sticking it out with us. Andre Cooper. Yeah. Yo, Chief. Senior Chief. Sorry, excuse me. Senior. My apologies, Senior. All right. Randall Morris. Willie Coleman. Mark Schneider. Jonathan Norris. Mr. Taylor. Mr. Kashuba. Still here? Is he still here? Tom Kashuba. Nicholas Tatello. Come on up. Jared Shestak. Sorry, we get one more. Is Nicholas Andraka here? Michael Burke. Come on up. All right, we'll get started. Thank you.
Good morning, I guess. My name is Mark Schneider, Vice President of the Maryland Licensed Firearms Dealers Association and Atlantic Guns. I oppose SB 113 as it threatens our ability to stay in business. There are many problems with this bill. Data does not support the claim that Maryland licensed firearms dealers are the source of the reckless, illegal actions of criminals. We are a highly regulated industry abiding by both federal and state statutes governing the sale of our products. No licensed dealer knowingly sells to the criminal market, as federal and state law already prohibits this with severe civil and criminal penalties. Vague terms such as reasonable controls or unreasonable under the totality of the circumstances are not defined and thus unacceptable. There also needs clarification on what is meant by reckless or unlawful marketing. And the idea that a party does not need to provide proof that a firearm industry member acted with the intent to violate this bill is frankly absurd. This bill would open every licensed dealer to frivolous, punitive litigation, and if enacted into law, would make it impossible to obtain insurance. Without insurance, no dealer could stay in business. Dealers should not be held liable for the legal and lawful sale of firearms. Those who commit illegal acts with firearms should, and we support stricter penalties for those who illegally use firearms. I request an unfavorable report.
My name is Eli Taylor from Queen Anne's County, Senators West and others. I appreciate your questions regarding the standards in this law. If perhaps you got the impression that the standards that were mentioned for determining whether or not gun manufacturers should be held responsible for crimes were perhaps ambiguous or capricious, that's because they are both ambiguous and capricious by nature. I mean, that's the intent of the bill from my perspective. I appreciated the honest testimony of the lady who spoke on behalf of Moms Demand Action when she said, we'll have no meaningful, specifically to this bill, that we'll have no meaningful progress on gun violence until we limit the proliferation of guns. And in fact, that's the intent of this bill, is to limit the ability for gun manufacturers to continue to sell guns to the American populace. When my son and I were discussing these bills, I asked him to role play for these bills and give me, please, the intent and the justification behind them. And I didn't coach him. And when we got to this bill, he said, I've got nothing for you. I can't give you a reason why this bill might come out. And I'll say, James, that's because it's a concept that you might not be familiar with, and that is a chilling effect. And that's the idea behind this bill, is to create a chilling effect, a sort of Damocles hanging over the heads of gun manufacturers and everyone in the middle, to raise the specter of constant litigation that you may be held liable. I don't see my time. I'll assume I have just a couple of seconds left. That's the idea. I'm reminded of the quote, the fictitious quote from Braveheart of the King of England, in the idea of getting the Scots out of Scotland. He said, if we can't get them out, then we'll breed them out, speaking of prima nocta. And in my mind, tonight, we're talking about, if we can't legislate them out, then we'll litigate them out. We've been losing in the courts right and left. And so let's pass something that allows us to sue gun manufacturers with very low standards. I'd recommend an unfavorable report on this bill.
Nick Titello again. Senator Waltstreicher, your bill lacks guidelines for law enforcement on its arbitrary and vague requirements. How can a dealer knowingly engage in unreasonable or reckless conduct? The entire point of PLACA, to me as a layman, is to prevent frivolous lawsuits. That's all it is. Because at one point, many frivolous lawsuits were taking down the gun industry. Now, without this clear criteria that I'm asking for on this bill, you are forcing dealers to close up shop or to risk police discretion. A common theme among these bills is police discretion. I strongly encourage you to read Maryland Shall Issue's testimony on PLACA. And last but not least, Senator West, you actually brought up some really good points that I think I wanted to dig into a little bit. When you're talking about determining who is going to commit a crime, that's actually huge. When an FFL or a dealer is going to have to determine who is going to commit a crime, this bill is basically asking these dealers to profile their customers. So for all of those reasons, I encourage an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Senators, Michael Burke out of Baltimore. Hard to follow some of these stories, but I have a few points that no one quite anticipated. The largest manufacturer of firearms in the United States is the United States government. There are thousands, actually millions of firearms that have been produced since the 1700s by the United States government. So you would have someone sue the United States government for a federally manufactured firearm that was used in a crime. The second litigant you will expose to torts, the Maryland State Police and the Attorney General. Every single firearms transaction, especially handguns, since 1985, has had to go through the Maryland State Police Handgun Roster Board. And the Maryland State Police have certified that each handgun sold in the state of Maryland is safe, is functional, and is proper for common use by the citizens of Maryland. So you want to make the state of Maryland, State Police, the Attorney General, liable for any misuse of a handgun manufactured or sold in Maryland since 1985, you're opening the door. The state will be the defendant. Third, something that's been missing in previous. Gun violence doesn't exist Guns are inanimate tools. They're objects. They can't commit a violent act. Only humans can. Firearms can't kill anyone unless you actually use it as a bludgeon or a club. Can't be killed with a gun unless somebody walks up and hits you over the head with it. So I don't understand how this bill would solve problems that don't exist, except exposing the federal government and the state to more liability. Thank you for your
Excellent.
time.
Thank you very much. But apparently the app we're using only works for 12 hours at a time. So we're gonna do timing on our so we're gonna do timing on the phone from now on. So I'm just gonna jump in for the last few witnesses. All right, questions for this panel. Okay, great. We're now going to go to our, I haven't missed anyone here. Is anyone else left? Okay, great. So now we'll switch over to our online participants. So we'll start off with Wendy. Welcome back, Ms. Heron. We'll start off with you and then we'll go to Brent. Wendy, if you could unmute yourself, we'll get you squared away.
Yes.
There you go.
I was trying to mute the YouTube. That would be bad. So the nature of Wendy Hannon, representing Trinity Training and Safety. By the nature of the gun industry, we know the improper use of a firearm or accessory could ultimately result in harm. And, having guns used in the commission of a crime is not the intent of manufacturers or gun dealers. I'm disturbed by the statement in the bill talking about preventing the loss or theft of a firearm related product. There's just so many ways this could go wrong if a gun dealer sued, if a gun was properly secured but stolen. There's definitely laws to address that I know for civilian ownership that we're required to properly secure our firearms. The writers of the bill would also have to define what constitute public nuisance to be able to bring forth a lawsuit. And there's already laws in place that prosecute those who engage in straw purchases knowingly. So that's something that I don't see why would be in the bill. And then clarifying, what's a firearm accessory? Is it, a light attached to the firearm, a laser? If one of those firearms that has some additional accessories is used in a crime, then you'd have to go after the gun manufacturer, the light manufacturer, the laser manufacturer. It just would be endless. And then, interestingly, this bill does include the antique firearms, also known as curio and relics. I'm not sure why this one includes that particular type of firearm, but the previous bill did not. And as others have mentioned, there's a lot of holes in this bill, lack of clarity, and the end game is concerning. Is this to legislate the gun industry out of business? So I oppose this bill, and thank you for your time.
All right, thank you very much, Wendy. Brent, you're next.
Thanks, everybody. I know it's getting late. I'll bring up the one point nobody else has. The seven or eight of the largest gun manufacturers in this country: Armalite, Bushmaster, Colt, SIG, FN, Remington, Springfield, Glock, and Smith & Wesson, do roughly $1 billion with a B, $1 billion worth of business with the federal government every year in one way, shape, or form, whether it's firearms manufacturer or in some cases ammunition manufacturer. Do you think any of them are going to risk being able to do business with the federal government by willfully engaging in illegal activity? No, they flat out aren't going to, because it goes against their best interest. This bill is overreaching, overly vague. I strongly urge to vote against it and not let this out of committee. Furthermore, it is absolutely evident that all three of these bills proposed tonight are an attack on the Second Amendment, and I am extremely frustrated with this body for putting them forward. Thank you all very much for your time, and have a good night.
Thank you very much. All right. For our last witness of the evening, we have Jacqueline Gregory. Miss Gregory, you are up. Let's see, Miss Gregory. It's connecting. I see the audio is connecting. 2 more minutes, 2 more minutes. All right, Ms. Gregory, we're gonna give you a couple more seconds. We see that you're trying to connect. Well, all good things have to come to an end. So with that, that'll conclude the testimony and the hearing for Senate Bill 113. Thank you all very much for hanging to the end. This has been an enlightening experience. Thank you all. Have a good night.
Thank you for standing.